come up with a game plan for next year. And with that, I'll turn it over to Heidi. Oh, excuse me. Everybody got a copy of the agenda? Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
All in favor? Any opposed? Ms. York?
Yeah, I'll touch on just a couple of things as we're getting started. This is, of course, your retreat, one day a year, different than all other meetings that you have. We're hoping to forge some common ground, set some goals, like Chairman Newell said, for the next 12 months. And I will try to also serve as your facilitator to keep things on track and moving ahead, but also be flexible if there are certain things we want to spend a little more time discussing. Just a couple of housekeeping items. You all know that the restrooms are down the hall, keep going to the right, to the end. We do have a couple of breaks built in, but certainly if you need to get up, this is informal and we want you all to be comfortable. Help yourself to refreshments as well. You have a hard copy of the agenda at your seats, and then if you'll open up your Dropbox, we just want to make sure everybody has connection to the Wi-Fi, you're able to access your packet, all of the presentations that we'll go over, you'll have on your iPad, and some have a lot of numbers, so it will be easier to look at, at your seat maybe, than up on the big screen. So let us know if you have issues. We've got our IT folks here to help us with that. So again, today's informal. Please ask questions. This is your day, so we want it to be what you want. And chime in if there's anything you want to talk about that we haven't covered. And we're supposed to have fun today, something different, so I just remind you to embrace it and have a good time. Anything else we need to, everybody good on the iPads? I see if Chairman Newell's is good, then I feel like we're probably pretty good.
I'm still in the dark ages.
They're coming out, I've been impressed. Any other housekeeping items? Everybody's happy with where they're sitting? We have candy, refreshments. Okay, so if we're ready, you want to lead in? You want us to go ahead?
Yeah.
We'll go ahead with the board priorities. Okay. So the first one is a discussion of board priorities. And let me just check with IT. Do you want us to go up to the podium?
Yes, please.
Okay. You can hear it fine if I sit. Do you all have a preference? Do you want folks to stand up at front or just sort of speak from where they're seated? Then I don't know. Okay, then I'll stay here. All right. So the first item on the agenda is a discussion of board priorities and strategic plan. And what our goal is with this section is really to just build some internal commitment among the 5 of you to some priorities over the next 12 months. And we also want to understand the impact. So something that we did differently this year was we asked you to take our informal straw poll, answer the questions in terms of what are your priorities for categories like government efficiency, economic development, quality of life, public safety, and education. We had 5 of those, which we were asking you to rank in terms of priority. And then we were asking you to yes or no at this point, what is sort of your gut feeling on whether or not you want to fund some of the CIP projects, keeping the tax rate or adjusting it. And so we're going to go through the results of that, and there's a couple of items on there that I think we need to spend a little bit of time talking about. So I'm going to send around a hard copy. It's easier to just sort of look at this, I think, on paper than it was to try to scroll through that lengthy list on the SurveyMonkey that you took. So as that's coming around, we're wanting to talk about, priorities, goals, and a vision. But this is really not a discussion about funding or about dollar amounts at this point. This is just sort of broad, general ideas that we want to try to gain some consensus on. So here's your ranking of these sort of categories. For you all, the number one choice was economic development. Number 2 was public safety, 3 education, 4 government efficiency, and 5 quality of life. And then what you're looking at on the front are the projects that rose to the top because there were at least 3 commissioners who prioritized that. And we're going to spend a little more time talking about the education one because not everybody voted on that, and I think that warrants some discussion about what that one means. And then if you'll flip to the back, we have just taken all of those projects that were listed and the ones that got, and we just sort of put them in the categories, and then we're showing the support for each of those.
Those on the back of the public.
The ones on the back are the projects that did not receive at least three votes.
Okay. I got you.
So the ones on the front have at least 3 commissioners saying that this is a priority for you. And Sybil, feel free to chime in if I'm reading the results wrong. Okay. So your highest priority as a group seems to be economic development. And the one project in economic development that got at least 3 votes was infrastructure for an industrial park. At this point where economic development is, they are hoping to try to find some additional land so that, because the park is now sort of at maximum capacity, so if they are able to purchase additional land, there would be a request to the county to help provide some infrastructure so that it's a ready-to-build site. That could mean, having broadband, water lines, sewer, the infrastructure needed to build. And then the tower project is next. That was one of the highest consensus categories among the 5 of you to continue to move forward with the broadband and public safety system. That is slated to move forward. We will continue to have the funding in the upcoming budget for that, and then construction is supposed to begin in the upcoming fiscal year. The education piece, this is just sort of a brainstorm idea that Sybil and I have been creatively trying to work out. And what we're thinking about is that, in the theme of pay for performance, which is kind of what's been driving our economic development agreements, it's what we base our pay increases on for employees, could we develop a tool with the school system that would reward them for performance? So, for example, this might look like a separate contract. We wouldn't fold this into their operating or their capital budget, but this might say if graduation rates go up by X percentage, then the schools would be eligible for an additional amount of funding. Or it might say, when the state report card comes out, if a number of schools have improved their grades from last year, the schools could be be eligible for additional funding. So what this would require is just a solid contract that would be developed between either myself and the superintendent with input and approval from both boards, where we would agree to certain measures, and then we would, attach funding to that as a one-time bonus funding for the year. So I'm just throwing that out there as an idea for something that we could consider doing differently. I'd love to hear if this is something you want to pursue. It's not common. We're not really seeing this anywhere else. I think Chatham County had tried it once, and Catawba County has done that in the past. But because it's a one-time thing, neither of them are still doing that. But if there's interest in doing that, we'd be happy to explore that option. And it would certainly require Ron, our attorney, to have a strong role in that if that's something the board's interested in. Thoughts about that one? I know a lot of folks weren't quite prepared to say whether or not that was something they wanted to do because they didn't quite understand what that meant.
And is this above and beyond the scope of what we're given now, or is this?
This is whatever y'all want it to be. This, the operating funds by statute are required to remain the same. You cannot reduce that.
Correct.
you know, so this would have to be above and beyond that unless you were making a reduction in the capital, which you do have the authority to do.
So my concern would be, no different when we looked at doing a formula, you know, they want basically back pay to get them up to where they thought they should be, and then they wanted to start the formula.
Right.
So what would stop them from saying, well, we need more money to get all the tools we need in order to advance learning?
Sure.
And then we want you to look at, from that point on, if we have better performance.
Yeah, and I don't know what they would say. I haven't approached them because I wasn't sure if this was something you all even wanted to pursue. Any other thoughts about that one?
Also be aware, you can't reduce the capital
Mm.
in order to give them additional funds for operating, because that's considered supplanting. You can
That's a good
reduce capital, you just can't do it on the basis of, I'm giving them more money for
For
operating.
this.
Have we ever somewhat audited the capital as, so let's say we funded a project, you know, to be done, using Windows as an example. Did we ever follow up to make sure windows were put in, or do you do that, or?
Yeah, actually, our staff, Ray Fushi, coordinates with Larry King on their staff, and so often we're using the same, either the same contractor, or, you know, Ray is on site helping to oversee that project as well.
Who keeps the money if you come in on the budget?
do.
We keep it, yeah.
Okay.
We do
It's
it
our-
in
it's
capital.
our
We're
capital
paying the invoice
funds,
directly.
Yeah, on behalf of the schools, so
Okay.
whatever we come in under goes back into our funds for capital.
Yeah,
But your continuing does not.
right. The
No,
operating
that
budget
check's
goes to
gone.
them. That's right. That's right.
No strings on that one.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's attractive about the pay for performance idea is that you're able to give it for a specific use and you're able to show that you're getting something in return. Where the operating, you know, even the supplements, or you're just sort of handing them the blank check without, you know, really anything, any results to you know,
Accountability.
yeah.
So if the discussion hadn't been had with them, I mean, where did the idea come from? I mean, if only 2 other counties have done it.
Yeah, Sybil and I were sort of just brainstorming, you know, some ideas about doing, you know, different funding schemes and ways to do things differently.
So you could utilize this in, place of the supplement,
No,
No, on top of.
on top of the supplement. Well,
we can't take the supplement away. It's already been given.
the only way I would support something like this is if they had a continuous level that they had met. And I think it's pretty obvious from the newspaper articles and the grade point average that we got, that they haven't met those obstacles or met those levels. And until they take it upon themselves to meet those levels, I don't think we should put anything in place to incentivize them. You have a specific amount of needs that need to be met within your county, and your job is to meet those needs. And until you've met those needs, there shouldn't be any performance bonuses put into their pay or into this program, I think.
Well, that would depend on whose scale you use to measure them by.
Well,
We
when you
could
get a
set up-
D, I don't think that's
Well, now, you have to understand that, that D has about a 10-point range on it. So for instance, if Ray's wife's school came in at 85 and to be able to get another letter, it had to be a 92, okay? Well, if they're at 91, does that make them a D? I mean, well, it does on their scale. All I'm saying is, we could tie something, I'm not necessarily in favor of it, I'm just saying we could tie something to graduation rate or something simple. We could set up our own criteria, I would think.
but their job is to graduate people.
True, yeah.
That's the core school system function, is to graduate people.
Well, what you're saying is you don't want to reward them to doing something they should have been doing anyway.
Basically.
Which, I can,
Yeah, that's valid. We just wanted to sort of see.
If I'm
this is something
underperforming
we
at my
wanted to do.
job, my boss doesn't give me a bonus to get to a performance level that he wants. He expects that performance level all the time. And he's not gonna incentivize me to get to that performance level.
Right, and I think that makes a lot of sense, but I also think that, you know, we continue to give funding, and we're not necessarily seeing some of the changes or results. And we may be, I'm not trying to make a judgment on the schools, but, you know, oftentimes we hear that, well, we just need more money. If we had more money, we would be doing, you know, different, we would be performing better. So this is just a way to create, you know, some accountability for that. And if y'all aren't interested, that's absolutely fine, because this is, you know, something above and beyond just operating and capital funding for the schools.
If there was a way to take what we're consistently given now and tie the bonus without giving them exactly what we're giving them now and then put the bonus on top of it, I would understand it. But if I'm gonna try to get a mule to go, I'm gonna dangle the carrot in front of him. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna feed him right out of the hay bale. So you gotta
Yeah.
put something out there in front to incentivize to go, and if you don't meet that, you don't get the carrot.
Unfortunately, the general statutes just don't allow you to take away, you know, that amount of funding. So if the board was interested in, at some point in the future, if not this year, but increasing the funding for schools, this might be, you know, a way to do it and to start creating, you know, some incentive, some carrot, if you will, with the schools.
I just don't know what you're incentivizing. I mean, are you just saying, start teaching testing, because that's what we're gonna base it off of, which is what the
We
state
would
sends back to
choose-
us, or?
You
know,
would
what?
choose whatever performance measures were important, you know, to this community and to this board and to the school board. If it's graduation rate, if it's test scores, you know, you create that, and you'd have the, you know, flexibility to change that every year.
Who would decide which employees get the pay? You giving it to everybody, or is there gonna be like our merit pay with us, which, their supervisors or principals or whoever decide that they qualify for that?
Again, we could structure it however we wanted to do it. We could just give an additional amount to the school board. We could give it to the superintendent, you know, as, you know, without allocating which teachers or staff. I don't think that that's really something that the county wants to get into that level of detail, but we would craft this contract so that all of that was spelled out, that, you know, each school that got an A might get a certain amount, and then it would be up to the superintendent to figure out, what does that look like? Is that, you know, additional instructional materials for that school, or is that an additional bonus into the staff? They would have that.
Ultimately, the county wouldn't have any control of how that money is distributed, is that right?
No, we would just be, our control would be in that you're only getting it if you're meeting certain performance measures. Beyond that, you know, whatever we would be able to craft in the contract, I'm just not sure we'd want to get down into the level of distributing it to, you know,
We
the
did,
staff and
we
such.
can't go back on what we've already given. Why couldn't we do something almost like a, I don't know, I'm gonna use the word, but not necessarily like a grant, but what if we had a pot of money out there and all the schools knew it and said, okay, if you know, went above and beyond this year, or your scores improved such and such by whatever, if it's whatever came out in the paper that gave them the D, if it came up or whatever,
Yeah,
then that would be available to you. I mean, you know, to buy extra supplies, to
that's essentially
do
what I'm
something like
talking
that.
about. That's
but
exactly what I'm
not
talking
necessarily just
about.
adding on to the operating.
Exactly,
budget.
right. We wouldn't add it onto the operating. We would keep this as a grant award that would be based on a contract between us and the school board. And that's exactly what it would do. It would be separate money, it would be
Something
one
like that I might
time.
support. I thought we were talking about to the whole school system and adding it on to the operating.
No, you
but
don't want to
yeah.
add it on, because then you're,
You're stuck with it, right?
right, right.
Well, I'm kind of lost, I just wanna, I know it's up in the air, nothing's
Yeah.
concrete right now.
Right,
So on one hand, you know, what Tracy was talking about was incentive pay, and I'm assuming that's what you were talking about, correct, Tracy?
Well, just
And
any
bonus.
incentive bonus.
Incentive bonus going to pay. You mentioned materials, pens, papers.
Yeah, I'm just, whatever they might need. I'm
Right.
just saying, I could probably support it more if it's that way as a, you know, put out there to all the schools and everybody's kind of competing.
yeah, everybody would be
for a certain
eligible.
amount of money, but at first I thought we were just talking about, you know, if all the schools came in with this, then we won't add this to their operating budget every year. You now I understand more what she's saying.
Yeah,
And just for my clarification, when we say all schools, we're not really talking about all schools because the charter school doesn't fall into this.
that's correct.
And so we,
Or would they have to
They
get it?
would-
They'd have to be eligible too?
Yeah.
They would have
For a
to get their
bonus.
portion.
Yeah.
Okay, they would get the portion
Okay.
based on, yeah, thanks. That is tricky.
Gonna get trickier.
Yeah, it's tricky.
well, the reason I brought that up, I was getting ready to say I would be less inclined if all of our students within the county weren't eligible for something that we were gonna do for one group of students, but I'm a little more inclined to know that it would benefit everyone because of everybody's taxes versus one group
Sure.
versus the other group.
What happens is county budget goes into the school fund, the Board of Education has to dole it back out to the charter schools. So, we don't actually do it that way. It gets done that way, but the way the process is set up, I'm correct?
Comes from the LEA, not
Yeah.
The way the
the county.
process
Boards
is
are
set up, it
required.
goes into the Board of Education budget, and they budget it back out per student, per pupil, is what it really goes back out to.
Okay.
Charter schools do not get any capital from us, but they
Right.
do get the continuing.
Good.
Not yet.
But again, we would be treating this as sort of a separate bonus. It would not fall into the operating or the capital. This would be tied to a specific, contracted amount as something outside of those two funding categories. I think that's just legally the only way that we could do this. Any other comments on education funding? Anyone want to change the vote? So there's only one commissioner who said yes, they wanted to try a pay-for-performance program for the schools. So not pursue that this fiscal year? Okay. And then on the government efficiency, the one project or idea that did get full support was to maintain the current tax rate. And so what our hope is to take the projects or the priorities that received at least 3 votes from the board and sort of morph that into a very modified, very simple strategic plan for the commissioners to work from over the next 12 months. So we would, Sybil and I are just kind of calling this an action plan. But we would take these and say, here's what we're going to prioritize over the next 12 months. Here's the amount of funding it will take. Here's the person or the department that would be responsible for implementing that. And we would have sort of a one-page document that you all could work from. And it would, be dynamic. It would change each year, but that would sort of be your action plan that, keeps us in tune with having some sort of strategic plan, but is not necessarily this, 5-year, community-based strategic plan. We didn't have as many projects sort of rolling into, a priority for an action plan. So I did want to go back to the list of projects, see if there are any questions about any of these, or if there's, some discussion you'd like to have about these, or any votes that you would like to change, how you're feeling on these, so that we'd have, a few more to add. If not, then, it's very easy for staff to carry out the few priorities that we did find among 3 of you.
Well, mine changed somewhat after your weekly email came out Friday because there was some information that I wasn't aware of dealing with economic development. So, I
Yeah.
probably would have voted differently on some of this had I known that
Yeah.
prior.
So let's talk a little bit about economic development, because that is the biggest priority. That's your number one priority as a board. But then what we're also seeing is that some of the projects and priorities that are submitted into the CIP were not so important to this group. So it probably does warrant a little discussion there. So the shell building idea, is something that I think most of you are familiar with, where you're constructing a building that's essentially ready for a company to move into. It is a little bit risky, but it also gives you some product to market. And we are running out of marketable buildings for economic development at this point. Of course, there are vacant warehouses, but as Stuart continues to hear and why we're not getting a lot of second looks is that we don't have a building that folks are kind of ready to just move right into. And those of you who've sat on the EDC, you know, please chime in on this. But the shell building idea is something that, you know, the state seems very favorable with. Again, it is a little bit risky, but you're building a building for a company to come inhabit, you know, without a lot of effort on their part.
One of the reasons that I voted, obviously I voted against it, was 5 of us and 0 to 5, is we have buildings within our county now that companies have moved out of, no longer being utilized, and they're in communities that could use economic development, the old mill towns and things of that nature. And so rather than buying a piece of property and putting a shell building on it, we could revive some of these neighborhoods by going in and spending a little bit of money, and as I've said before, providing some flex space that allows a tenant to come in and take 1,000 square foot or 7,000 square foot. These old cotton mills that are around here were constructed to hang machinery from the roofs. The roofs on these things and the infrastructure of these buildings is phenomenal. And I think we're doing our taxpayers and our communities a disservice if we don't look at revitalizing some of this. You look at Durham and Raleigh, the old American Tobacco campus. The state gave very low interest rates for restructuring and rebuilding those facilities because of the historic value that's put into it. So I voted no just because we have way too much going for the county that's already infrastructure that we could utilize.
One thing that Stuart Cleaney's run into is everybody wants a 30-foot ceiling. And there's not too many buildings in this county that's got a 30-foot ceiling. So, and I don't know how many instances he's had where you required a 30-foot ceiling, so I don't have anything to talk about one way or the other.
One thing I mentioned a few years ago when I spoke with EDC director who's down east and a former plant manager is that what they were doing now, instead of building the whole shell building, was they were identifying the site, having all the planning, everything, permits, everything ready to go, and they will pour that pad of concrete, if it's 30,000 square feet or whatever, pour that pad, have the plumbing coming up out of it, cap everything, and have the plans there for the metal building, cover that pad with sand or something so, you know, it's not deteriorating, I guess, out in the weather. And then you market that plan and tell that business, well, if you come here, the permit's done, everything, we can have that metal building up in 6 weeks, and you'll be ready to go, you know, that type of thing. But you didn't have the full investment sitting out there of a whole building and all of that sitting there waiting. So I thought that as once I read the email Friday, as an option other than building a whole shell building and a building that's just sitting there, you know.
All right, for those of us who have not seen that email, could you enlighten us as to what it says?
It was just basically what she was saying, that the two, I guess, most attractive buildings we have in the county are under contract right now, and then if they,
Okay.
Yeah, and that sort of finalized, you know, the buildings that we were marketing are essentially taken at this point.
I certainly got one you can market.
Yeah, and there are others, you know, out there, but the park, you know, the Person County Industrial Park then is full. And so I know that
What is the arrangement with the solar farm?
it's a lease agreement.
For how long?
20 years, right? Yeah.
I
How
couldn't
many
remember.
years left?
Oh, 6 years, 5 or 6 years.
All right.
That's
Do
true.
they, just, you know if they've got a automatic renewal on it?
I don't know. I'd have to pull
Well,
that lease.
the only reason I ask is, what is that, 25 acres?
Yeah,
That's a 25 acre
20
building.
acres,
It's like
something.
It's right there in the park that's already got all the infrastructure and everything to it. They could have put that thing back in Timbuktu somewhere. I don't know why they put it there to start with, but,
We got
It is
the
what it
sales
is.
job.
Huh?
It was a good sales job.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
sorry, I
what's
agree
done is
with you.
done, no need rehashing that. All I'd like to do is see what we can improve going forward.
Right.
And, since we've sold all the land out there, that's certainly a lot that potentially could be a future building site.
Typically, the contracts are written to revert back to the owner of the property.
Well, true, but I mean, if they've got a 20-year lease with the option to extend it 20 more, then that property's tied up for a long time.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the useful life of the existing technology for photovoltaic sales is about 20 to 25 years, and typically, once that's done, they don't,
Renew it.
They don't replace them.
no, and I haven't seen the contract, but the ones that I've read here lately, the facilities actually revert to the owner of the property. And, it's not a really good model because they realize that the, ability to get rid of the photovoltaic sales is gonna be harder on the person owning it at the end of the useful life. So, they sell it as, we're gonna give you this and you'll be able to make money off of it, at the end of it, and we're just gonna give it to you, but it
They ain't
typically
gonna
is
do
no
it till
good
it's
anymore.
worn out, yeah.
I'll pull that lease so we can take a look at it. I'm not familiar off the top of my head with what that looks like. So that's the Shell building discussion. The airport, the 30,000 square foot pad around the airport was an idea to the old concrete plant that sort of sits outside of the airport itself, was to make that a buildable site. We did have a client or prospect come in who wanted to do a business that worked with the airport, but we did not have a site that was ready to go around that. So that's what that was, is to create a buildable site surrounding the airport.
What all we have to do that? Is there any kind of environmental study we got to do to that, or we can?
Yeah,
just
we've
go?
done a phase 1 environmental on that, but it would require a phase 2 environmental
What
study.
would that cost?
I think they're around 20,000 maybe.
Yeah,
to do that.
If I could join an airport, I think we ought to look at it, because anything you can promote that would be a asset.
Well, to give you a little bit of update on the airport, the number one priority is to try to lengthen the runway. And for a couple of reasons. Primarily to be able to handle traffic that is now having to go to Raleigh, Durham, or Greensboro. And where this product is coming from primarily is GKN. So, if you could get the same plane that they're using, having to go to Greensboro, using land it there, then that makes them a lot more efficient and whatnot. Now, prioritizing something like that is very difficult, although once you get the length of the runway, then you kind of set yourself apart from different places. So that's the reason, in fact, I voted no on both of these. I'm ready, we got $800,000 in a future fund to build some more T-hangers. I would much rather see that applied towards, a matching fund if we could get some money to lengthen the runway. I think once that gets in place, everything we've got out there now is full. I'm not sure what the waiting list is as far as
So what's the
hangers.
estimated cost to lengthen them?
On the hangar or on the,
On
No,
the
to
runway is
lengthen the
about
runway.
$4.5
Oh.
million.
Yeah,
But
but you get,
Most of that's gonna be state and federal.
I think, say, can't you get state and federal money?
Yeah.
for
That's
that?
why I'm saying if we could reserve that 800,000 for our match, as opposed to building hangars, I think that would
Now, the
be
state
more.
and federal money is usually, what, 90% match, or 90%?
10% match.
Yeah, we gotta put up 10%,
County has
so.
10.
I think
Yeah.
we need to be looking at that strongly.
So is that
Well-
something they're applying for now, or we've been
That's something that
applying,
we're
we just
working
hadn't
towards,
Been
yeah.
applying.
gotten awarded?
Uh-huh.
they've been applying to extend it. It's just that our airport projects don't seem to have as high as priority as some of these other projects.
All right, as it stands right now, we've got approximately, I think somewhere around $300,000 or $400,000 of funds that that have been committed to us. From the prior years, we didn't use up all the money that was allotted to us. And so we've got a little bit of a nest egg there as to funds that we can use, but they're very picky on where you can use them. we couldn't use those funds to extend the runway. We could use those funds to replenish runway lights or maintenance type things, and a few fence projects and stuff like that. So, the money that we've got set aside here, or we'll set aside, for hangars, could very easily be better spent somewhere else, and that's, but just for your own knowledge, the commission, the airport commission's number one priority, and we're working towards it best we can, is to lengthen the runway. That
So
in
when
and
those
of
projects
itself,
come to us, let's say like the hangar,
Yeah.
since they're not actually a department, I mean, so
The reason
does
it-
that come through Red Mountain to the commission, to us, or how does it get to your desk?
Yeah, so the Construct the Hangar is a project that is coming in our CIP because the airport authority has prioritized that as a need in partnership with Red Mountain Aviation, you know, the fixed-base operator there. And we've had this project in the CIP, I think, 2 years.
Yeah, they scheduled it for fiscal year 18, that they needed to build the hangar, and so we've been preparing for that,
Yep.
just in case that's something the board wanted to move forward with, so we've been putting 200,000 in the pot
So
every year.
3 years, because we have
Yeah,
600,000.
So we've got one more year of 200,000 to meet the 800,000.
well, now, the way that actually came about is we have to present a master plan to the state. And we have to, and our consultants have put together a list of, needs as we project going forward for the, if we're gonna have an airport, this is what we're gonna have needs for. That, hangars to, take care of your local airplanes is one of the needs that was put on the master plan. Not that that can't be changed. Nothing's in concrete. So, that's where that actually got popped up, is where our consultant said that we will need some more T-hangars going forward.
Okay.
The ones we have are all full, as best I
They're
know.
Yeah, they're full, and he typically has a waiting list.
Yeah.
So he has, you know, he being Bill Tugas, our airport operator, has been asking for, you know, this to be a priority for them.
And a
But-
side note about the hangars, we don't get grant funds for that.
Right, you have to use
Well,
county
we spent
funding.
80,000 to build
Yeah.
one, and, I mean, I obviously, I guess they charge for rent or
Oh, yeah.
They
whatever
do.
for whoever puts a plane in there. I mean,
It's a revenue generator
so
for the
that's what I was
airport.
gonna ask, okay.
Yeah,
You know, the runway was repaved probably been 10 years ago, just before you came, I think, to strengthen it. So I don't know what, I guess our runway thickness and all that, you're in good shape, you just need to add on to the length.
Well, to give you an illustration, the biggest plane that they can land out there legally on a regular basis is gonna be a stretch DC-9. Now, runway length, is something that comes into play in several ways. One is, it restricts what kind of plane you can get in and get out. It depends on, the construction of the airport, runway, most of the time will dictate how heavy a plane you can bring in there. And that can change depending on what kind of landing gear that it has under it. The worst plane you can bring in an airport is a 727. Well, we brought one in here once this past year. We've landed some 737s out there. Where a runway length comes into play probably as much as anything else is from an insurance requirement. If you've got this piece of equipment, they require you to have a certain length runway to be able to take off on it.
Emergency too.
You can get in a plane you can't get out of.
Right.
Okay, so from that standpoint, that's why even if you never use the other 500 feet, it would be beneficial simply because it allows you to have more options.
Which end would you add it on to?
That's something that is being debated. What they're leaning towards right now is extending runway, the one towards 501.
Okay.
All right, now, another problem that you run into when you start moving the threshold, you're gonna spend $1 million, $2 million to move the ILS approach. And so, there are some complications that have to be, And they've changed the restrictions now where it used to be that you only had to have 400 feet from the end of the runway. You had to have 400 extra cleared space there in case they overran the runway. Well, now they've increased that to 1,000 feet. And so we're a little short on one end, but we're working on some options there. And nothing they're gonna change right away, but if we don't do something, could possibly take that threshold and move it back this way, so then you start losing runway. And Danville just ran into that problem. They used to have 6,000-foot runways, and that thresholds got displaced primarily because they were too close to 58. And so they lost 1,000 foot of runway. All right, so that just eliminated 2 or 3 classes of airplanes that used to come in there on a regular basis and cut them out. And so that's what we're trying to keep from doing at this airport. All right, yes, sir. You got me? Okay.
All right, so we're still not wanting to change the support for the airport hangar? Am I hearing that we're not gonna?
Well, I mean, there's no need changing anything, just leave it there, but,
So I think in the CIP then, we would, we would put another 200,000 in that, and that would give them the full cost to go ahead and build. We would, at that point, have the 800,000 that was requested.
You'd
At
have
that
it, then you
project.
could decide whether that's something you
Yeah,
want to
but
move
this is
forward.
telling me that
Well,
you
that'd be
don't
up
wanna
to
put
the airport
200,000.
yeah.
This is, the support here is saying that no, you do not wanna put another 200,000 into that
Oh.
project. Is that the way that you all are understanding it?
Well,
We
that's,
can
I
s-
think we need to put it in there.
You
Yeah.
can still put the money, which.
Set
we're
the,
gonna Set it into the airport construction fund.
Right.
Because that's where we were gonna spend
okay,
for the hangar anyway. Then you can decide if you wanna continue that or you wanna use the $800,000 towards
something
some
else.
future project.
Okay, just for general information for the commissioners, NC State did a study, I don't know if y'all have seen it, as to what the effect the airport actually has on this county. And their study showed, not ours, not anybody but state, I didn't even know they were doing it, showed that the airport basically provided approximately 191 jobs. In other words, if the airport wasn't there, 191 jobs and over $58 million worth of
Revenue
economic benefit to the county. So it's not like it's sitting out there doing nothing. A lot of people think it's wasted money, and to them it is wasted money. But the one thing that we have been assured of, and probably needs to be publicized a little more, is that you take Eaton, you take GKN, you take A&W, which is over here, although we don't get any taxes off of them, but you've got several businesses here that would not be, well, Eaton was here for years before the airport, so I'm not gonna say that, but they, it used to be manufacturers, especially Detroit, used to work on I want to say they've always worked on a just-in-time delivery, but for instance, Collins and Aikman, they used to run up gray goods, is what they call it. And if General Motors wanted blue this week, they dyed it blue. That's why the creek at the other end of the waste treatment plant changed colors, looked like a rainbow sometimes. All right, well, they changed their specs to have the yarn dyed before you ever wove. Well, now that is a whole new ballgame. I mean, that's a 6-week period there. But they kept their requirements, and they changed in the moment. I mean, if they had more orders for blue instead of green, somebody had to deliver it. And Collins and Aikman for years, well, especially at the end, they were having to ship 1 and 2 rolls of stuff to Detroit. And so,
Did it by air.
yeah, no choice. Now, GKN has had the same situation. They actually got caught up in a situation where a ship was coming from Spain, I think, somewhere. Anyway, it got hung up on the sea. They had the orders that they had to deliver, and I mean, it was chaos out there. They got a From what I understand, they got a $10 million fine for shutting down the assembly line. And, that airport has saved them on several occasions. And actually, we're trying to use that as a recruitment tool to, you know, emphasize to new people coming in here if that's something they got to have. But I just want to kind of give you an idea of what the airport is actually worth. It's not somebody, rich guy's play toy out there. It is in some respects, but as far as the economy of the county, it does have a benefit.
So who could we relay that to that provides us, you know, that we're applying these grants to about the extension of the runway? I mean, who are we not seeing? Is it somebody in DC? Is it somebody in Raleigh? Is it somebody?
Okay, we have a consultant that that's been there since day one. And they've done a real good job, and they pretty much work hand in hand with the FAA. The one thing that has changed, it used to be a road department and an airport department. Well, it's only one now. So in effect, we're basically fighting for highway tax.
I got you.
And so, that's put a crimp in some things. Basically, what it's done, I think, is to prioritize the ones that they want to try to keep and the ones that they're not gonna worry about too much. And, actually, one of the obstacles we have as far as, the way I see it, as far as trying to attract funds is, well, you're already next to Raleigh, Durham, or Greensboro. We don't need to be spending any more money down there because of this. And, it's, you know, if you look at it from a recruitment tool, you've got several businesses in this area that wouldn't be here if it didn't have an airport. And, that's really what the bottom line is.
As far as the construction of the hangar itself, and I know this has been ongoing before I ever came on, but what's the cost to benefit analysis on this? When we build a hangar, how much actual benefit does the county get for the amount of money that we're spending? Is it getting close to revenue neutral? Is it, because I can
I
be
have to
more
pull
supportive of it if we get closer to revenue neutral versus if we spend this money, we're never gonna recoup anything back.
We do recoup money back, and I have to run those numbers. I know we have that, but it's been a while since I've looked at it.
Do you remember if it's fairly close or if is it,
If you look at it from a return on investment, it
Yeah.
ain't very good.
it ain't?
I'll have
So-
to run it again.
Over a period of time, you end up getting your money back out of it because of the rent.
Well, you do, but, you know, you got maintenance along the way too, so I don't know
Well, I
that that's
understand
not
that. It's
basically a
kind of a-
break even. It's kind of a part of the airport that, if you don't have it, then the airport becomes a lot less worth. And,
Then them airplanes buy gas out there.
Right, there
And
are other impacts
there are other
to having them
impacts,
out
but that-
there.
Relates back to, I
but
don't know how
still,
you-
if you look at it from a return on investment, the hangars are, that money, if you had 800,000, it'd be much better spent
On the
on
runway.
runway than it would be on hangars.
David, how do they classify, I know if you have a plane in the hangar, which county, where the property tax goes?
The property taxes by law, and Russell can clarify this, is based on where the plane is based or sitting on January the 1st.
That is a general rule, that if it happens to be in the wrong county just that one day,
Yeah,
there is override on that. But yeah, if it's, they rent space here that's normally here, and doesn't have to be here January 1st, we're still gonna tax it here. So we do get revenue out of that, but I don't have any way of knowing which planes are in which hangars. I know the total list of planes, so it'd be hard for me to tell you which hangar brings in what amount of revenue on property taxes. We have 40 or 50 planes annually.
well, it's not so much the hangar as it is the plane that's in it.
I wouldn't be able to tie this plane to this hangar. So I
Well,
couldn't tell
you know, the
So
hangar,
one hangar, how
hangar's
many
just a
planes you gonna
luxury.
put in one hangar?
Sir?
So we build this hangar, how many planes can go in this hangar?
Well, now, it depends on if you build a big hangar like you did for GTE, or you wanna build T hangars where you can put 15 or 20 airplanes in there. The thing about the hangar is if a man's got $1 million airplane, he ain't gonna leave it sitting outside. Okay, so if you want to, if there's some way that you can attract and I don't know if Chapel Hill's still open or not, are they?
If not, mm-mm.
Okay, well, there was quite a few planes there that had to relocate somewhere. Well, if we had a bunch of hangars that could accommodate some Learjets, we'd have been attractive. I don't know if we'd gotten anybody, but we would have been attractive. So, from that standpoint, yes, it does have a payback in the fact that if you get a $1 million airplane put in, you know, if you raise your tax base by $10 million with 10 airplanes, yeah, I mean, you got a different item to add into the formula. Just to build a plane, a hangar, and charge rent off of it, that don't compute. But if you build a hangar, and even if you gave him the hangar rent, if he put $1 million airplane in there, then you're ahead of the game. So
Is that Federal Prison Hospital still a heavy user out there?
absolutely,
Yes.
they're the biggest thing out there.
And that's because of our fixed base operator. He runs that
Yeah,
contract.
he does a lot of charter for them.
Yeah.
And although they would either use us or
Franklin.
somewhere else because they don't want to take them through Raleigh, Durham, or Greensboro because of who they are and what they are. We on the map now. Madoff came through our airport, and a couple other hoodlums. But you know, they come and go. We're glad to have them. You know, because they do buy gas and whatnot. You've got a lot of people that come in with the gas already on board, especially air freight people. And that's simply because they can buy it cheaper somewhere else. And wherever they came from, they put enough fuel on there to take them to their destination. But we do sell some from time to time, but that's not the biggest revenue.
So any adjustment in the economic development projects that had been proposed, are you all happy with not prioritizing them despite economic development being your number one priority? Okay.
So is there consensus to only do the infrastructure for the industrial park and not the hangar? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, what the airport would like to see is just the money put into the account,
Yeah, we want to put the
because
money
all
in
of
the
that's to
hangar
be
account.
determined
Wanna
at a later
do the
date
hangar.
anyway.
Okay,
Put the money in the account. We might not do the hangar, but we're not gonna say that.
okay.
So infrastructure for industrial park, does this mean we have a site, we're looking for a site, we're beginning to look at a site?
We're hoping to
We're-
start looking for a site. We do not have a site at this point. No. The last Economic Development Committee meeting that Chairman Newell and I attended, they,
I made
We're-
the motion, but they tabled it.
yeah, they wanted to, potentially set up a subcommittee who would bring some sites for the commission to consider. So
And the
that
reason
hasn't
for that,
happened.
because we sold everything in the park,
Yeah,
except for the solar panels, which
right.
probably could be considered a future site, but that's
But
down the
that's-
road pretty good way.
That's right. All right, on the public safety, the broadband tower that project is moving forward. It's changed a little bit. As you know, the state is now going to construct the Mount Herza site for us, which was a savings of approximately $600,000. But with the fact that we would now have 3 Viper communication system towers here, it's making more and more sense to upgrade our public safety communication to Viper. So although we're saving $600,000, the Viper equipment is a little more expensive in terms of outfitting our volunteer fire departments to be able to use that. The number that we're looking at now is an upgrade to their radio system communication of approximately $1.5 million. So that project will move forward. We'll begin construction this year, but I did want you to know that the equipment itself is going to be a little more expensive, but the coverage is phenomenal. We are one of the best counties in terms of coverage since we will have 3 Viper towers here. And the volunteer fire departments have seemed supportive of this transition. They are happy with this, particularly if we are going to fund, the equipment on that project. So please keep in mind, later on, we'll talk about funding for volunteer fire departments. I'm not going to do that right now, but that is an increase to them related to their equipment needs. The other project that was listed for public safety was to consider a EMS satellite in the northern part of the county. We've had great success with the one at Helena, but when I brought that to you all as a recommendation, I had lots of data to show you that our call volume was highest there, our response times weren't great, and I am able to show you that that has all improved with the Helena site. I do not have data at this point to warrant a northern satellite facility. It's just a lot of conversation going on, particularly with the Woodsdale Volunteer Fire Department approaching us about, housing an ambulance at one of their stations there. There's been some discussion with Bethel Hill Charter School about having an ambulance in one of their buildings up there. So if you're hearing, lots of talk outside the community, I wanted to make sure you knew where that was coming from, but I do not have call volume or response time data at this point that would lend to, a strong argument for building this facility. It may be coming, in the future, and we can certainly, move that project up if that is a priority for this board. But at the vote of 0 to 5, it's looking like this is not something you want to fund in the upcoming budget.
Hey, could I add one other thing on
Please.
the economic development?
Yeah.
Just for board information, the sale to Fluke-Ewart on the property next to them is going to probably net the TCBIC board somewhere between $290,000 and $300,000. Their current cash
I'm not
balance
sure.
is probably,
No, go ahead.
the current cash balance is somewhere around $400,000. So they should have liquid assets of somewhere around $700,000 to potentially buy another piece of property.
Yeah, that's important.
I was going to ask you about the solar site because I had been hearing we've been dispatching it more towards Roxborough than its utilization out in that southern area, so I didn't know.
The data that I've seen is showing that it's been impactful. We still have a heavy call volume there, but because we aren't running maximum number of ambulances, we are often using that 5th ambulance that's based at Helena to respond up here. Ideally, we would not have to do that, and it could stay there and serve, that part of the county alone, but it is supplementing the demand on
That's what I was
services.
hearing. We're out of ambulance. I mean, it's coming
We
to
are.
Roxborough anyway, so.
And that is happening, because obviously we don't want to not respond.
Is that a manned station?
We don't want to respond
Yeah.
in the northern area either. We want to go ahead and get you.
If the ambulance is at Helena, then it is manned. But if the ambulance is here, the paramedics are with it. So it's not always manned. Okay, anything else on public safety? We will hear from the sheriff towards the end of the day about the body camera costs. That's something Commissioner Jeffers wanted to discuss a little bit. Is there anything else related to public safety, which is your second highest priority, that you would want to talk about? All right, education then came in third as your third highest priority. The project, of course, that we've already discussed was the pay for performance. But again, as your third priority, there are no projects or no priority funding that you're going to see in next year's budget based on, these results. There's some discussion, I think, forthcoming about the early college program. I don't have, anything really to share with you that you haven't already heard. My last conversation with Dr. Bartlett was that program would be better suited to move into the Allied Health building, which you see as a separate project on here. I think he was wanting to put the early college in the first floor of the Allied Health building, but that building is still a ways off. As you know, the early college is hoping to start this fall.
Is he looking at that, funding some of that Allied Health building out of that bond if it actually passed? Do you think he's looking for funding from that?
We've actually just went over his funding request, and while the bond is something that he hopes to utilize, the Allied Health building is not included as,
He requested
projects?
500,000 in this additional sales tax revenue.
He what?
He requested 500,000 in the additional sales tax revenue
for early college,
for the Allied
or
Health.
Allied Health, I mean.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's the estimated cost of this building?
The Allied Health?
Is
Ten-
18 million total.
It's what,
$18 million.
I knew it was a chunk. I couldn't, really not ask about the bond.
But all
money.
our property tax money.
I mean, that is a bigger project than we've really ever constructed as a county government.
Hell of
Okay.
a school,
Yeah,
hell of a school building.
yeah. All right,
Talking about return on investment, interesting calculation.
the fourth priority, if there's nothing else on education or anything further you want to discuss, we'll move on to the government efficiency category. We had a 5-0 to maintain the tax rate, but we also had 2 to 3 to reduce the tax rate.
Can I say one thing?
Yes, please.
A little bit of my concern with the early college program is that we asked, when this was originally put forward to us, for them to get some stuff together and bring back to us, and now we're sitting here in February, and it's probably been at least 4 months since we made that request, and we still haven't heard anything back from Dr. Bartlett or the college about buildings, what their plan is, or anything. And so I'm a little concerned that our request for information continue to be, I don't know whether you consider it ignored or forgotten or pushed to the side. And so I just wanted to bring that up with my fellow commissioners, that we did ask for some information and we still haven't got anything from that. So
Yeah.
that's Tracy's.
I want to chime in on something too, because, you know, we had this whole Helena project up and going about 3 or 4 years ago, and we got the EMS down there, we got the sheriff's, the satellite offices down there at the old Helena school, and we were looking at, give me the correct name for it, Heidi. It wasn't early college, it was,
It was the STEM
STEM
magnet.
STEM thing for the middle schools. I mean, it was supposed to be something
STEAM
to
was-
get them ready. Am I right?
Science, technology.
It was STEAM because it included
Yeah,
the arts
'cause they-
component.
And we had all of this, it looked like it was on a track to have something done about it, and then all of a sudden, the early college came in and kind of overshadowed it, but we got the building sitting down there, and we've got, at the time, it looked like we had consensus on this board to help fund what renovations they needed to do to have that, and it was something
we put
that I
money-
think was needed,
We
huh?
spent money to grade the property, you know, because it was flooding in the bottom. I mean, we were doing things to prepare it, but
We were getting it prepared, and all of a sudden, it kind of got sidetracked. And I brought it up several times, but it just doesn't seem to be getting any traction. But to me, I understand they said the early college maybe took a priority because these kids that are getting out are not getting the advantage of that. But they need, if they're going to do that program, you need to start preparing these kids in middle school and let them work their way right on through into the early college. But, you know, so I understand what you're saying, because I felt like it took us a while, but we were getting, you know, we were trying to keep the building useful for something, and the community picked this. We didn't just go down there and pick that. We got a group of people in that community that were meeting on a pretty regular basis. And that was one of their priorities. So, you know, I felt like that we were moving along with it, and all of a sudden, the last, I'd say 2 or 3 years, it's kind of just like nothing happened.
I know that the superintendent and Dr. Bartlett had been meeting regularly to plan for the early college, and the superintendent had met with me a couple of times with updates on where early college was headed. And I even had a few numbers thrown out there that I shared with you all, but we did ask for them to come back to present to the board and give, you know, an update on that. And Dr. Bartlett has requested to be on your February 29th agenda. He's asking for you all to adopt a resolution of support related to the bond initiative. And at that time, you know, I feel like we should probably ask him to give us an update with the early college as well.
I also will point out that I sort of put them on the back burner, but there was a charter school that was interested in that building in that area of the county because they could draw students from Orange and Durham. Well, if they draw students from Orange and Durham, the student came here from Durham County, the student cost for that student came from Durham County. We don't pay it up here.
That's right.
So, you know, I kind of, like I said, I think Commissioner Newell may have been contacted, but several of us have been contacted about that. And, you know, I know the public schools don't want to hear that, but, you you know, our building's sitting there, and we're gonna end up putting a roof on it sometime before too awful long. Thank goodness it was re-roofed just before they built the new Helena School, so I guess I'm getting off too far on this, but it's kind of a project that I felt like it shouldn't have been put on hold. And I feel like it could have worked its way right into the early college. They're talking about so much money over here with the early college all of a sudden. I thought that was something they were gonna do pretty quick, but if they can't do it till they get the housing, and they're looking at that Allied Health building, and that's the cost on it, it's not gonna be done tomorrow.
Well, and it falls into what I spoke about earlier about having existing buildings within the neighborhoods that we could utilize for something that it's not being utilized now
I
too.
agree.
So we got that going for us too.
Have we looked at the results that the other counties are having with the early college? I mean, is it improving the graduation rate? Is it doing some of these
I think
things that we
that's
were
a
talking about earlier?
I think that's a valid question, you know, for Dr. Bartlett and the superintendent, but I have not. I'm not. Anything else on education? No. All right. The tax rate, although 5 of you want to keep it flat, 2 of you said you'd be interested in a reduction. Do you want to have a conversation about what that looks like? Do we need to talk about that more, or do I go with the
Well,
5.0 for maintaining?
I think that depends on the overall projections for revenue and.
Okay.
And, you know, of course, that falls into Russell and
Yep.
Amy's line, and so it's kind of hard for us
Yeah.
to see if that's feasible.
Okay. You'll see at the 2:15 part of your agenda, we're coming back for a discussion of these priorities and others after you hear from both Russell and Amy. So we can, you know, ferret that one out a little bit more at that point. The discount for early payment of taxes is something that Russell will explain how that might work and what that might cost during his presentation. So we'll be revisiting that one as well. Revamping merit, Angie and I are going to cover that in the next section in terms of the workforce, and we can have a little more discussion about what that might look like and whether or not there's interest in doing that. Same with pay and classification. Merging PI and the recycling, we did want to talk a little bit about that project. That is a project in your CIP. This was to gain some efficiencies between those two operations, but it does require, you know, a large capital appropriation to make that transition happen. But Sybil has run some numbers that we thought you would be interested in hearing related to that in terms of your return on investment in merging the PI recycling.
Yeah. So the total cost of that project is approximately $760,000. And the savings,
What does that include?
that includes remodeling the office area so that it can hold all the folks who are in PI and all the folks who are at the recycling facility. It includes moving the equipment so that the sort line operates more efficiently. It also includes adding a storage facility. That's one of their biggest issues there, is they don't have enough storage, and then a contingency cost as well.
And
So-
that price was $760,000.
Yeah, approximately 760. So when you look at it's actually 758,560 is the exact number. When you run the numbers in terms of the operating costs that they're going to be saving, there's about a 7-year payback on that. They do anticipate reducing one full-time position, some part-time cost, and some other, you know, hourly wages. They also anticipate a fuel savings. Right now, they have a vehicle that runs back and forth between the two facilities, just filled with recycling that goes to be sorted and then brought back to be baled. And they also anticipate that they would be able to obviously increase recycling sales, and then they would also be able to have more revenue coming in from folks who are working at the facility, because they'll be able to handle more people.
Any interest in discussing that project further, or, you know, adjusting the priority on the merger between recycling and PI?
merge from PI, I might have missed it when I stepped out, but the merge for those, would that free up the facility that's on the boulevard?
It would.
Yes.
And we currently lease it?
We do.
Yes. For a very small amount, and we have a strange lease agreement where after maybe 11 years that's left on that, that property goes back to the person who owns the land underneath it.
We own
We just rent the land.
I'm sorry, yeah, we just rent the land. We
We
Sorry.
own the
We're the
building.
building, excuse me. Yeah, the building goes back.
Well, we paid for the building. We don't own nothing.
Yeah. So it's an interesting
So once the lease up,
situation.
we lose our building.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just like social services. In the health department.
We don't own the building though. That's a full lease.
So
So
can
at
we
some
break,
point-
can we break the lease
This?
agreement that we currently have with them without any
Yeah,
consequence?
it's a lease.
I mean,
So they somebody paid.
yeah,
the
we would
bill.
just lose the building
We just
That's
lose,
crazy.
lose the bill.
before we would have to. So at some point, we have to move
I
them
don't know,
anyway.
you'd have to buy the lease out if they go along with that, which,
Well, I was
They
just
may
wondering
very
if there
well
was
do
an
that.
early out clause. That's
so
what
they're
I was
not getting
There's
about
not.
$560
It's-
a month rent.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
very
small.
minimal.
So it would be in their interest to get the building and rent it for whatever. But,
Why would you let it back for that small amount per square footage? We'd be better off keeping it and utilizing
do
it for
that.
something else than we would letting them go back, so.
well, we got some other things to consider. We've already spent $200,000 on the roof, from what I understand. I don't know how old the roof,
On the roof for the recycling facility or
On the
for
boulevard.
PI?
We
We've been
didn't
patching
re-roof
roof.
that.
We haven't redone it because we know that we obviously won't be there forever.
We've just done Band-Aid approach on that.
Yeah.
I don't think it's been
all
200,000.
right, well, to put a roof on it, I think was 200,000.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so,
And in the past,
you
we
know,
have.
if you got a use for it, it's cheap rent right now.
Yep.
But if you calculate payments between now and then, you're talking about, $100,000, something like that, between now and the end of the lease.
11 more years.
Yeah, I'd have to run the numbers on that. I'm not sure exactly how many
It's
years
cheap
are
square
left, but
footage
it's
though.
not.
Oh,
That
no
much.
question about that. Well, you say it's cheap,
It's just temporary.
it's cheap
Yeah.
right now, but they paid $200,000 for the building. 240, that's,
Yeah.
but here again, that's money gone.
Those commissioners are too, probably literally.
Any adjustment on that particular project or any of the other projects in the government efficiency category?
I think we need to do a pretty serious evaluation of Person Industries and the recycling center. For a couple of things, some their fault, some not their fault. Commodities are on the down cycle, and you're not gonna have an increase in what they can sell for probably another 15 years. And that sounds outrageous, but commodities go in about a 30-year cycle, and they're on the way down right now, as you obviously see. And so it's gonna be a good period of time before they get back to where they're almost worth messing with. Now, I've been trying to come up with an alternative other than closing it down, which I don't think is a very popular idea, but if we could take the PI building, what none of us know is what kind of revenue gets generated, where, how much, what the cost relationship is there. But just say, for instance, and this is off the top of my head, if you were to start, start pursuing something that actually generates some revenue. I don't know exactly what that would be right now, but, I think for us to chase commodities right now is a losing proposition, even if you were efficient. We're not efficient by any means. And since right now, this past budget year, we probably subsidized that operation by $800,000. I don't know what the next year's figures are gonna look like, but it ain't gonna be better because they gonna get more for what they're getting. Recycling, everybody's in favor of recycling in it, and it is a good thing. But to try to make money at it is tough. And if it was such a good thing, Republic would already be capturing everything they could put their hands on. Well, obviously, all they want to do is cover it up. So, the only way you can make recycling work from a profit standpoint, and I've done it most of my life, is you've got to be able to take somebody's trash and sell it to retail. And I don't see that happening under the present scenario. I do know going forward that there's, food and greenhouses and stuff like that are something that are probably going to become more viable. Just a suggestion. But, my main point here is we've just about reached the limit of what we can justify putting in something like that.
I want to mention something about you talking about the recycling part of it, the commodity part of it, that it's affecting it statewide because of the prices. The prices have gone down and so a lot of the counties they were supplementing a lot of their solid waste stuff with recycling. I mean, I'm talking about big counties. One of them was a regional bunch down east, and they were doing a lot of recycling, but it's killing them. And we were just supplemented them out there the other week with the for the TV screens. Well, it's really hurting them in some of the big places. Orange County's causing them a big problem because they're getting a lot of those old TVs. They said they don't know where all those 50s TVs keep coming from, but there's only one little part in there that they can actually use. So they're having to pay to get rid of the rest of it. So I don't know how long the cycle is. You know more about that than I do, but there is a problem with recycled commodities at this point in time. Price is down on all of it.
Well, I think it's not so much that we're trying to sell something that you can't give away. I think for the longevity of person industries is to put them in a different business.
That's fine. We went into this business because
If
the
we
other
can put them
business
in
died.
something that they can make money
Right.
at, then everybody's a winner.
I agree. I don't have a problem with that because we put them in this business from my perspective. And I've been on the board a while. When we took Person Industries, we put them in this business because they were doing the Dr. Soul shoe inserts down there and doing quite well at it. Well, it went overseas, and the guy kept it as long as he could. I think the company itself may have lost some money on it the last year they were here. But, we went in the recycling business for Person Industries looking for something for them to do. I don't have a problem looking for something for them to do.
Well,
fact,
I don't
I think
either.
you're right.
I think if we're gonna keep it, we got to do
Well,
that.
evaluate it. I don't have a problem with looking to see.
I think the public needs to know that, just what kind of money is being spent there, so they can draw their own conclusion also. Right now, it's kind of a well-kept secret, but, when I first came on the board, the first year we wrote a check for $208,000. Well, last year we wrote checks, not depending on how you want to calculate all the checks. Since we bought the building, we're paying, making payments because we were making rent before, so, we wrote checks last year for over $600,000, and that don't include the light bill or upkeep or anything else. So, I think the public needs to know what it's costing. I think it's our responsibility to see that we got a bad situation and we need to change it. Now, if we want to keep Person Industries for the benefit of the employees, that's all good from a merit and morale standpoint, but we need to put them somewhere where they can actually provide. I mean, we could actually turn this into a profit center if we get hooked up in the right situation. So, instead of throwing it out, closing the doors, I think if all possible, let's see if we can't make it a profit center so that we can alleviate the demand for property taxes. Anyway, that's all I got to say on that.
Okay, so staff can bring back some proposals for you all in terms of evaluating PI, looking at, your return on investment, looking at the recycling costs, and we can have some further discussion about this at a board meeting.
Anybody's got any idea on other ideas
Yep.
outside of, you know,
Yep.
look outside of the
Well, we got
box.
the
Somebody over there
infrastructure,
may
we got
have
the building.
ideas.
Yeah,
And I will note that the funds that we have put in place for the study of the future of solid waste does include an efficiency study in the MRF. So we will have some more data on the recycling piece
when that
when that is completed.
solid waste study
Yeah.
is completed, yeah. So we're ending our time, for this discussion, and we wanted to, make sure that we've covered everything that you want to cover here. The last category you had was quality of life. That was ranked as your 5th priority. The, for the most part, those projects aren't a priority for you. The Kirby seating did receive 2 votes to move forward with in the CIP, but not enough to rise to the top as a priority in your upcoming CIP. If there's not any other discussion on that, we'll show you kind of your action plan based on the priorities that you did rank, at least 3 of you. And then we also put out, you want to go ahead and pull that up,
Yep.
Sybil? And as the day goes on, we will adjust the action plan, so as other priorities may rise to the top, we'll add those as well.
So here's the action plan, the strategic plan. Again, this reflects the information from the straw poll and also our discussion.
And it's fairly simple. There aren't many projects on it that had a majority vote. But
I
we do
will
have
put
an
out there
estimated
that
cost on those. I'm sorry.
You had the library satellite at Helena. I will put out there that at one point in time, they were looking at what used to be the old ag building, and it was a kindergarten when Helena was
Yeah.
elementary school. They actually looked at that building, and I don't know whether that's something that, and they were talking about that, doing that in cooperation with PCC, I think, on Tahiti, that PCC
Yep.
was gonna be involved in the, if they did that type thing, because the PCC,
They could go right into that building because
and see, they got the other building right above it that PCC's using for classes. The newest building out there on the left below the gym, PCC uses that for classes. And this building was being looked at, we were calling it the library satellite, but it was in cooperation with them, and I don't know if that's still something they're interested in looking at or not. I think that's something we
Don't
need to
think
know.
so. I don't think that PCC is as interested in that.
Okay.
This would just be simply a library satellite at this point without the partnership of PCC.
I don't know whether that's something that's needed or not. I just don't know.
It'd be more needed if we had the usage of that building that's already out there, the old school.
Yep.
Now, see, this building, is it old ag building out there?
It's just sitting empty.
It's
There's
ready for
no
somebody to
slated
use.
use. Yeah, but it would,
Well,
require.
it's not ready, but we can make it
investment.
ready.
So we will, yeah.
Our largest population area, though. We also compete with Durham out there. I mean, we won't admit it or not. I mean, I remember years ago, we decided, we thought we would do a different site out there for summer camp. And we thought all the people out there and everybody going to Durham, there would be a great place, and we'll have all these kids. And we didn't have anything, not enough to support it the next year. And so, it sounds good sometimes to
Yeah,
look at all these
you're
things
right.
we want to put out there. But a lot of these people work and live in Raleigh and Durham, and they're, they might have a Durham library card. We don't know.
Mhm. All right,
Well,
so you're,
exact-
yes, please.
Now, what did you have? Park improvements, what was in,
Those involve replacing lights at the parks. They also had some ADA improvements that they wanted to make. So that's primarily what the park improvements were.
I thought all our lights now were through Duke Energy.
I don't think so.
Just the walking lights.
Just the walking lights. I'm not even sure if all of those are.
I thought we did that years ago, so, we were probably talking about ball field lights then. Probably talking about ball
Yeah,
field
Yeah,
lights.
that's right.
What the request was.
As far as the ADA, we don't have a choice in those, do we?
I think that
You
you
do
do
capital
until
funding
you
project.
make a change, and once you make a major change, then you're required to also do the
Upgrade.
ADA upgrades.
Yeah, they're
So-
grandfathered in at this point, and then
Yeah.
once you start improving out there.
All right, now this was at what park?
It was many parks. I'm not sure if it was all of them, but it included many of the parks.
Do
in
we
the
have
county.
handicap facilities at any of them?
I'd have to get John to answer that question about which ones have handicap and which ones don't.
We ought to have that regardless if they're required or not, but,
I mean, I imagine all of them have some type of ramp to get in. I mean,
I
hell,
think
either
to say, I think we do.
I
I'm
mean,
talking
I'm not
about
gonna
the,
say
I'm
it.
talking about the
Accommodate.
bathroom facilities.
that's the problem, I think. You know, when you get into the older facilities like Olive Hill.
That's something we need to look at. I would think.
Okay.
Do you want to add that to the?
We can bring that
CIP?
back as a discussion with the board at a future meeting to look into the park needs before we make a decision on whether or not to include them in funding.
Strap yourself to a chair one day and try to go to the bathroom. Change your opinion.
There is a committee now formed in the county. I think they meet at the senior center. And that's what their kind of goal is to look around at county and city facilities that don't accommodate.
Interesting.
How do we stand on the Roxplex?
We're full steam ahead. They're planning to, open up this spring to,
Have they sodded already?
no,
Come
it's
by
not-
there, there's a
looks-
big pile of dirt there, I guess,
Yeah,
the rain, the snow and
The
everything.
snow has slowed them down.
But there was
They've done
they brought
some-
in some,
The
dirt
fill.
and stuff for the ball
Yep.
fields to start a process. I
Are
think
we
we just
still
been
on
held up.
budget?
Yep. Yep.
All right, one
He's
thing that I
actually-
would like to start seeing is senior center, for example. We throw $3 million at a project, and I would like to start seeing an accounting of how that's coming, how we stand as far as what was allotted and that type stuff.
Okay.
I don't wanna wait to the end of the project and come up and you need $200,000. I want to,
Yep.
I'd like to start holding them accountable for what we bid and that type stuff. And,
Okay.
we approve a lot of change orders sometime. Next thing you know, we're $200,000 or $300,000 over what we projected to start with, so.
We'll
We're not
do-
we can't keep it in the head and we can't remember most of it, so I think we need to write some of this down.
Staff is monitoring those projects. Ray lives and breathes those. We talk about those budgets pretty much weekly. But when we propose your CIP in a couple of months, we will take some time to go through each project, show you where it's at in terms of budget, show you some photos of the progress, what you're getting for your money. And we've tried to do that in the past, but we'll spend a little more time doing that on each project, if that would be helpful.
And I'll share some today on,
Amy does have an update in
couple,
hers.
I think on the senior center in particular, and
Yes.
the broadband project.
Yep. Yep.
But we're supposed to close on the loan for Roxplex project next week. So when we get the
Tracy,
loan,
they need your signature.
when we get the loan proceeds in place next week, we'll reimburse the general fund for what we've had to advance for Roxplex and the roofing.
It'll just take a couple hours. So I wouldn't think.
That's the
That's
most
fine.
fun you'll ever have,
That
signing
is
something
fine.
you didn't vote for.
All right, the last thing, as part of this discussion, we had put the same poll that you all took.
I voted for that.
The poll that said, what are your your top 5 priorities? We put that on our county Facebook page. And so we wanted to show you, I think we had 100 respondents from the general public, and we just wanted, for fun, to show you what the priorities looked like from those who responded to the Facebook page. So the left column, again, those are your priorities 1 through 5. And then from our social media, our 100 respondents, we had public safety and education being 1 and 2, quality of life, which was the board's 5th, coming in at 3rd. So it was almost a flip with the top, with economic development and the public. I mean, we don't know exactly who, was taking this poll, but we thought that was interesting and just wanted to show you.
And how many people,
We had 102.
yeah, but how many people viewed this, looked at it?
Over 1,000.
So 1,000, so you had 102, so 900 of them don't really care. Okay, I just, I mean,
900
that's just an
chose-
observation,
Legitimate
man.
point, yes.
900 chose not to take the poll, but they
Right.
wanted to look at it.
If they had took the time to look at it, they had some idea, more than likely. I'd say half of them did anyway. And it's interesting that no more than that responded to it.
Yep. Yep. So that is sort of the conclusion of our first session on priorities. Again, we're going to talk about this at the end of the day, so we'll have time to make adjustments as you're hearing additional information about those priorities. Any parting thoughts before we move on to the workforce impacts? Okay, anybody need a stretch break, or are you all good? Good? Chairman, you want to move on to the next one, or do you need
All right,
anything else from me?
I thought you did a good job on doing it. Workforce, Angie, you got anything you wanna enlighten us on?
We do. We have a presentation. Angie and I are going to tag team this one. The data all pretty much came from Angie, and she's going to help me interpret it. So if you don't mind pulling up the
Take a
next
couple of
one.
minute break, Chairman, while they're doing that. and that's
You
it.
want to take a quick break?
All right, let's take 10 minutes.
Health and comfort.
Turn the mics off.
Did you? Thank you.
do is change and put, let Mr. Winston do what he gotta do, since he's charging us by the hour.
This is a fixed fee.
Huh?
This is a fixed fee.
Oh. This was a bid price. I need a motion to adjust the agenda so Mr. Winston can come.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Winston, you got the floor.
All right. Good morning, it's good to be here. Have a quick drive up here. I got three presentations today, so I have a full day today.
Well, you're welcome for us adjusting the amendment. Agenda. I said you're welcome for us adjusting the agenda then.
We'll get you
Yeah,
out.
thank
quick.
you. Plus it's tax season. Next slide, please. Person County received an unmodified opinion, which that's what we always want to get, and that's the best you can get. Person County again received a certificate of excellence in financial reporting for fiscal year 14, and we submitted the 6/30/15 report to the GFOA, we fully expect to get it again. The section in here kind of summarizes the whole thing. One of the first sections is the management's discussion and analysis. If you want to cut through and not have to read the whole book, I think that's has a pretty good summary and have everything that's going on. Total assets in 2014 were $52 million. This year they're $66 million. You can see they went up about $14 million, and we had about $10 million plus in school buildings that came back to us. That's why you see those assets pop up like that. Not going to discuss deferred outflows and inflows of resources, just except to tell you that's the pension standard that got implemented this year. And there's some big numbers with the pension thing. So when you see that, 99% of it's going to be related to the pensions. Total liabilities, $16,000,007, $15,131 for 2015, so we paid down on debt. So our total net position last year was $35,400,000, and this year it's $47,926,000. So again, you see those assets popping through right there. Statement of activities, this is everything, all the funds, everything from the county. $55 million last year, might as well say $56 million. 2015, it was $67,510,000. Again, you can see the impact of those school buildings coming back onto your books. Expenditures were $54 million last year, to $52,863,000. So we did better on the expenditure side than we did last year. So our change in net position was $1,508,000 last year. This year is $14,647,000. So again, you can see the impact of those buildings coming back. Ending net position $35,400,000 last year. This year $47,926,000. Just a pie chart of where your money comes from. 54% is coming from ad valorem taxes. You got local option sales tax, and that's 12%. And then you got intergovernmental, which is the grants and stuff going through social services and anything coming from other governments. And you can see, anyway, just a pie chart of where it's coming from. And then you go to the next one. General governmental fund expenditures, where do we spend our money? We spent 26% of it. I have a hard time with these.
Yeah, the colors are tough.
With the colors. Human services, 26% human services, 22% of it was public safety, and 19% was education. Those were the big numbers where most of the money went. General fund revenues, our original budget was back up. Oh, there we go. Original budget $52,572,000. Final budget was $52,299,000, and our actual number was $53,242,000. So we're almost $1 million favorable on revenues. Again, that's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd that come from primarily?
I don't have the detail with.
Well, we always project very conservatively,
The sales tax came in.
and then
That
sales
was
tax.
sales tax.
Yeah.
And that's the good. The revenue side, here's the expenditure side, which is even better. We had $52,225,000 in the original budget. The final budget was $54,884,000, And our actual number on expenditures was $50,995,000, so we were $3,000,008 favorable in our expenditures. So again, I think that was some conservative budgeting. And, so that was really good, and that's why your fund balance went up so much. Okay? And this is other financing sources, is transfers in and out, and any proceeds of debt. And you can see it budgeted $1,215,000 in the original budget, and that final budget was $1,225,000. We ended up at $1,018,000, so we're a little bit favorable there. Appropriated fund balance, we had appropriated $2,006,000 in the original budget. Our final budget, we had $3,809,000. And the actual number, we didn't use any fund balance, actually we had a gain of $1,228,000. So we were favorable by $5 million on fund balance, appropriated fund balance. Unassigned fund balance, we had $9,644,000 in 2014, $13,163,000 in 15, so we were $3,005,000 and unassigned fund balance favorable. Unassigned fund balance as a percent of expenditures, 2014 we were 18.41%, in 2015 we were 25.23%. I think y'all's budget policy is like 20%. 18, I knew it was 18 to 20. So you're ahead of where you wanted to be. Cash and investments, just a chart of 2012 to 2015, but we ended up $22,592,000, so we were plus $2,456,000 over last year in cash. Adjusted tax levy, you can see those numbers, and if you look right here, you see we had a little dip this year from there to there, and that's the 4 months worth of cars that we've collected prior year that we didn't have this year, so that came through. And I think I had, yeah, it was the 4 months of cars. Tax collection percentages was 98.4 last year, 98.71 this year. The other good news is the car tax collection rate was 99.85%, so almost at 100% on the cars. And we knew it would be that way after we implemented tax and tag. And that's all I've got. I think the county had a good year, and I think keep on doing a good job like you're doing, and hopefully the numbers will be as good next year. Just one little tidbit, in Person Industries, we had written off some accounts receivable in fiscal year 2015. After we did the report and figured out where we were, we realized that those had been collected, so we'll bring those back into income in 2016. It was about 100, I think it's 140,000, something like that. But anyway, with that, we'll pick it back up in income in 2016. I'll be glad to try to answer any questions.
All right, you got some control issues here. Person industry, social services. Is that something we need to be aware of?
These were
I
inserts.
didn't bring that with me.
Doesn't look like it's any big item, but that just
We
tells
had
you.
issues in social services everywhere we went this year. And one of the things is we implemented that NC Fast system. We had all kinds of problems from in all the counties that we do. Okay. Okay, the positive. Suppose negative is over 250. Obviously, we had one that didn't get in there. Went over 250 until the next day. It was supposed to be made daily.
If you have over $250 to make deposits, required by statute to make the deposit. There was some timing issues that they had on a particular day that they didn't quite get it in.
One of the things, and you see that other one on social services, in past years, we probably wouldn't have reported anything, but the state's taking a position now, if we find it reported, whether it's immaterial or not, they want it reported. So just a couple things just to watch out for there.
Is that anything we need to change our policy on?
I don't think so. I think you're going pretty good, and numbers are good, and conservative budgets, and you beat it. So that's always good.
Jim, how does this compare? You give other clients, other
Yeah.
municipalities, or other counties. How do we compare, to other counties that you're seeing?
You know, you kind of had an unusual year this year. Most of it, like I'm going to Warren County this afternoon, and their numbers will fluctuate maybe 100,000 one way or the other. But you had with these buildings that came back on the books, it kind of made it kind of an oddball year when you look at it and try to compare it from one year to the next. But I think, you know, you're certainly in range. I can remember, Amy and I remember probably 15 years ago, your unassigned fund balance got down to 9%. You know, we're up now 25+%, so that's, Jimmy, you probably remember that. We had no money. But you look good compared to other counties you saw.
We fixed it. Being conservative.
Yeah.
I want you to comment on the recognition that the finance department gets, particularly for Tracy. I don't think he's been here.
Yeah.
But they get recognition, which is not easy to do, and they've got it for years in a row.
We've got
Would you
probably
mention
20+
that if you
years.
would?
And it's a certificate of excellence in financial reporting. And they take the audit report and they grade it for content and everything like that. And only 3% of the governments in the United States and Canada get that award. And we've gotten it every year for the last, like I said, 27. I know it's been getting since I've been up here. And that's a really good thing.
That's
The nice thing
absolutely
about that
almost unheard of.
certificate of excellence, if you go to the debt market, a lot of the statistics that they asked you for are already in this report, so you don't have to go back and regurgitate all this stuff and figure out what happened 10 years ago.
Well, we got a pretty good tax collector too.
You got a good tax collection, right? You're above the state average on tax collection.
I
rate.
may not agree on some of his values, but he does collect the dollars.
Cannot argue with the collection rate.
know how to put
Really
your hand
can't
out,
do
though.
any better than
You
that.
gotta get that hand out though.
We got one thing right.
I can't help you with that one, Ross.
I'll let you know again.
No, you had good numbers. I was enjoying working up here.
But I think, you know, a priority of the board has been to curtail government spending, and these numbers are reflecting that that's happening. When your
Right.
fund balance is going up, that's indicating, you know, that you've trimmed your spending and have had conservative budgets. So, you know, this is really what the board has wanted to see, I think, in terms of that priority.
Yeah, it's certainly in a positive direction. Like I say, keep up the good work.
Can you make sure that the newspaper gets a detailed copy of all of this?
I'm surprised they're not here.
They're here. Bill and I are gonna meet tomorrow and go over
I'll give him that
everything.
copy of the presentation. It's a good number, so nothing to walk away from on that.
Yep.
All right, any more questions for Mr. Winston? If not, be careful going to
I
Louisville.
appreciate it. Thank
Thank
y'all
you.
for work for you.
All right, Ms. Angie, if you would like to take the floor and tell us what you got to say.
All right, let's shift back to the workforce impacts. So this section, Angie and I are gonna go over this together, but the goal really, you know, the takeaway from this is that we're trying to share all relevant information as it relates to your workforce of, you know, 400 employees. That's really gonna be the focus of this discussion. You click in for us, Chris? Okay. You want me to start? You go ahead.
I go ahead. Currently, for fiscal year 15-16, we have a total number of 395 employees. Position reductions, we had 8, 7 of those were vacant. The total number of employees separated is 25 with 5 retirees, and the turnover rate is currently at 6.3%. I will note on the turnover rate that from the 6 months of, for 15-16, the health department had 6, EMS 6, and DSS had 7. So those were the 3 departments that we had our highest turnover rate. Recruitment is, you know, can be difficult in some of these areas. So I just wanted to make mention to that. As far as EMS goes, we, like I said, are having a difficult, we've got some openings for paramedics now, and we've had some difficulty filling those. And Caswell County, for example, we learned that they're starting off higher than we are now, and they had to raise their hiring rate in September of 2015 to recruit qualified applicants for paramedics. So I just wanted to make mention to the board of that.
Can I just chime in on some context for the number of employees separated? So you're seeing 6 months of data for 15-16 because we're in the middle of that fiscal year, but in comparison to last fiscal year, we had only 19 separations for 12-month period, and our turnover rate last year was 4.8. So I think that, that is one indicator of the economy picking up a little bit, is that people are finding more competitive opportunities elsewhere, and we will probably see those numbers continue to grow. I'm not really alarmed at the turnover rate. I think 6.3% is still, very good. When we looked at it on a calendar year, we were a little bit shocked. I think it was 11%.
11.3%, I think, for
But
calendar year.
We try to keep this, on a fiscal year basis, so that's all I wanted to say on that one. All right, the next slide.
Okay, the pay for performance, you'll see the merit for fiscal year 14-15. When you see ineligible in the blue, that means folks that are new, that have come to the county. They are, because you don't get the merit until your second year of employment. The fails to achieve is the 2%, and then basically what that means is folks are not meeting the criteria for their job. The achieve standards is at 45%, and exceed standards was 43%. Fiscal year 15-16 for the 6 months, ineligible is 3%. I'm sorry, 7%. And then the fails to achieve is 3%. The achieve standards is at 39%, exceeds at 48%, and then when you see past due, actually that's the 7%, excuse me. Those are the ones that are delinquent. Sometimes when you have shift personnel, in particular with getting their evaluations done, those are considered the past due.
Now, I think this slide's important because critics of performance pay will say that, 90% of your workforce is getting the 3%, and that's not necessarily true. You can see last year we were split, almost 50-50, and that, to me says that supervisors are doing a good job discerning, who is meeting standards and who is exceeding standards. And then you have 5 months of data for fiscal year 15-16, and we'll continue to track that. We look at this every month and make sure that, we're not seeing any strange occurrences in any particular department who doesn't have a good distribution of those percentages.
What's your, on the pay performance, the supervisors typically do the ratings, and then if there's anybody that wants to challenge it, does it come to you? How does that work?
There is an appeal process. It just depends on, what level of the organization the appeal is happening. So, if they disagree with their supervisor, it can then escalate to, a higher up supervisor, which may be the department head. The department head does have to sign off on each of these as well, so there could be some discussion there. And then from there, if it's taken further, it would come to me.
So what's the rate of contest? Do you know? I mean, is it a very small amount?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've not had any appeal to me.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. We wanted to talk about what it costs to do merit pay and remind you of what employees are currently receiving. So they are eligible for either a 2% pay increase if they're meeting the standards of their job, or a 3% if they are going above and beyond what the duties of their job description and or work plan entail. The cost for the current year is the $203.10. And what we are projecting for the upcoming fiscal year is an increase of $1,251. What we're seeing is that we have had some retirees who were at the higher end of their pay scale coming off. So we've also reduced positions. we're seeing, the cost of pay for performance is not escalating like we have seen it during the first and second year of implementation. So I've had many conversations with y'all about the need to revamp. Is this something that we can sustain, or is this eventually going to break the bank? And I think it's interesting to note that, the upcoming fiscal year is not a year where we're questioning the sustainability of merit pay. It's actually coming down with some of the other decisions that we've made in terms of that. So, my takeaway from that is that the fiscal year 16-17 may not necessarily be the year where we need to revamp it. The cost is manageable, so if we're looking at it from a cost perspective, it is manageable. And what merit pay, just to remind you, what that is addressing within the organization is compression. That is that you're able to move your employees through the pay range, and you're not bringing on, new people who are making the same as somebody who's been here 20 years, that there's some differential there based on years of service. That sort of leads us into, the next discussion about revamping merit pay. We, can certainly adjust the percentages. We can do something differently. This would be our 4th year of merit pay if we keep it in 16-17. I think that's right. 4th year? Okay. And then we, some other options up here. I'm throwing these all out for discussion. Please feel free to interrupt me if there's one in particular that you'd like to talk about. Cost of living adjustment is, very popular. That is that everyone is paid the same percentage increase all at the same time, and you award that due to the increasing price of goods and services. So that's based on your consumer price index, which is right now, when we grabbed that number the last couple of weeks, was about a 0.5% increase. So not substantial. We're not seeing that, going up. If you wanted to implement a cost of living adjustment, your cost there would be about $78,000, which is pretty small when you're talking about touching 400 employees' paychecks. The efficiency gain sharing program is another one of several in my brainstorms. This was something that Chairman Newell has thrown out. I think Commissioner Kendrick has mentioned before, is that if we are reducing staff and doing more with less, could we use the savings of some of those position vacancies and give back, more to the employees for doing more with less? So if that's something that y'all are interested in exploring, Sybil and I have really brainstormed on some ideas with that. We could do something like a position reduction bonus, where a department, chooses to not fill a position. We use the savings from that, and we're able to, offer something like a $500 bonus to the employees of that particular department or division, depending on what department it comes from. That would be a one-time payment to them, and you would be using that from the lapsed salary that you would have, used. We've also looked at doing a operating budget reduction bonus. So this could be like a one-time, maybe a $100 bonus where, depending on the size of the budget, if they're able to make a reduction in spending of, let's say, 3%, then you would reward, those employees for finding those savings, in each of those areas. So what we've developed was, if the budget was greater than or less than $200,000, maybe a 3% reduction was achieved. If it was between $200,000 and $1 million, they'd have to come up with a 2% reduction per employee. And if it was greater than $1 million, so those are our big departments, they're having to come up with maybe a 1% reduction per employee. So there's been some conversation with board members just wanting to hear some new ideas, wanting to think about things differently, and that's sort of what's generating us throwing these out for discussion. And then the last bullet there is the pay and classification study that we've kind of had put on the back burner, has not been a priority with the board. If you wanted to address a workforce need, that would be a 3-year implementation, and you can see your cost there for year 1, which would be your public safety employees, would be approximately 200,000 towards that.
280.
280.
280.
Sorry, 280,000.
For 3
Yes, I
years,
can read.
So that's a total of
That's just the
That's-
cost for year one.
That's just year
280.
one, and that's just your
Okay,
public
if you took that-
safety.
If you took that 280,000, gave it to the employees, you got 395 employees, and you give them about $700 a year.
As a
for
one-time
doing the
bonus.
study, instead of doing the study. I mean,
You could.
sometimes these studies, I've seen them over years and years and years, and sometimes these studies, when they get through with them, I wonder what happened. You know what I mean?
Well, what
Yeah,
the
again,
study-
They do some good, but
What the study is meant to address is the competitive market of salaries. So you're comparing, employees in other government organizations to say, is Person County paying a competitive rate for paramedics, for example? And that's what you're addressing in that, is that you're bringing it up to a market standard, which is very different than a cost of living adjustment or a pay for performance. And, as I did the employee forums, that pay and classification study was very important to our workforce. That was something, I heard a lot of disappointment from employees that was, not something that was moving forward, because they feel like they will leave Person County and go elsewhere if the pay is not competitive. But I think we put that on the poll that y'all
Yes.
took, and that was, I think,
2-3.
2-3. I didn't think it was that important.
0.
2-3, so
I
2.
supported it because, I understand, what we were discussing a few years ago about the, see if I can remember the term we used, but basically where they can't go up unless somebody retires. I mean, how do you move up on the pay scale in the county? I mean, unless, use Parks and Rec, for example. I mean, John Hill will never been a director until Mitch decided to retire. So what about the people? I mean, who moves up from there? The athletic director is always going to be the athletic director. The secretary is always going to be the secretary. So how do you pay them fairly or equitably? I mean, I'm trying to think of a term we used a few years ago. It'll come to me. So I supported doing it. I mean, I see the need to at least compare and look what we are. I mean, I think the school system is having the same problem, and it's not just little small counties like us, because we pay a 10% supplement. I mean, I know some counties down east, talking to other commissioners, they don't pay anything. They don't pay any supplement. Castle County doesn't pay a supplement. And so you have Durham and Raleigh teachers. Durham's having a problem going to Orange County. I think they pay a higher supplement, and then Wake County pays a higher supplement. So, you got to do what you need to do to retain the employees if we're going to continue to provide the level of service on these reports that we're getting up here. I mean, we all want to take credit for that audit report that Winston gave us, but we know where it really lies, and that's in our employees and the jobs and the services they provide our citizens every day. So, it's not
I
going to stop
agree.
me from using it in my campaign speech, but I will say now, thank you to the employees.
Yeah, and Ray makes a good point. Some of the things that I've looked at, though, I'm looking here now, public sector turnover rates, and nationwide, public sector turns over 12.6% of its employees every year, and we're looking at
6.3.
6.3, with private sector turning over 17.4. So you can look at it doesn't tell the whole story, but it also does tell the story that the employees that we have are coming to work every day and doing what they're supposed to do. And obviously, they're somewhat satisfied with what the county's done, or they would have been leaving according to these numbers right here. So I understand that, and I too want to say thank you for all that you guys do. And but one of the things that I went to Heidi's employee meetings that she had, and one of the things that I shared with the employees when she would give me an opportunity to speak to them is
I hope I did that.
was driving efficiency. Even at Duke Energy, I can get a bonus at the end of the year, if the company makes money. Now, surely the county isn't in the business to make money, but if our employees within the county will become more efficient so that government runs more efficient, which they typically do, then I think they should be rewarded for that. I'm not a person that agrees with you give everybody the same amount. I think that's one of the reasons the pay for performance works real well, is because if you exceed, you get the 48% that's shown in the thing that you exceeded. I did notice in that we went from 2% to 3% on people that didn't achieve, and I wonder why that would be going up when you're paying for performance. So one of the things that I would be in favor of is the efficiency gain sharing program or something like that, where the departments actually ran more efficiently and put those savings back into the county, and then the people that strive to achieve those things get that money. I know I've been with Duke Energy for quite a while now, and the 2 to 3% is not a bad range, because that's basically what Duke Energy offers me every year for a pay raise, is a 2 to 3% raise. So it's not a industry standard that we're lower given pay incentive, pay for performance measures. So I think the 2 to 3% is great, but what we need to do is work on something that pays the employees, that goes the extra mile, that actually creates efficiencies within their departments, and then they get that back, because everybody knows that within every organization there are people who don't pull their weight. But we keep our mouth shut because you don't want to rock the boat. But by keeping your mouth shut, you don't get the bonus.
Employee compression,
Yes.
that's the term I was talking about.
Yes. So compression is when your longtime employees make the same as, someone that just
got them on
graduated
board.
school and just started working.
And I'm, like Jimmy said earlier, I'd rather not pay the $280,000, because your turnover rate says that you're doing a fairly well job with retaining your employees. So why pay a consultant to come in and charge you $280,000 for the first year to tell you that you're keeping your employees?
Explain something to me now. I've heard that you talk about new people coming on making the same thing that the older people do.
Yeah.
How did they get started so high?
Well, often it's a recruitment problem. So for paramedics, I'm going to use that as an example because we've been doing a lot of hiring of those. We are finding that they can go, for example, to Caswell County, making more money and having less work to do because they're smaller county than we are. So if we want to get a good qualified applicant and actually have them come to work here, we end up having to pay them more than our starting salary in order to get them here. So people are turning us down for jobs because they're not, we're not offering a competitive salary. And that's what your pay and classification study does. It adjusts the salary scale so that, you are recruiting at competitive levels. So we're bringing on people in order to get good qualified candidates. We're bringing them on higher than the hiring rate. Well, I might have somebody who was, been here 6-7 years. They're still at that hiring rate that we just brought this new person on because they started at the hiring rate and have moved up, incrementally due to the merit pay system.
We had the Springstead study done year before last, so that the study was done. It's just the 280 is the results of the findings from the marketplace. So we wouldn't actually shouldn't have to hire a consultant again.
Right, that's already done.
That's already done. The public safety they're farthest out that got, increases. That's why they obviously needed to be in year one to get to be more in line.
So the 280 is more like to implement, so whatever the study
Yes.
found, the study might say, well, the paramedics need to be making
Yes.
$1,000 more a
Yes.
year.
Yes.
So that's part of that 280, is to go up making them that $1,000.
That's right, and I'm sorry I wasn't clear on that. So we had in years past, done it on a 3-year implementation basis. We prioritized that public safety was in the first year, then we have human services in the second year of implementation, and then the third year is administration, everybody else. So because we've done that for 3 years, it's the public safety group that has gone the longest since the last, market adjustment, and we are seeing the results of that in terms of having difficulty recruiting at, what we believe is a competitive salary.
Not all the positions in public safety
That's
actually
right.
get the adjustment. It's just the ones that were found to be below, where other
the counties and-
counties were paying, trying to
It's a
get them
good
up to
point.
a level where we could be competitive for those positions.
Right.
And
It's
public
not every
safety is
position.
a 5-0 priority.
Right. It is, but I want to be clear that it's a 3-year implementation, so if you take on 1 year, you've got,
Don't leave out the
2
rest
more
of 'em.
years to do, to bring the whole workforce up to the competitive rates.
And I will say, if you go too long without implementing this study, then you may find yourselves back in the position where you're going to have to do a new study because it's been so long, we've got to get those salaries updated again, so
The
that's.
price tag will be higher.
The price tag will be a lot higher because then you'll have to pay for another consultant to come in and do the study again, so.
Well, and then the lag is longer
And
than,
the lag is
study
longer,
costs.
right.
so, you're having to bring them up
So just
even
keep
more
that in mind,
significant.
because we have had that issue before.
I don't know that we need another study. Hell, the market tells you what you gotta pay.
And
Well,
our
this is not
study
the
is
study.
fresh.
We've had the study.
The study is still good.
The study's told us what we need to implement, and this, if we start the first year, then we need 280,000 to get the public safety up to where they need to be per the study. The study's been done.
Yeah.
And then
So
next
no
year
more
we say-
consultant fee, related to that. That's actually what the employees would get.
This is putting the study in place.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you agree with the study.
Oh,
Right.
Because I didn't understand that either. I thought you were telling me you needed the 280,000 for the study.
No, the study is done. We put it on the back burner.
Misunderstood that, I think. I mean, that was, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
What you're saying is,
that's the
okay.
implementation.
so my suggestion that they get the $780 a piece is valid then.
Positions that qualify.
Now, your 280,000 in the first year, let's just use the public safety as an example, though. If you take the 280,000 for public safety, with the employees that you've currently hired, previous to now, and then the guys that are just hired in at the higher level, because we needed to hire them in at a higher level, they're gonna get
They
that
d-
amount too.
No.
They do not.
No, they do
It's just
not.
the employees who have the longevity, who have been there and need to be bought up
So
to
they
the
look
market
at
standard.
and the classifications. So, what are the classifications?
Paramedic, deputy sheriff,
Telecommunicator,
Right. But what I'm saying is,
they look at the positions.
you're looking at but it also looks at like the range, right? So if someone comes
Yes.
in with so many years' experience and they should be making this, so we're basically changing our pay scales
Yes.
to be more comparable to these other counties and around us where people are leaving to go.
Right.
And so someone might get hired, doesn't have the experience, he's gonna still be making, we're changing our classification, so to speak. And so wherever they're classified with their
It's where it would be
experience or
implemented.
newly hired, then that's where they'll be.
The whole pay scale is moving up for the,
Right.
paramedic position, for example. So if somebody's already way out here, they're not necessarily receiving an adjustment. It's the people who were left behind when the pay scale moves up, those people are the ones who are getting the adjustment.
And how wide are the bands?
How wide
As
are
a
the,
general,
we don't,
I think it's 5%,
between
Thereabouts.
each,
yeah.
So the hiring rate might be 20,000. I come in making 20,000. You've been there 3 years or 4 years, and you're still making 20,000. So you might see a bump. But then you could already be making 21,000 or something. You won't see anything.
Yep. It doesn't touch every employee, it's just those who fall below that sort of competitive
Right.
hiring rate that get increased.
How do we evaluate what a job is worth?
Well, that's what part of that classification study looks at. It's determining, what what is a paramedic worth to Person County government? That's exactly what they look at, is that, you know, they benchmark with other places. They look at, you know, the job duties, whether or not, you know, we're making them perform the same job duties as elsewhere. And that's part of what comes into the recommendation that we receive is, you know, the market tells you that a paramedic is actually worth this, but you're only paying this.
All right, well, let's put it down in dollars and cents. How much do we start a paramedic at?
I think it's $15.36 an hour.
All right, what do they make in Durham County? Starting.
I didn't bring that with me. I'm
One
sorry.
thing too, they don't.
What
you
is
know,
Caswell
Caswell? Rate.
was like 16 something, 1640 something starting out, and then after their 6-month probation, it went up to 1750 something. So almost $2 more an hour after 6 months, because they have a 6-month probation where we have 9.
And I cannot think of another example where Caswell has ever outcompensated Person County.
Right.
Ever.
And they're actually good. They're sending out a RFP for a pay and classification study as well. That's what the HR director advised me.
Well, you know, they did that simply because they had to.
We are.
It wasn't that they wanted to.
Well, we actually just made an offer to a paramedic in Durham, and they turned us down because of pay. Like I said, we're finding out that paramedics we have some vacancies, and
Well, I know, but I mean, you come up with all these scales and charts and everything, but at the end of the day, you got to hire somebody. And what's it gonna take to hire them?
That's what we're telling you we're having difficulty doing.
One
Well, I mean,
thing too.
Yeah, but the man in Durham and Castle already making more, you know, you're price strong.
Yep.
So, the thing I have problem with on some of this stuff is, it gets back to kind of what Tracy said a little while ago, why does somebody do a raise for doing what they're supposed to be doing to start with? And I think that's what taxpayers probably have trouble with. Not that there's not some value to longevity. I mean, you know how to do things a little bit better than a newcomer coming, so I can understand why you got a discrepancy there, but, if you kept going with the merit pay thing, everybody would get 2% forever, all right? Is there, you, speak up.
One thing with the study.
Based on the treasure working somewhere, every year, you know, sometimes costs do go up, sometimes not so much, but every year it comes to be moving up, he gets that 3% raise. That's how he's not in depression when somebody moves him to be commission, he's accredited, so he'll look at them as, okay, I've got experience, I've been doing this job. And now you guys coming in, he may not have that level of experience, he may have an education, but he hadn't come in and done the job. So Tracy can probably outperform him because he knows the job, he's done the job. When I have someone come into my tech department, this is probably 6 months before they get to the point that they're doing the job equal to one of the other tech, if they get to that point. It's a lot to learn in the individual environment.
All right, I guess my question is, how do you price that?
How would I price that?
No, I mean, every person, you get a new guy come on board, okay? He may be there 5 years and never get to where you want him to be. But according to the way we're evaluating him, if he meets expectations, he got 10% raise. All I'm saying is, the problem I have trouble with is how do you,
I have no control over that.
I understand that, the way it's structured, you don't, but if you were a department head and you decided what he was worth to you, as opposed to a piece of paper telling you, I got to pay him this much. That's where I have, you know, it gets back to where Tracy was talking about, you always got people that don't pull their own weight. Okay, well, that's where your problem comes. You got people, you know, I don't mind paying somebody that's worth the money.
You know, alternatives, I'm not hearing what that looks like. You know, what are you gonna do with the department head that's gonna make him have the capability to move those people along, not keep them in compression, and put it that way. Again, we're forced in a box to do this, and.
I know.
And of course,
How do we correct that?
again, I usually butt out a grade.
No,
How do you correct it? By either giving some power to the union. It comes back down to, depending on the department, they just have to allocate some to the department. But they're not hearing on the other side. So I hear you saying, you should give raises, but I'm not hearing how to go about that, or how to make that a possibility.
One thing too, David, I think, is we almost jump to the conclusion that by doing any type of employee pay study, that everything looks at their pay going up. I mean, it looks at just the classifications period, and from my understanding, or at least when I was a county employee and they did the very first MAP study, I was a wellness coordinator, so I was the only one in the county as wellness coordinator, so I got interviewed. And so they interview like different employees and go through their job descriptions and what they do. So they don't just look at Durham County and say, well, you make $16 an hour, we make 15, and we need to go to 16. They go and they say, okay, well, what are your duties in Durham County to be making that extra dollar? We might not have those duties here, so we might not need to go up to 16. They may look at the tech department and say, well, Durham only does tech for Durham County employees, and there's 1,000 employees. Well, you come here and you say, well, ours only has 394, but then when they interview them, they say, oh, no, we do tech for the city of Roxborough, we do tech for here, so they look at it individually also. I mean, it's just not that they're just looking at different counties and saying,
Well, I
we
guess
need to be paying 16 because they pay 16.
I guess the first step to get to where I would like to see it get would be that the department heads have some input
Say so, yeah.
on how, because, Gary knows what that man sitting next to him is worth, okay? He probably, I don't know if he got somebody else in there worth more or less. Just to pay everybody the same salary is not right in my mind, simply because everybody doesn't do the same.
Right.
We have different classifications. Chris has got a classification that does make him make more based on his class.
Okay.
Now, I do have a group of techs that are in the same class. So I may have one tech or two techs that outperform another tech. I don't have any discretion. The only thing I can do there is either say.
All right, I guess the best way to evaluate that is if you had to cut one or two positions, who would you keep?
Right,
Okay,
absolutely.
all right, so if you kept those, just say you got 5 and you had to get rid of 2, all right, my way of thinking and the way business operates for the most part is if you kept those, then those are worth rewarding on an increase, all right? And I am in favor of trying to come up with some way to do the same with less, but the people that you're gonna keep have automatically, by theory, become more valuable. All right, so just say, for instance, you do away with 2 positions, and you take the savings and not split all of it, but you increase the ones you got left by a category or whatever that's fair, and
That will work in some cases, but when I've already got a employee with the current people we have, constantly has tickets, jobs to do, we don't get to zero, we never get to zero. It's always a job of continuing every day, they're coming in, so we don't catch up. So we're always a little bit behind, but we are at a pace where we keep up low enough that people don't complain. And if we have a major fire or something, then it does get back up, and then we have to come back and then catch up. So I don't have that luxury right now unless I got rid of somebody and found somebody better.
well, this is certainly part of my learning curve because I've been in private business all my life, and things are a little bit different in this type situation.
And David, one of the things that I think would help is if we were truly going to do something different that's involved in this, we would give the department heads a salary and benefits budget that they could work from, and then they could determine how many employees they had and what classifications they could work in according to the salary and benefits that we allotted for each one. And then they could decide whether they were going to run more efficiently or less efficiently in giving their employees the money. But until we get to that point, we're stuck with job classifications and allowing merit pay or the implement of the pay and classification study to come into effect. So unless we as a board are willing to come up with X amount of dollars that would go into Gary Lida's salary and benefits budget, separate from what would go into finances salary, separate from what would go into the tax budget, we won't never get there.
Now, give you a heads up on another problem around there. Years ago, they sort of did it that way, but then your complaint, and I'm just throwing this out, I'm not saying you're right or wrong, I'm just saying that then your complaint is, well, I'm the department head and I don't like this employee right here as good as I like that employee right
Yeah,
there,
it
so
gets
I'm gonna
very
write this
messy.
up.
Human
and
You
I'm gonna
already
help-
had
and I'm
that
gonna
with the
help you.
evaluation.
Right, it gets very messy, it's very subjective, and there are some departments who are not going to be able to cut positions. You know, the elections has 2 employees, they're not gonna cut half their positions, so, you know, they will never be eligible to do more with less, because if you're basing that on positions filled, you know, that's not,
Well, you don't
it's
necessarily.
not apples to apples across county
Yeah,
departments.
but I mean, your savings doesn't necessarily all have to come from cutting positions.
That's true, that's true,
And that's where we could challenge our department heads.
right, with,
If they come in under budget, then
Yep.
some of their reward is based on that.
yeah, and that was sort of
Now,
the
if you wanna
operating
game the
budget.
system, you always have come in with a big budget so you can, so you can beat it at the end of the year, and that's where
Yeah.
we need to police things, but,
Well,
That would be the.
all I'm trying to do is let the people that work for this county know where the waste is. Now, whether it's them or something being done that could be done better, is how do we get them to start, benefiting from doing more efficiently?
I think the main thing is,
And we're certainly open to suggestions.
I have one more comment. My biggest concern in this is, and it's definitely not new, it's compression. And that is, you really look at that, that is what the hiring issue is. It's based on those employees that are doing a good job, just not moving in the pay scale. They're getting these, then, I guess it used to be you get a cost of living, you know, you get your raise, and that's kind of how you moved when I was back years ago working in the industry, but, you know, now you're just kind of staying in that level, and then new people coming in, so that is a big problem. I know it's a problem by Angie, trying to get people in, it's a problem when we try to go for IT, because with that pay scale, we're not going out and just trying to be competitive. We got a hiring range that's pretty big. I mean, I've had some good employees I just could not get or keep because it was outside of range. So, yeah, it's a matter of whether or not there's a way that Angie has any flexibility to do these things, but that compression is a big deal.
Well,
And
you
it
get-
does affect us all.
You get hired, you bust your tail, and then 15 years later, you become the captain on the sheriff department, and you making this level of money, and then for the next 15 years till you retire, you just gonna stay there when you're still busting your tail just the way you did to work to get there? I mean, you know, that's the problem. And
I see it as a twofold effect, is that we as commissioners step up to the plate and implement the pay and classification study. But then, the second part of that is putting into effect the possible gain efficiency sharing program to where they drive efficiencies. We make our commitment with getting you to what the market share is. But then you have to get commitment from within the work group to run more efficiently and more lean as they should. So it looks to me like a twofold effect, where we step up to the plate and then the employees step up to the plate.
I mean, I'm thinking now. I mean, we started our conversation talking about doing it for somebody else's employees. I mean, for the school system, they aren't county employees. And now, you know, so maybe we should be thinking about doing something like that more so for our employees before we start going out our own organization.
That's right.
Is there interest in exploring the efficiency gain sharing program then? We could bring something back for a separate discussion that adds that component while keeping merit pay, and then we would also need a decision on the
I
classification
don't
study.
want to hold this ransom to do the other, but I got no problem implementing and doing,
I agree.
you know.
Implementing,
I think we need to implement the pay
Implement-
classification
implement-
study,
Yeah.
because they,
One last comment on this.
Yeah, Gary.
The reason we're in the shape we're on now is because it's not done.
the study is done.
We're not looking at this area, we get behind.
this is just implementing the first year of it.
Tracy.
Why don't we look at that as every year changes
Huh?
instead of doing it for the fact that every change?
Right, right. So study has been done, this would start implementing your first year, and then you would have a cost next year to implement human service
Human
employees,
services,
and
third
then
year
third year,
administration.
everybody else.
And I can guarantee you that if, I think we need to be there for the employees, and we need to implement, number one. I'm gonna say that right up front. But I'm gonna guarantee you that if we don't see efficiency and all of that, then I'm gonna be one of the hardest ones to keep you from getting additional employees and other things else. So, I'll step up to the plate and say that I'll support this, but we also need to start looking down the road at the efficiency gain or the revamping of the merit program or whatever, but,
Okay.
The hardest part you got is how you measure it. How you know you're getting efficient?
We can
I don't
come
know,
up
I
with
mean,
some
where is
ideas.
it gonna
One of the
show up
biggest- One of the biggest things, I think, from a board standpoint, and just as far as our involvement we have, is when we sit here and listen to the audit. I mean, we appropriated, $3 million in the budget for fund balance, and didn't use any? And your fund balance grew in 1 year from 18% to 25%? I mean, I've heard it. I'm not gonna say, I've heard it here, but most budgets are, we better spend it or we're gonna lose it. We don't,
That's right.
if we don't find a way to
Yeah.
spend this money, but obviously, if we're seeing it back, they don't have that attitude.
We're not
here,
spending
or
it.
not using that attitude.
I'll give you one other thing too. The money that the employees just saved us on that insurance check that we got back will pay for the first year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's,
And
More
y'all,
than that.
y'all did that.
Everybody's always heard
You're-
it
you're
said,
giving
we don't-
yourself a
We don't
raise.
spend this money, we're gonna lose. They're not gonna give it to us next year. But obviously, they're not doing that if we're seeing these type returns just off a budget that was approved and voted on to spend that money. So I don't have a problem rewarding employees. I mean, I'm not saying that's the only way to measure the efficiency, but
Well,
that ain't efficient.
I'd like to evaluate a little bit, I don't disagree with that, I'd like to evaluate a little bit more how we achieved that $3 million before we
Yeah.
say it was automatically not spending.
Right.
We changed some projects or whatever. So I don't know that you could draw that conclusion for what we know at the moment, but it could certainly be broken down to.
I'm just
We've
saying,
done
from
a
what
lot
I
of
know
things.
as a board member, we vote on and approve the budget, but when it comes down to actually spending the money, no one calls me up that day and says, well, we got $200 left over in supply line. Do I go ahead and buy this paper or do I not? I mean, that's up to these employees that we trust.
I've sold an awful lot of mops and brooms with people that spent their budget instead of turning it back in.
Well, that's true. Well, that's what I'm
And-
saying. From dollar figures, just from what I know as a board member, obviously, that's not happening everywhere in the county. Because if so, they would spend that money that we appropriated. And we would have had 10 mops in a
Well,
closet.
I think
the
that,
next 2 years.
I think that rests on the manager's duties.
Yep. So last year, we
He supervises his staff.
decided to cut off purchase orders, for example, at a random deadline, unannounced, and just said, as of this date, there's no more spending. And so that helps alleviate that problem of I've got to spend down my entire budget, I have, another 10 weeks to do it. We, implemented that and they're done. And so we did have leftover budgets in departmental spending, and yes, that is a function of management, that's why, we decided to do that. So a lot of that is happening behind the scenes, and that is, driving up some of our numbers that we saw in the audit. So I'm hearing some consensus on the classification and pay study implementation. It would just be to implement it. Study is still valid as it is. We'll bring back a discussion of an efficiency gain sharing program and flush out some ideas for what that might look like, and the board would be, what the board might be interested in. I also wanted to mention on the efficiencies that Sybil and I supervise the department heads, and we have started putting in their work plan efficiency measures where they are having to run their departments more efficiency, and that is part of the evaluation and conversation that we have with them during their performance review. So that is changing as well, their work plans to accommodate some efficiency changes in how their departments are run. And I don't hear interest in COLA at this point. And is there a consensus on keeping merit as is? Or
Well,
do you want to
the problem-
adjust that?
problem you got with cost of living, figure is it doesn't include food and gas.
Oh, the CPI doesn't include food and gas?
No, they back it back out.
Yeah, that's
So,
true.
you know, it's a fictitious number to start with.
Yeah, it's hard to come
Actually,
up
inflation is
with,
probably 3%. Although maybe
Yeah.
not quite that much.
I
I
don't
know
know.
food's gone up quite a bit, gas probably offset that, so, but all I'm getting at is,
yeah,
you know, your unemployment figures, your cost of living in figures are made to look the best they can on the newspaper. As far as what they actually reflect is, basically a lie.
well, you can use a different measure other than CPI in terms of, you know, the buying
And that's
power
it,
of a
that's by
dollar.
intent.
If COLA is something you all want to look at, we can come up with some better, you know, indicators that might be more favorable other than CPI. That's just, you know, the general practice of what folks tend to use. So speak now if that's something you'd like me to look at.
I don't like cost of living because it treats everybody the same way, and employees that are doing the most are gonna get the same benefit that the people are doing the least. And that's what I like about the merit pay, is that it's based on your performance.
If you get too far behind market though, if you
I
go
thought that's
several-
what the pay implementation
The-
classification study was for,
to
to get them
me,
to market.
Well, to me, the pay and classification study, and Angie, you can speak up, it helps you with retention and hiring. So because of that, whatever that starting rate is, it helps you to be competitive with those other places. To me, a COLA is applied to help stay up with the market as costs increase, and the reason I think, part of the reason I think this is so low too is, I think Chairman is right, it does take some pieces out of the equation, but it is a standard way of being able to measure where if the market's going up or if it's coming down. We've had years where we actually saw a negative percentage there. And so we went several years we did not apply a COLA. But as the market starts coming back up and prices start rising, if you go too long without applying a COLA, you get too far behind the market, and then all of a sudden you realize later on that you've got to apply a COLA, and it's going to be very large because you have gone so long, and as the market's gone up, you have not kept up with it. So to me, they address different things. Sometimes they overlap, but that's my opinion of the COLA. And we haven't done a COLA,
2011, 12, I think.
was it in 11, 12? So it's been a while. If you actually go back and compare to what prices were then to where they are now, you probably would see a higher percentage. But we're just looking at a 12-month change right there.
Yeah, but it's still a fictitious number.
To some degree, it is, because it depends on what you are including
Well,
in that.
the biggest reason they took those two chunks out of it is because Social Security increases are tied to cost of living. Well, they want that to be as low as possible. So you're not gonna get an accurate figure from it. That's why I said it's a lie.
Going back to fuel, have you done any cost analysis concerning the fuel cost that the county is saving?
Yes, we budgeted flat on fuel last year.
We did, and we actually set some aside in contingency that we didn't have to touch. Fuel prices have gone down tremendously, and actually I read the article in the paper, I don't know if you all read
I did.
Saturday's article. I thought it was really interesting, because I didn't know they had two sets of fuel prices, one for the winter months and one for the summer months. I didn't realize that, but anyway, our fuel costs are way down compared to what we budgeted, and we have shared with departments that they can come down on their fuel estimates, but we don't want them to come down to what it is now, because we do anticipate that is going to start coming back up. Probably not quickly, and you'll probably see a gradual rise, but we don't anticipate it's going to stay at these levels.
We're watching that, though.
Well, as a percentage, the fuel's not that big a deal anyway.
That's true.
What, maybe 25%?
True, I mean, the sheriffs would be the largest,
Impacts.
and impacts, yeah.
You would almost be better off to budget what you did last year and put the savings in a savings
Correct,
account.
we did tell them they could come down somewhat on what they had originally, because we did budget flat, but it was still way above the
It's way
reductions that we're seeing now. So we're trying to get it a little bit more in line with what we're seeing, but not so much so that we're gonna run into an issue next year as if they start coming back up. So we are looking at that.
So, that fuel line, is that in each department?
Yes.
It is.
Okay. I didn't know, I was looking on your, monthly report, I didn't know if it was like we took some stuff and put it all under,
General
Ray,
services.
you know, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some departments don't need a fuel line because they don't have vehicles, so you might find their fuel cost under travel and reimbursement for
Okay.
use of their
I
personal.
just want, I always look at the percentage used when y'all send that out every year, every month, so I was.
All right, from here, we wanted to move into a discussion about the insurance,
I wanted to mention one thing about employees real quick,
please.
from DSS.
Yes.
Let me pull back up my email. We had our board meeting Wednesday, and I think we are due for an, audit from the state March 2017, and each county is assigned a, I guess, a program monitor for their different programs, and one program we're seeing a big increase in is our child welfare. We have 30 more kids in foster care than we did this time last year. And so the state recommends a standard of 1 supervisor to 5 employees. Currently, we have 2 supervisors, 1 supervisor 6 and 1 supervisor 8. So they've already put that on our red flag of when they come in and do this audit, that's one of the areas that we need another supervisor in to pull 1 employee off of one and 3 off the other. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention. That is a position that is 50% reimbursed. But that's coming to us, I guess. I'm afraid to say if we like it or not. I mean, especially when the state comes in and does that audit, but they're already letting us know. And then also, these are some numbers we got at the board meeting that I just thought would be interesting to share, especially on a day like today. 2014-15 year, $11,054,692 were what this county alone used food stamps. And so,
And Ray, let me ask
Food
Mike a question.
Line and Lowe's and Just Save and Walmart, I mean, you know, Medicaid clients, the new NC Fast, which last Wednesday when we were there in the board meeting, the whole system went down across the state. And so we had employees up there having to do all their clients that day, writing it, and they had to go back in and enter it in to the computer once the system finally came back up. But we've served 5,750 family and children, 306 are in the health choice, and 2,621 adult Medicaid cases. And that was the last 14, 15 years. So also wanted to mention that we do try to catch fraud. And so we use Facebook and everything else to figure out if you're getting those food stamps or getting these services that you don't require. And last year they collected $72,770. That was the fraud dollars collected that they found out
Who
about.
does the auditing?
As far as what I'm talking about, as far as the employees, the North Carolina Department of Human Services now is what it's called. Yeah.
Well, would a full-time position pay for itself?
Well, we do have a human services evaluator position that's full-time that does nothing, I don't mean does nothing, but she is focused on gaining efficiencies, reviewing caseloads, looking at reports, and making sure that, money is being spent appropriately. That was a position that Carlton had reclassed and put in last year. And that is, identifying efficiencies is what, she is tasked with doing over there. So that's been very helpful to have that position.
But the state, Sheriff Bratcher came into one of our meetings last year. When Carlton was still interim, and we just looked at our employee structure, what do you call it?
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about.
Org
And
chart.
organization chart. And she identified right then where we had too many people being supervised by one person. And so when you bring in 30, I asked why did we have all of a sudden 30 more students, 30 more kids in foster care. And I didn't know, I don't have any kids, but I guess when you have a child, they drug test that child just as soon as it's born. And so we've had several cases. I guess heroin is beginning to be pretty bad in Person County, but we've had several cases where children are being born and they're being identified positive with these different drugs and things like that, and then we're called in. And so we have some children that are in our custody, but still with the parents, and we have to make visits by so many whatever, and then we have some that are completely out of the household that we have to find.
Have you got any areas
also.
where you're overstaffed?
We have one area that we identified last week that if we were able to get this supervisor position and move 4 of those employees off of this person, and we could take that person and put it then under that social worker, put it under child welfare to help out with these 30 kids.
He doesn't have that flexibility?
He does.
He does.
That's what I'm talking about. But right now, if we move that person, once we move that person, we're just gonna put it on another one more supervisor. We don't have enough supervisors to supervise the people we have there now. So once we bring over that person to help with these 30 kids, we don't have a supervisor. It'll be 1 to 7 or 1 to 9 or, that type of thing.
Who comes up, I know the state probably does it, but who comes up with the ratios? Because you see in the private sector, where you have 1 to 30 employees. that
You're
you're
right, it's the
supervising.
state now, as far as what criteria they use. I don't know. I mean, I imagine they look at all the paperwork, the visits, the things that one employee has to do once he's assigned a child or a family. But,
And that's the recommendation. I'm sure they got a number that you have to stay under.
well,
a
that's what
hard,
they're telling
fast
us,
number.
1 to 5. Right now, we have one supervisor has 6 employees. We have another supervisor has 8.
100.
So we know with audit.
So there's not a
They
maximum,
take
there's
care of
just
how
a
much money.
recommended.
I guess the maximum for
That
them
budget.
required or recommended standard is 5.
And what would be, how many people look after Durham County?
So
Kind of
that'll be a question for
Have a
Carlton
comparable.
or
Okay.
Antonetta, who she's talking about. I don't know what they'll do when they come in and audit and say, they're aware of it now, so they're letting us know. But once the audit comes March 2017, I don't know if they come in, I don't know what they do if they, they just keep telling us or, I don't know. But I did want to share that. And I think it's interesting to know that we do have some employees that receive food stamps. Some of our own employees that
Oh, yeah.
that meet the requirements to receive some of the services that are at social services.
Yes, we do. Other conversations you'd like to have about employee compensation at this point? We're gonna shift into health insurance, if not. So the next slide is health insurance, and Angie and I met last week with our brokers, so these numbers are very fresh. Right now, we're seeing our claims, our costs are running at 100% funding projection. This is now based on 6 months of data, so this is July through December. Is that right, Angie?
Yes.
July through December, so that's 5 months. Then our paid claims per member are up by 12.5%. You'll recall that we chose to budget 7.5% over the projected cost. So the brokers were recommending that you budget between a 5% and a 10% increase, and we went right down the middle at 7.5%, but our numbers are actually coming in at 12.5%. So we are not going to make our projections for this year, which is concerning. Their message to us was that we need to get a grip on the claims costs, and so we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about how we might do that. Just some further information to share with you. We have 3 members who are big costs that are already over, they're halfway to max cost. So their claims are, over $63,000 apiece. And those are the 3 that are, kind of driving. Every organization will always have that. And, Brian Bickley told us that sometimes it's 8 members or it's 10 members. So I feel fortunate that it's only 3 members in an organization of this size, but
What kind of problem they got?
we had a back injury, a cancer, and then some pharmaceutical costs that were the big drivers of that. which leads us into the next one. The pharmacy costs are very concerning. So the claims costs are going up for the medical procedures, but it's the pharmacy that is staggering. Brian was very concerned about the 55% increase that we're seeing in only 6 months of data compared to 12 months of data. So looking at fiscal year 14-15, we are 55% higher with only a half year. So that number's only going to go up. We have some very expensive drugs being used by our employees, and that one is just, that to me is something that we really need to get the grip on. And so we're looking into that. He was going to do a little bit more research on what was driving that. So our paid medical claims, he said, were up like 2.3%, but the pharmacy claims were the 55% on that. Some early projections that he's sharing, you know, these numbers change because it's a negotiating process, but if we had to go with right now what they have come back with, they would say that our medical would be looking at over 20% increase, which would be, you know, an additional $585,000 from current year to next year. The total cost estimate then that you'd be spending on employee medical insurance would go from 2.9 to 3.5 million. So this is a huge cost to county government for the workforce. The dental, which has stayed flat for us, probably the last 7 years or so, is looking at a 9% increase next year. Right now, we're budgeting $590 per employee. With the projected increase, we would be looking at over $700 to cover the cost of employee medical care.
All right, when you say revamp
There goes
plan,
that check
what are
we
you
got.
talking about?
So, you know, revamping the plan could take on a number of new directions. We could look at, you know, having a sort of a participation rate for employees. We could look at offering this sort of a two-tier, a buy-up option where you're funding at a very, not a very rich plan, and then anybody who wanted to buy up could, you know, out of their own pocket, they could look at that. We could have a premium differential where you're charging employees who have high risk factors, who maybe are smoking, or, you know, there's lots of assessments that have to go into that piece, but you're charging different rates for employees. And then, you know, offering some sort of wellness incentive might look like, you know, you're requiring employees to do a health assessment, and if they don't do that, then, you know, they would be required to contribute to the monthly cost of that.
One thing I noted, and Jim and I heard it at the association meeting the other week, Cumberland County has formed their own county clinic within their health department.
That's pretty
I
common.
know we had discussed that at one time here.
Yes, last year.
And the employees could go, you know, during the day, so they didn't have to take off time for work to go and things like that. And they also hired a pharmacist and created a county pharmacy. Now, they've got over 1,000 employees, so, you know, my question was, I didn't know if we were too small, or is this something, since we're self-insured, I don't know, is the city of Rossboro self-insured? Is that something we could discuss with them, or the
They
school
are
system?
self-funded.
Somebody, if we're too small to do something like that on our own, but that was one big savings they saw, was creating that pharmacy within the county. And
We have explored that. With the previous city manager, he and I both met with Janet to do it jointly, and we would be able to offer some pharmacy discounts. We would be able to negotiate with local pharmacies to get a better deal. The cost driver was bringing in a physician extender, is the position that Janet would want, and then sort of creating some space where there is an employee area only. The Board of Health is interested because they are wanting to get into more primary care for the community, and so this role could double for that. It would serve employees, plus it would also, you know, be open to the community during certain hours. That's kind of how we were saving some money on that, or making it a little more efficient. What we did find when we surveyed the workforce to say, you know, would you use this service, because we have to have people use it to make it worthwhile, was that employees surprisingly did not like the idea of the main issue I heard from employees was confidentiality. They did not like the idea of going to a clinic with other county employees working there, providing the service, and then being among other county employees who were there for other reasons. I think that we can probably work through that, but that was, it was very, very unpopular with employees.
They also, I think you could work through it because it's under that, where you can't sign
HIPAA.
for your
HIPAA.
confidentiality. Somebody's
know.
gonna get in big trouble with the feds
Right.
and us if they,
We know that,
Okay.
but that is,
and I think that's, could be worked through. I agree with you, but
Yeah.
you know, you have to sign something every time, so some of my family could tell if I was laying there dying, nobody couldn't tell you what was wrong with me. I mean, you know, every time you go to, so what do they call that? What is that?
HIPAA.
HIPAA, yeah, the HIPAA thing. See, that covers too much, but
I think what Cumberland, you know, when I talked to Kenneth Edge after the meeting, I think what they did was they looked at like that pharmacy cost and said, okay, you know, I don't know, penicillin was a big cost driver. A lot of people use that, so they set, you know, they basically ordered it, set up a shop to, I mean, they gave it to, it was free to the employees if they got prescribed it. It wasn't, I mean, they didn't charge them anything less, but that offset what they were paying when they went to, not Eckerd's, but what do they
yeah,
call that?
Rite Aid or
Eckerd, Rite Aid, yeah.
CVS or, yeah.
Something like that. So I just didn't know. I didn't. You know, once he told me they had over 1,000 employees, I said, well, I don't know. We might be too small to be able to
Well-
accommodate something like that. But I thought maybe either we could do that, or you could go to a local pharmacy and say, okay, if we do a buy-in of this, can you
Yep.
provide these drugs for free to county employees? And you know, that buy-in could be cheaper than what we're spending. Now I don't know. You know, just I wrote it down to mention.
Yep, that is something we'd be happy to look at if there's interest in, you know, pursuing some sort of discounts for employees, either through a medical clinic or a contract where we're subsidizing private business to offset, you know, the pharmaceutical costs.
since you're talking about pharmacy, I will throw this out because I don't know whether most of the board knows this or not, but on February the 26th, OPC and Cardinal, which are the mental health providers for this area, are sponsoring an over-the-counter drug giveaway at the FEMA building, and a participant can get up to $80 worth of over-the-counter drugs, and they're doing it in partnership with MediAssist, am I right?
That
MediAssist?
sounds right, yep.
So they've got a medical folks there, but, so it'll probably be a good group of people up there at the FEMA building on February 26th. They're expecting 700-800 people to show up. I
If
thought
we
I'd
start
make you
changing
aware
some
of
of
that.
this stuff with the health plan, I mean, how does this Cadillac tax, does that come into play anywhere? If we start,
The what tax?
they refer as Cadillac tax through the ACA?
I don't
It's,
know.
we
I've heard of it, but I'm not that familiar.
don't know yet. Don't know.
That'll probably be calculated in your per employee cost.
Probably so. Probably so. So, the wellness incentive piece, I did want to touch on that a little bit more. We have another slide. We basically, went back to Coventry or Aetna, they are sort of one and the same now, and asked them for their canned wellness incentive program, because we've been talking about having some enhanced wellness, but the brokers don't seem to be the right vehicle to accomplish that. So this is what we received back, and I know it's hard to see on the screen, so you can pull that up in your packet, but they had 3 basic options in terms of what they might offer us with the wellness. The core package is the zero cost that starts at the bottom, and you know that does have online coaching, has some health information lines, and there would also be a online health assessment tool that we would require employees to take so that we could identify, you know, high-risk needs within the organization. Then they offer sort of an enhanced and premier package, and if you go with one of these, which has estimated costs attached to them, they do offer a reduction of 2% in your renewal next year. But there are some requirements there, as you can see, in terms of participation. So half the workforce would have to take and participate in the health assessment. They have a biometric screening, and they have disease management. So if that's something that y'all are interested in doing, you know, we can work with the Coventry Aetna folks to bring that in.
I believe we need to explore everything we can look at.
That's kind of
Yeah.
what we're thinking.
While she's mentioning that, the broker that we talked with last year, Pierce Group, offered to do a bunch of that, and the one we've gotten at is not doing it. But I want to, so I touched base with the Pierce Group again, I'm pass that letter out, that they're picking up a bunch of other stuff, and I realized that, what kind of a check do we get from that? Rebate?
Yeah, how much was our rebate, Amy? 280?
Well,
280, I think.
my understanding is if your local broker had done these wellness programs that these people will be willing to do, you see where they just picked up Roxborough Community School and Alamance County. If they do those, that helps our cause as well. These insurance companies are taking these wellness programs and making a big deal out of them. And so, you know, if you wanna save money, you're gonna go that route. And so, you know, I think you need to let this person come back this year when we're looking at this insurance and talk to us again. We're self-insured, we ain't, you know, we've got these, I just think I want ever what's better for the county. I don't wanna be just forking over somebody some money that,
He already offered to run the program cheaper than the existing people.
that's right. Think about it, I mean, you know.
No, I don't think we need to think. I think we need to get offers from whoever. But, as far as those wellness programs now, after my understanding is that, the present company offered the same programs, we just didn't take advantage of it.
Right, exactly.
But that's our fault.
Your brother's fault. I wouldn't even go there.
Not if it's available and we didn't take advantage of it.
Yeah, but this guy's offering to do it for you at the same price.
Well, there wasn't any upcharge from the present situation.
We've not had an offer from Brian and Philip to do wellness. This has come from Robert Rabb, who represents Coventry.
Right.
Well, we're in the insurance business now. We don't have any choice.
I think you're right. I think you gotta get it, which one's gonna give you the best deal.
Well,
That's all I'm after.
I have a little bit of trouble with the wellness incentive program for what it is now. If you have a employee that is paying for services, he's more inclined to do a lot of the things to get you to your 50% numbers over here on the side. But when an employee is getting his health coverage paid for by the employer, then their willingness to go over and do these additional things isn't there for them. So I don't know, by paying this amount of money, if we'll reach these numbers, because it currently is being paid for by the employee. If you had some ways to capture tobacco cessation, and I'll give you an example. My employer doesn't charge people extra for using tobacco products, but it gives discounts to people who don't. That's how they get around the picking people out and making them change. But if it doesn't cost you anything now, you can't give the participant anything back for not doing it. So you're going to have to come up with a way to incentivize people to do these things.
Right.
We've already found through society that just because people know it's good not to be overweight and control your diabetes, they continue to be overweight and don't control their diabetes, and they know that smoking causes a lot of health problems, and they continue to smoke. So you have to incentivize people to make sure that these programs work. And I don't know that we have the proper cost associated with these to make it efficient.
Didn't we look at Granville County a few years ago, somewhere they self-funded and doing some requirements, or what they do?
A lot of places do have this sort of incentive program in place. So when we talk to Brian and Philip, they're pretty much saying the same thing, that we need to require the employees to have some buy-in, they need to be contributing, and so we asked them, you know, what are most places charging employees who don't do the health assessment, don't do the screening, you know, what kind of cost are we looking at? And they said what they most commonly see is that their employee pays $50 a month towards their health insurance if they do not meet those. I mean, that seemed really high to me, given that employees right now are, you know, not contributing anything for coverage. So we'd have some flexibility, but they came back with a recommendation that, you know, we would have employees contributing $50 a month to incentivize, you know, the use of those wellness packages.
I know, like with BB&T, you have, they actually give you, if you have different levels of, segments that you qualify in. If you don't participate in the program, you're gonna pay for your insurance. But if you do get actual credits going back towards to where that BB&T is actually paying you to have the insurance. So, I think it's phase 1, 2, and 3 is, you know, pretty simplistic, but, every employee, you're foolish for not participating in the program, and they do give you what Tracy was talking about, the added incentives, for your health, lifestyle, and which in the long run will cut down on, costs. You're always gonna have a few people that have major health issues.
Sure.
I go, one of us will get in a wreck, and boom, we're gonna be, it's gonna impact the bottom line there. So, I don't know exactly how you would do it. I think it would be, we're in the health insurance business, just like David said, and, we need to look at having some type of incentive program that would not only benefit the employees for their own health reasons, but to also benefit our bottom line. And, you know, it's a twofold win situation for both of us.
So what are the assessments? I mean, is this like just requiring them to actually go get their yearly physical, and so we're kind of knowing things ahead of time, or?
Well, I give you an
Yes.
example, like, get on, you know, they take your blood pressure, take your weight, every 6 months, body fat index, every 6 months, they put you, you know, they have people come in, there's probably people you can contract out to come in and do it for you. I know BB&T does it, Life Force, and, they come in, bring a little exercise bike, get on a bike for 5 minutes, they test your heart rate, body fat index, they ask you, questions. Every year you do have to get blood work done. They have, and if you fit that mold, depending on, your lifestyle, you either get the best, which is, pretty much a credit, for, or free insurance, or not get anything, but you still have the incentive to try to get everything paid in, because health insurance, you know, with me, it costs a lot of money, especially providing for your family as well. I mean, no question about it, and so, but, we talked about doing the best for our employees. Well, I think this is a good thing for their employees as well as the county's bottom line when it comes to our health insurance.
So we have someone come in and do this, or we just, like I said?
I've seen it done both ways, so I don't know what answer would be for this organization, but yes, you could send them off to the doctor that they choose, and they have to report back their results online. Or you bring in somebody and you have, you know, multiple sessions in the auditorium where employees come and they have these tests run. You could do it either way, and I don't know, you know, what our brokers would go for. I don't know what they would recommend or how they would have it done.
So have we looked at, like with the wellness committee, how many employees take advantage of some of the programs?
Yes, we do look at that. Do you want to speak to
We actually have
participation?
a biometric screening coming up in April we'll be sending out some information soon. And I think we Brenda, you might have to help me, we're both on the wellness committee, but I think we have like 25 or 30 employees who are, members of the gym. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, actually, I think it may be a little higher on that, closer to maybe 60 to 70.
Oh, okay, sorry. I was
Um,
way off.
I just wanted to point out that the core package is the online health assessment, and the enhanced package is the one that includes the screening, the biometric screening. So you're talking about.
online? I go in and put my own stuff in?
Yes, you go on online, you basically answer a survey that does take about a half hour to complete. You put, basic health information into it, and then you
Same thing
get
you fill out when you go to the doctor. Do you smoke?
Yeah.
Do you do this?
similar, yes, and you get a
2 to 3 times a
rating,
week.
and then they tell you what issues you need to address. And so that's kind of the core package. And the enhanced package includes the screenings and then the.
Everybody does tell the doctor on that piece of paper what they do and don't do.
Sure, and
Don't do it
it's
online.
completely up to the employee to tell the truth. And the Premier package includes some coaching in it, so that's, if people wanted someone to call them and coach them on weight loss, for example.
If we're gonna spend $20,000, I'd rather we spend $20,000 with stuff that they can do and fully sign up. I mean, Zumba classes, whatever it is, I'd rather see us be in control of what we're spending that on. I mean, I don't know what online coaching is or lifestyle coaching is, but I mean, I don't know. I feel sick today. I go online and chat with someone. I don't know what that is for 20,000.
Yes.
Stop smoking, they send you materials, they have someone you can call, like if you're starting to need a cigarette, you can call and talk yourself through it. Diabetes, someone calls and checks up on you, how you doing today, how's your weight, you working out, what'd you eat, so they get like a little mentor who's trying to get them over some of the more difficult parts of ending these risk factors.
What if we look at, like Durham County has a slide scale fee for some of their fees, let's say like Parks and Rec and stuff. I mean, they do it for the community too, with property and stuff. But what if we did some type of slide scale fee with our employees where if they did go sign up for Zumba, maybe it didn't cost them $25, it only cost them 10 or 15, I don't know. You obviously have to offset John for what he's losing to pay that instructor and stuff. But it may get more of our employees involved in some of these type classes. I mean, I don't know.
Is it 20,614 for the number of employees we have for the 395 employees?
Yes.
It's
That's
a
a
cost
yearly rate.
per employee.
But I think it's, on wellness, we talked about how it's, these are going online and filling out, watching videos or presentations. That wellness committees talked about how it seems like our employees are better if they have a one-on-one contact with,
More personal touch.
more personal
Not many
touch.
people gonna go online and,
Right.
God, I can smoke that pack of cigarettes before I get online and sit there and do all that. I mean, I'd rather see it spent, a few years ago when the wellness committee, this was before I was commissioner, when they actually had more of a budget, a little money to spend, they had people coming in doing Tai Chi and all these different type of programs that employees could sign up for. And, maybe we don't have to reinvent the wheel, like I said, if John and them are already having Zumba classes and got jazzercisers right up the street and all that type of stuff. I don't know, maybe we get with the jazzercise person in the county and say, hey, if county employees sign up with you, can they get it at a discounted rate if we offset that here or there? I mean, I'd rather see that $20,000 spent like that than online.
Okay. I do want to add too that Brian did say that that it would be difficult for us to achieve it would be difficult for us to achieve that trend reduction for the Premier and Enhanced package. So.
All right, well, why don't we just instruct them to come back with any possibility we can come up with?
We'll bring back some options in terms of what the insurance might look like differently if you want to try some other options than what
All right.
we've had.
Laurie, how long is your report gonna take?
Well, I think mine might only take about 5-7 minutes, and then the length might be the discussion afterwards that you all have. So mine will be very short, but I want to make sure you all have a chance to discuss the issue. It's something that I think that you all need to do, get a handle fund before people in the community start asking you for money,
Yes.
essentially.
All right, you wanna try to do it now, wait till after lunch?
It's up to you.
How are y'all feeling?
Y'all wanna go eat? What time is it?
It's 12:05 right now, so we were
Well,
breaking.
Russell's presentation is gonna take longer probably, so let's just knock hers out and
All right,
then go to
Okay.
lunch.
you got the floor.
It's only gonna take 5 minutes.
Well, my part,
Wait a minute,
let's see how you
ready?
She does a good job.
All right, new sales tax legislation. Next slide, please. This was signed in September of 2015 by the governor. The intended purpose is to increase the sales tax base by taxing more items and services, and then distribute the increased revenue to rural areas of the state. The estimate expansion in revenue for fiscal year 17 is 84.8 million. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is a map of the allocations by county, and I apologize that it's hard to read. I can email this out later if you are interested. But this shows the distribution across the state. The lighter areas are getting less. 21 counties are receiving no increase. Those would be your bigger retail counties. So if you'll see Alamance, Guilford, Forsyth, they are not getting any share of this 84.8 million. The areas that are dark green are getting the larger shares. So if you look, the legislation does not actually redistribute the increase evenly. It focuses on the immediate neighbors of the urban counties and those with higher populations. So for example, I like to point out Wake and its neighbors, in particular Harnett County, which is below that. It's getting about 5.27% of that 84.8 million. Person County is expected to receive 0.74% of additional revenue, and right now the state estimates that amount to be $550,000 for us next year. Ready for the next slide? Thank you. The current requirements, and I want to emphasize the word current. I wanted to underline it and make it do like animations. Current requirements regarding this extra money is that it must be spent on one or more of the following: public education, which can include debt service, community colleges, and economic development. There is no distribution requirement among those three areas, and as of right now, it may supplant current funding, meaning you would not actually have to give $550,000 to the community colleges. You would have to demonstrate that you already spend $550,000 or more to the community colleges. So as of right now, it can supplant current funding. Or you can do a combination of that. But yes, there's no distribution requirement, and it can create some, we foresee this creating some tension as different interested parties in the community request this money from the county. However, I think it's important to remember that this is only an estimated amount at this time. That $550,000 could be higher, that would be great, or it could be lower. We don't know what form the county distribution will take, and when I say county distribution in this case, I mean from the state. We don't know if it will be a separate transaction each month, or if it will be lumped in with our current sales tax revenue. We don't know what kinds of requirements the state will put on us for tracking that money. And we are concerned that the General Assembly may clarify the current requirements, because there has been some pushback that it can currently supplant current funding, and that is, some people say, that's not what we wanted. We didn't want you to supplant. We wanted it in addition to. So there have been rumors that the General Assembly may clarify this in their next session, which of course would be over too late for us to really reflect that in our budget. So we have two options. Option one is what I think of as a higher risk option. We can budget a portion or all of the estimate. We can decide on distribution to one or more of the three required areas, but you'd have to decide, will this replace current funding? Will we increase current funding? The consequences is that by going ahead and budgeting all or a portion of the money, we will not be able to have the flexibility of responding if the General Assembly makes changes late in our year, which it would be a normal schedule for them, but it would be late for us for budget purposes. If we've already budgeted the money and then we find out in August that things are changing, it's going to be difficult to all of a sudden have to move that money around, redistribute it to fit with the current requirements. We also don't know how much we might get. We could get more or less. The second option is the more conservative option, which you know in the finance office means that's our favorite option, more conservative. Do not budget anything at this point. Wait to see what the General Assembly does, and then you can even wait 6 months, sometime in December, see how much we've collected, see how the estimate is going, and then make some decisions. And by that point, you may have heard from the community about what their priorities are. You might be able to craft a distribution that reflects the different interests in the community. And the potential consequences, of course, is that we don't get to take advantage of that $550,000 in the budget cycle. That's a large chunk of money for Person County, which obviously we could use, but at this point, it feels like there's too much risk in using that at this time. And like I said, that's the end of my presentation.
I feel like conservative with the General Assembly option two is the only thing you can do. You just sit on it and see what happens with it. If we get it, you can budget it in the middle of the year, you just amend your budget and do it. But when you start trying to
Well, let's go.
replace it in the middle of the
Well,
year.
you don't know how you're gonna get it, when you're gonna get it, how much you're gonna get, so there's nothing you can budget on.
No, you have
Spend
had,
it like government then, right? Just spend it.
you have had one PCC already mention using this money as a possible use for their allied health building as part of the 18 million. So there are people in the community who are already saying, oh, we could use that money. So
Gotta pay for a window.
Well, you know, I think it's got better places to go than Allied Health Building. But,
Back in the sixties,
you know, it's certainly something that could be put into a contingency fund for economic development on an after-the-fact type arrangement, which would be the easiest place to put it.
We're gonna start talking about buying some land for industrial park, we better bank it.
Well, yeah, I don't think we need to budget it as an expenditure in any form.
700,000.
If we wanna,
We all
hell, if we wanna use it to, well,
We all agreeing on option two then.
yeah,
Agreement to sit on it.
oh, yeah.
Done. Success.
makes our job easier. Thank you.
All right,
Good job, Laura.
let's take a little while for lunch.
So you wanna come back?
Can we get by with 45 minutes, be back here at 1 o'clock, put us back on schedule? All right, and when more than 3 of you go to the drugstore and have a conversation, remember. Hi.
Hey, just invite that man behind you.
Cravey recently.
Russell, if you will enlighten us on how much money we're gonna get next year, we'd be mighty beholden to you.
I'll see what I can do. It'll probably take longer than 7 minutes like Laura did before.
Probably should.
I probably should. The first couple of things I need to go over actually doesn't have a lot to do with the budget retreat, but they are items that are required to be done the first meeting in February by the commissioners. So that's the reason we're looking at this now. It's actually an agenda item. The first item is acceptance of the report of unpaid taxes. This is not something that needs a motion, but just a report I need to give you all. What's important about this is it's a checkpoint to see how we're doing on collecting taxes, and especially the taxes on real property. As of February 1st, I'm supposed to report how much taxes are due on real estate taxes. Friday afternoon, at closeout, we have $1.552698, $1.5 million due on real estate. That puts us at a 94.08% collection rate right now. And that is compared to last year where we're at 93.67. So we're not quite 0.5% ahead of last year. And remember last year from the chart earlier from the auditor was the best collection rate we ever had at 98.71. So we're in good position to beat that this year from where we were last year. So that gives you an idea where we are. We don't have any major bankruptcies that are scaring us out there, which is always a concern. Got a great group of taxpayers to work with. Most of them pay early, pay on time.
Have you foresee collecting most of that $1.5 million?
Yeah, absolutely, yes, sir. Last year at 98.71, and we're being 0.5% ahead of where we were last year at the same time frame. I expect it to be close to 99%.
All right, that amount made up mostly what you see in the newspaper?
Yes, sir. What you see in the newspaper will be your real estate taxes and also some of your business taxes that's not part of real estate. And it'll be some of your larger stormwater if there's any of those out there. So it'll be everything in the newspaper that's due for 15, but most of it will be real estate. And so no motion needed on that. Just I'm required to give this report to you on February 1st. So there we are. The second item actually does need a motion. This is one of our better collection tools to use. And the earlier we do it in the year, the better off. We have to advertise taxes for people who didn't pay their taxes sometime between March 1st and June 1st. And we are always try to hit the first Saturday of the paper. I cannot advertise without an order from the commissioner, so I do need a motion for this, but I'd like to advertise this on March the 5th. And we've already sent out delinquent notices to people, letting them know they haven't paid and they had to pay by February 23rd to keep the name out of the paper. So we've already got things in motion to make this happen. As soon as this advertises, we start doing our garnishments and other forced collection methods. So it gives them one more chance to know they hadn't paid their taxes before we start using forced collections. So if we could set that for March the 5th, it would aid in our collection.
We have a motion to that effect.
So moved.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Very good.
Your deal.
I might beat Laura for all. Next slide. We want to talk about our 2015 tax levy, and there's always some confusion. I want to go ahead and clear this up. My 2015 is the same as the FY fiscal year 15-16. My 16 tax year won't start until your 16-17 budget. So we're using the same time frame but different terminologies. For 2015, this is the current year we're working on. And just a breakdown of where the levy comes from so that you know who the big players are, where our risks are, and what's important. Of course, always real estate is the highest number there, 67%, followed very closely by no one. State appraised comes in at 21%. State appraised is where we always have a lot of a issue because we don't get that state appraised number till late September. Actually, I got a final number from them, some adjustments in December of this year.
You talking about utilities?
Yes, sir. Utilities, the big player there, Duke Progress, but all utilities, and it goes anywhere from your utility companies to your public gas to any kind of busing company to cell towers. They do a lot of appraisal stuff for all kinds of railroads in there too. A lot of different things. So we don't get that number till the last minute, and it's after the budget's already set. So we always have to be a little conservative because of that. But it does show that the real estate has always been the big player, and it still is.
All right, did we project under last year?
We always, I got some slides coming up on that. If you can hold that question until I get there, I think it'll make it a little more clear. But yeah, we always are conservative there. Next slide, we'll go over why the levy changes from year to year, and this is probably pretty easy to understand. We have growth every year in real estate. There's always new construction. Some years are more than others, but there's always things being built. There's always parcels being split up in subdivisions, so that's higher tax value there. Of course, there's some demolitions, things that are torn down that come off the tax books. Properties exempt now that weren't exempt earlier. New present use value applications for deferred. State appraised, it changes every year. Equipment changes every year. You have a piece of equipment in your business, and every year it gets older. So as it gets older, we reappraise that and recognize the age of the equipment because of depreciation. And then the other thing is registered vehicles. We have around 42,000 vehicles. Next year we may have a couple more, a couple less. The ones we have may be older. So that's why your levy changes every year. Real estate doesn't change in value every year, but there's additions and deletions from that real estate. So it makes that change. Now, what I'm gonna do after this, I'm gonna break down and go over each one of those categories, the real, the state appraised, and show you what happens in each one of those categories. They added new construction of real property, added $33 million to the base. We actually, and when I did the numbers, I didn't use budgeted numbers. I went back and changed it to actual numbers. So this time in 2015-16 year, I'm not using the number to budget it from. I'm using where we actually stand now to compare it to next year. It's easy to predict next year based on where I am now, not based on where I thought I'd be 16 months ago. So that's the reason I'm using this year, where we are right now, to base next year. So I think real estate will come in about $2.776 billion. Minimal growth is about 0.8%, so it's less than 1% growth there. And this shows a chart of the real estate values. It shows it's always been an increase. It's gone up every year. You usually see a bump when you have a revaluation. 2005 is not on here because it only shows 10 years. But you see in 2013, our last revaluation, we had a significant jump there. Not as much as we used to see, but revaluation on real property is where you normally see your increase in values. That trend is, unfortunately, started to go away. Vance County, for example, they're doing a revaluation for this year. Their properties were valued at 140%, which means that they were 40% overappraised based on current market. Mr. Newell said earlier that he doesn't agree with some of our values. Vance County, when they did a revaluation 8 years ago, they were right. They were at 100%, just like we are now. But the values continue to decline. So they're 40% overtaxing on all property on average. So when they redo their revaluation, their values are dropping 40%. They're going to either have some severe cuts or a huge tax increase, probably a combination of both. And their tax rate's already in the 90, 95-cent range. So that's, while we see our values go up in a revaluation year, we're not facing that in Person County. After revaluation, we had some properties go down in value slightly. We were at 101% right after our revaluation. Right now, we are exactly 100%. So the values have remained pretty much stagnant. There hasn't been any increase in values and no decreases in values, which in previous times would have been a bad sign, but for now, that's, compared to other counties, that's actually something good to say. Our values haven't dropped. Vance County's gonna be a tough one. I don't know what they're doing on that one. Your equipment values, like I said, every year they're gonna drop because they get a year older. And the equipment values aren't reported to us until the listing period's over. And most people, the listing period ends January 31st. This year, February 1st, because of the weekend. But businesses often ask for an extension because they haven't done their year-end stuff yet, so they can't report their equipment values. I won't get the equipment values for the major companies until April 15th. So what I do here is I reach out to economic development, consider all the projects that could be out there that I'm aware of and what kind of investment they have. So the $38 million that we lost because of the 1 year older is offset a little bit by any major project we may have out there. And the major project this year being Spuntech. And I'm offsetting that $38 million with a $25 million increase on their side. And that's coming from economic development. A little bit of conversation on Spuntech. I think that's going to be a pretty good placeholder there. So we're budgeting $385 for the equipment value. And this is a chart showing the equipment values. And you see we had a pretty good spike in 12, and that was when we brought CertainTeed online. And you see some spikes in 14 and 15, and that's the GKN Eden projects that were going on there. So that kind of shows you where we are, and you should see 16 dropping off. That $18 million I backed off because of depreciation. We may have some other projects added. If someone's doing a minor addition, they don't go through economic development because they're not creating jobs. So this number could go up some, but for now, that's the placeholder I put there. State appraised, like I said, this is the most volatile and probably the scariest because we don't have the number until the last minute. I'll usually back off last year's numbers some. Last year, I backed off $35 million from we had in the 14-15 year to guess what we have for 15 and 16. And it came in higher, not lower. So what I backed off is actually I did the opposite direction. But we have to be conservative there. And the next slide will show that. In 2010-11, we had a decline. In 12-13, we had an increase. It is really all over the place. So forward to the next slide, you can see the graphs here, and it's all over the place. And I can't give you any better information on this until after you've already set the tax rate. I may have it mid-September, which is a good checkpoint because we've only spent 3 months of the year. If the number came in really, really low and we didn't have enough to make budget, we could do some cost-cutting measures to make it work. So based on the 265 that we got for 15-16, I'm budgeting 840 for next year. I'm holding $25 million in that value, and you can tell by the graphs why that's probably important to do that. Us and Brunswick County are the two counties that have the largest percentages of state appraised. We don't have a large value by any means, but it affects Person County and Brunswick County more than any other county in the state. And this slide here, I've just taken all the other values and combined it into one. So you can see the increase over the years. 9 to 10, that was state appraised, it dropped a little bit there. And then 12-13, it shows all the numbers there. The one thing it's not showing here is the motor vehicles, and I'll go on to that in the next slide. You had a question, Mr. Newell, earlier about state appraised. Was I able to answer that, or do I need to go back and readdress that? I think you asked, we were conservative, or what do we do on? Okay, we're good on that. Okay, registered vehicles, we finally have enough history on this to start predicting it. And it's over the last year and a half still increased. Last year, we were budgeting $175,000 a month in motor vehicles. And the way it's coming in now, we can budget $190,000 a month for next year. One other thing I'd like to point out on motor vehicles, you heard from the auditor earlier that we had a 99.6% or so collection rate on vehicles. When you first hear that, you were under the impression that motor vehicles would be 100% collection. So what difference happens there is two things. One is I write a bad check when I get my tags purchased. DMV puts a stop on any DMV service. So I can never get another tag renewed, can't get my driver's license renewed until I clear up that bad check. So eventually, unless I leave the state of North Carolina, and we do have an agreement with other states, not all, but most states, where they can't get any service in that state either. So you would think we still would be at 100%. The other caveat there is something called LRP. It's a limited registration plate, and auto dealers were instrumental in putting this in place. If I buy a new car and I don't want my car payment to include that first year taxes, the dealer has the option of giving me a real metal plate, not a temporary plate, not a paper plate, but a real metal plate that has a sticker on the side that says temporary. And I have 60 days to pay those taxes. Sometimes people will wreck that car, have it repossessed, or not renew that plate permanently. And that's where your other 0.5% of taxes on vehicles are going. Still a great collection rate at 99.6 or 7%. So we really are proud of that collection rate. It did exactly what we thought it would do. And this shows how the trend has gone over the years. The yellow is last year, and then the orange is this year. And you can see almost every month we're up from where we were last year. That's why I feel comfortable going from 175 to an average of 190 a month. Basically gives us an extra $180,000 in revenues for next year just based on motor vehicles.
What was our collection on that before they started?
The motor vehicle collection rate was running 88 to 89%. And the problem with motor vehicles was that we had a couple of problems, but one of the major problems was a lot of the vehicles were billed the last quarter of the year. So before they were even delinquent, we had to hold them against the collection rate. The bills that went out in June weren't delinquent to July 1st, but they were held against the collection rate. So that's part of the timing there. And then the other one was just people who totaled the car and they weren't going to pay that last bill. of people who bought a vehicle here and then moved out of state. So a lot of that's been cleaned up with the new system. This is a slide that commissioners usually try to focus on. This shows what one penny on the tax rate does. I highlighted the 97.25%. That is the current collection rate. We actually went up on that a couple of years ago. 97.25 is conservative, but if we ever had that big bankruptcy come into play, we would be very happy that we had a conservative rate, because if you budget for 98% collections and you can't collect it, a bankruptcy act can't collect, then we have a budget shortfall. So we have two safety nets there. We're being conservative on the levy and we're being conservative on the collection rate. And 1 penny this year is generating more than it did last year because the levy has gone up. $10,690 this year. So it's last year was 418,175. So every penny this year is 428,865, and that is adding in the motor vehicles at the 99.6% collection rate. Any questions on any of that?
What is the, well, Duke Power, the utilities, the state stuff that you went through, 21%, that's Duke, public service, telephone companies?
Telephone, railroads, public gas, cell towers.
What percentage of that is related strictly, or I'm sure you'd have to calculate this. My point I'm getting to is when the federal government shuts down the power plants, how much money are we gonna lose?
I can tell you the value of the Duke Progress facility. I don't know how it would impact the value of the railroad or
Well, no,
any other.
yeah, I know, but I mean, they're not gonna get shut down, but unless they
wouldn't get
change some Clean Air Acts and whatnot.
They could shut down some of the track.
They may not get shut down, but
Some of that.
You're gonna lose some of it, yeah.
some of the track may not be as valuable. And all the state appraised companies are valued based on several factors. One factor is their net income for the year. So if the railroad quits bringing in coal, then the railroad's income is going to go down. If that happens, then you also need to look at what's going to happen with CertainTeed, because they don't have the flash to give the CertainTeed. So now that plant's hit, and also you got an issue with your public gas value, because a lot of natural gas is going there. So to predict that would be impossible on my part. I can tell you what the Duke Progress value was, if that will give you enough to answer your question. Of the $865 million in state appraised, $739 million of that is Duke Progress. And that's both plants, the substations, the transmission lines, all the trucks, repair service, everything they have in Person County.
All right, that include the excess real estate they got on the lakes?
That includes the system and the non-system, is what they would call the excess land that's not necessary for the operation of the plant. And I can actually give you a breakdown of those too. Of the 739, 19 million is non-system. So they're saying all but $19 million of their stuff is required for operation of the plant. All the lake is required because that's cooling. So that'll just be some extra real estate they had that may be landlocked, and maybe something they hold in later to sell. They have various reasons for holding extra real estate. Maybe buffer areas that gives them a little bit of less complaints from citizens. A little bit of everything going on there.
So you're talking about roughly $5 million revenue then?
Yes, sir. The check to Person County is over $5 million every year at the current tax rate.
So,
Now, if they went completely away, the value wouldn't go to zero, but it would drop significantly. I have no guess at what it would do. The lake will still be there. I mean, it still has some value. A closed plant has value, as we've seen that on other real estate things, but that would be a major twist. I haven't heard anything about them closing the plant, and they've actually invested quite a bit of money in this one compared to other plants, and Commissioner Kendrick may be able to speak on that one, but we have been one location they've invested a lot of money in.
well, true, but you know,
So
the requirements that you're gonna have to meet in the next, 15 years?
I think the next major thing's 2017, and then it's 2025.
Okay.
And
Well,
we
I
have
think these will be one of the last ones to be put out of business, but unless they were to revamp them or whatever, start burning gas instead of coal, which would be a blessing, but.
I've heard rumors they're doing that. I don't know if there's any
Not
insight on
unless
that.
Not unless the transcontinental gas line comes closer than what they're proposing, because, we don't have anything big enough in Person County to burn to create the.
Even with the
energy
certainty line, it wasn't enough there?
No, it's only like a 6-inch line.
So as I guess, as they start closing other plants that are coal-fired, that's when it should be a big priority to the board to start looking at, discussing what might happen here.
Well, that's
It's not on my
certainly
radar
something
at
we
this
need to
point.
be mindful of.
Well, just like,
Almost need to start budgeting for the problem.
it's like Vance County at 140%, they're counting on losing 40% of their value. We would lose 21% of our value, 20% of our value if they shut down tomorrow and had no value. They would still have some, but I really have no way of guessing on that one.
Well, you know, they're either gonna go away because of our regulations, or they're gonna go away because,
Aging out.
it just wears out, but, you can reconstruct it, they have probably several times. But, I just think it's something we need to be mindful of, and
It's where the diversification of our industries helps, but we have a lot of places that aren't dependent on each other, and we've done a decent job of that. No big players in the $800 million range, but we've done a decent job of diversifying. Certainty being linked to Duke Progress may not be a great mix. If one shuts down, the other one may go too. Or if they convert to natural gas, that may be an issue. Certainty wouldn't have built there if they didn't have some guarantee that it's going to be coal ash available for many years to come. That may not mean a whole lot, but it has to be.
So that and the fact that the money they spend in those scrubbers.
There's over $1 billion I've heard spent on pollution abatement
yeah.
at that plant. So Duke Progress wouldn't have spent $1 billion, and Certainty wouldn't have built there if there's not at least a temporary long-term plan there.
Oh, I'm not talking about next week, but I'm talking about,
It would be a game changer when it happens.
My
so.
lifetime or yours,
you will probably see them go away.
I hope not to see them go away, but I hope to be here.
Well,
I'm living forever, right?
I'll be right there with you.
Yeah, that's all I have on the levy projections. Any other questions, or do we want to go into a discussion on a discount period? There's 1 out of 4 votes for that, so I don't know if y'all want to. I got a few slides I can share with you on that and how that looks.
anybody want to see that?
Don't wanna go over that,
Well, have enough votes then.
1 to 4.
Now, let's change your mind. When the man's collecting 97 cents on the dollar,
You're telling me all I need to know.
well, I mean, we in essence, giving money away by doing that.
I'd be happy to go over it, or it'd probably take less than 10 minutes. If you want to know how it looks, how it fits together, I can have conversations with each of these separately if you don't want to do it today. I'm prepared to talk about it.
Real quick.
Okay. Discount periods are offered by North Carolina General Statute 105-360C. And the reason I say by general statute, there's some restrictions that the statute has and some restrictions that you'll see that we have as far as implementing it. One thing is you have to do it by resolution or ordinance. You got to do it by May 1st. After you do it, you have to include in that when they have to pay by. You cannot offer a discount period after August 31st.
You have to do it every year.
If you adopt by ordinance or resolution, either one, by May 1st, you must make a change if you're going to change.
Oh, okay.
So what it does, it's going to lock you in before you start working on budget, because you had to make this change before it got here. So that's one kind of odd thing. You must announce your discount amounts. You can have multiple discount periods, and I'll go over that shortly what those could look like. After you adopt it, you have to send it to the Department of Revenue, and basically what they're doing, and they're keeping track of who's offering discounts, and then make sure there wasn't some misquoting in there where you said I'm giving a 50% when you meant a 5%, or something that would really mess your budget up. So double checking that for us to make sure we didn't make a mess. And then we have to advertise anytime we make a change, at least one time in the paper. So that seems pretty straightforward when you look at it from there. This is a map of discount counties that currently offer discounts. And you see that one down there is a 3%. And that county actually doesn't, they do offer 3%, but the map is kind of misleading. since you can have multiple discount periods, you can have a discount period that ends the end of July and one that ends the end of August. So that 3% county is actually Mitchell County, and they have a 3% discount, but only if you pay by the end of July. They don't have any other discount period. So a lot of counties will have a 2% if you pay by the end of July and a 1% if you pay by the end of August. What the map shows is the lowest discount that any counties are offering. So if they offered a multiple discount period, which about 7 or 8 did, I only showed the lowest discount, the one that was done by August 30th, or August 31st on almost every one of them. You have 6 counties offering 0.5%, 2 counties offering, 15 counties offering a 2% by August 31st. And I can go in any specific county, if you can't read my map, if you want to know what color it is. If you want to look at Granville County, for example, they're offering a 1.5 by August 31st. That's the only bordering county to us that has a discount period. Castle County had one, they got rid of theirs in 2001 or 2002. So our bordering counties are not offering a discount at this time.
What's the collection rate on those counties offering discount?
This slide here actually covers that, so you're right on target. The ending collection rate is not impacted by the discount period. I did not find a single county that had a better collection rate, or could not find a trend and the collection rate was better just because they offered a discount period. You do get the money earlier. The counties that offer a discount are averaging around a 60% collection rate by August 31st. So you say, that's great. If we had a 60% collection rate, that means we would have $16.6 million by August 31st to invest. So we can invest that money, and that's how you pay for a discount period. You take the money, invest it, and you get the money 4 months earlier. So based on your investment, you hopefully can offset the discount period. I was surprised to figure out that Thurston County, even though we have a substantial fund balance, we get a very poor return on investments because we have to be so conservative. We can't take high risk. We're getting a 0.26% return on investment.
Excuse me a minute, Amy, what is the average return that a county can get on investable stuff that you can invest in? Of all the stuff that's permitted, what would
that not the number I
That's,
just?
that's basically the number that you're seeing right there, and that is just a reflection of.
0.26?
That
Okay.
is just a reflection of the Fed Reserve's, hesitance to
Money
raise.
manipulation, yeah.
Actually, I got these numbers from Amy, so we had already touched base on that. But 0.26 is the 30-day yield from the North Carolina Cash Management Trust Fund. So that's what I used in that. So if you gave a 1% discount and got that $16 million early, it's costing you $166,443. If you invested that, you would make $14,425. So by offering a discount, it's going to cost you $152,000 if you offered a 1%. And that's only if the state appraised properties don't take advantage of it.
And why wouldn't they?
They'd be the ones to take care of the most.
And if that did, it would cost you another $55,000. So we're looking at it costing $200,000 to offer a discount of 1%. Now your banks are going to take the discount also. All your escrow payments are going to take the discount. They do that everywhere. We have over 5,000 escrow accounts. They're paying $5.4 million, and they're going to take a discount, and that's included in the 60%.
Say that one more time, Russell. The banks will.
They will pay to take the discount. They're going to want that discount.
Okay.
And so there's going to be 5,000 payments, $5.4 million, and that is figured into my 60% rate.
How many escrow accounts did you have?
Just a little bit over 5,000.
5,000 escrow.
Yes, sir. And every county I asked, and I sent an email to every county that's currently offering discount, all the ones that responded said yes. A couple of them actually said they had to by law. After I questioned them, they said, well, we know they always do. Maybe it's not the law, but they always do. And I couldn't find it in the rest of the law, so I don't think it's a requirement, but they all do, so I guess it's a moot point. They're going to take the discount. Other issues with it, and this was where I broke out what the statutes required and what Person County would face. Our software, and most software throughout the state, requires that all
jurisdictions use the same discount rates. So if we do a discount, the city of Roxborough will have to do one also. There's only one or
Or you
two.
gotta change your software.
Or we have to change software. If we change the software to one that allows different ones, there's only like 2 companies out there that even allow it. So it has to be either special software modified for us, or we're gonna have to make sure the city of Roxborough does it too, or the city of Roxborough may have to collect their own taxes, which we really don't wanna go down that road. That's a lot of headache for our citizens, for one thing. You set discount period early, you can't change it, you get in the middle of the budget cycle and say, we really wish we had that 1% back, it's too late. May 1st, you had to change it by then. Anyone who pays early will have to get the discount, whether they meant to or not. Explain how that works. Like, we have people on fixed income that will pay, they're already paying next year's taxes. They started this month, paying 1/12 of the taxes. They'll get that discount if we offer one because they paid early. The problem for Amy and her shop is if someone who pays early that didn't take the discount because they didn't notice the bill had changed or they weren't sure if they get it in on time and they pay the full amount, we got to send them a refund check. So the number of refund checks that come about because of offer discount is tremendous. And the discount, of course, would apply to everything we collect, and that would be your animal taxes, dog, cat taxes, stormwater, city of Roxborough, and any other fees we might collect. So everything that we do has to have the same discount.
So
See
in
that?
other words, if we're looking at giving back to the taxpayers, the easiest way of doing it is reducing the tax rate by itself in whole. I suppose. The reason I brought this up because I had several residents that own property in Granville County, and my office is right by. They're on their way to the Granville County tax office, and I guess they had been at their frustration about Person County not having the same plan in place. So I told them that I would do my due diligence and bring it up for consideration. Overall, you know, the main purpose of the plan is to create cash flow for the county, not that we need cash flow now or the near future for any major project that we're working on. But it's good to know there's 38 counties that do offer this services. So you know, we talked about how we can help our county employees for the first half. And I think our greatest asset in this county is our taxpayers, our tax base. And we provide great customer service. And this is one way of one of the many ways we could look at giving back to our taxpayers that do their job, they work hard, and they pay their taxes. So, so that's why I asked Russell, thank you for bringing up just a little bit, just a little bit of information, food for thought.
One thing I didn't mention, the cost to the city of Roxborough doing 1% would be around $20,000. I did figure that number out for you. Granville County does have the same tax software that we have, so all their jurisdictions they collect for are having to do like we would have to do with the city of Roxborough. Probably the most interesting nuance about this, if your escrow company paid early and your taxes went down by 1%, it's very likely your house payment would go up for the next 9 months because your bank is trying to capture that money earlier, and explaining that to a citizen would be very difficult.
Well,
Your
most
taxes
people
went
don't-
down,
Most people don't even read their escrow.
but but when the house payment goes up, they're gonna know.
Well, the house payment, and most of the time, 9 times out of 10, that's the insurance going up as opposed to the taxes. I've had to explain it many of times.
I can see trying to explain to a taxpayer, your taxes went down, and because your taxes went down by 1%, your house payment just increased for the next year. I really don't want to have that conversation. That would be so difficult to explain, but I'll do whatever the board wishes.
I don't think you gotta worry about that.
That's all I have.
Do we have any appeals for this year?
For the board E&R, of course, we just finished the informal appeal time, the appeal to our office. We probably had 20 or 30 people come in and talk to us about value. Philip hasn't reviewed those and got their letters out yet, so at this point, I really don't know. The reason we're seeing appeals now, in normal revaluation years, after the first or second year, you wouldn't see any. But with the market being stagnant and the value's not going up, people never appeal the value because it's too low. So the values aren't going up, so they're getting their house reappraised, and it's coming in very similar to tax value, maybe a little lower than tax value. So that's where some of the appeals are coming from at this point.
Can I get a current issue of the Machinery Act?
You still have the current. They have not issued a new one since the red one.
I still got your current.
I can get you another one, red
That's
one.
where my book went.
Well, you gave it to
You,
me.
you lost your book.
Which one
You
I
said
gave
you had read it from cover to cover and
Yeah.
knew everything in between it.
Yes.
No, it's the black one.
I'll be glad to get another copy if y'all need a copy. The red one is still the current
Okay,
version, right?
yeah, I do, because I misplaced mine.
Okay.
Uh,
Can't believe you lost it. That's the most important book
Well,
you've
I-
been given.
I thought you had that at a meeting recently.
I don't know if it's on.
No, I got it. I got the black one.
Well, I didn't give you the schedule of values, did I?
No, this was the Machinery Act.
There's
find
very
any
little.
one.
I'm telling you, that's really good, informative reading.
It'll put you to sleep. The,
Unless it affects you, you don't pay any attention to it.
Machinery Act is basically the law and nothing but the law. There are 4 pages in there that cover present use value, the farm use taxes, and there's a 250-page manual that goes along with that to explain those 4 pages of law. So it gives you the law part of it, but interpreting it is another whole ballgame. But I'll be glad to get you another red one. The black one is still pretty current, except maybe 2 or 3 little wordings here or there. Motor vehicle tax changes will probably not be in the old one.
You ain't gotta worry about me going back through it.
I'll be glad to. I'll give you the last 20 versions of it if you like, but
I slept through the last 6 or 7 pages, I'm sure.
very good.
All right, anybody got any more questions for Russell? If not, Amy, we'll turn it over to you.
Speaking of putting you to sleep, sure you don't want a break?
Took 37 minutes.
I'm gonna go up here because I need to spread out. All right. This presentation is really gonna be similar in format to what you saw last year, at last year's retreat. I'll be providing a brief snapshot of where we are fiscally at mid-year, compared to December and the year before. Comparing mid-year revenues and expenditures is often a good measurement of how you're doing fiscally, as well as an indicator of where things might fall at fiscal year end. I'll talk about sales and use tax, one of our major fiscal indicators of economic health, as well as a tentative look at current and projected unassigned fund balance levels. We are in a better position to reveal a summary of capital improvement projects since these requests were due from all departments and agencies on January the 19th. And we'll also cover the financial impacts these could have on our debt service. Also, in conclusion, I'll highlight some of the primary trends we're seeing now and some projections going forward. This is intended to be very informal, so please stop me as needed if you'd like to ask questions or if you just want to generate some discussion. Okay, let's take a look at this mid-year comparison for revenues. These are comparing revenue collections in December 2015 compared to what they were through December 2014. And we're going to look at the major factors causing the variances between the two. We are seeing basically, if you look at this bottom line, we're seeing a very flat trend in revenues between both years to the point where it doesn't even generate a percentage change. However, there are large variances between each category that offset each other to provide this minimal difference. As with last year's summary, we've got 5 major categories of revenues. Although the increase is less prominent than in other categories, we're still showing an increase in the current year for ad valorem taxes by $77,000. Now, my figure's always going to differ from Russell's because I'm having to capture it early. He's actually got a lot more at this point in time, but at the time I did this analysis, this is what we were showing.
And they could be one person paid early December, late December, or early January 1 year. So.
Correct. It is my understanding, though, that overall levy collections and DMV revenues are up, and the collection rate is looking to be in line, if not better, than in fiscal year 2015. So since he's already given you an in-depth revenue of this category, I'm going to move on to sales tax. But we are glad to see some strong collections in ad valorem. The 2 largest changes are in the categories for sales and other taxes and other revenues down at the bottom. Included in the sales and other tax category is occupancy tax and register of deeds excise tax. So it's not just sales tax in that category. Sales tax is actually up by $178,000. Occupancy tax is showing an increase of $25,000, and Register of Deeds excise tax is higher due to a significant receipt of $98,000 back in July for the large sale of excise stamps from Duke Energy. Occupancy tax, along with the sales tax, are strong indicators of the average consumer's confidence in the economy, and we are seeing continued growth in these two revenue streams. Fees and license revenues are showing some improvement, this next category. In last year's discussion, this category showed a larger increase, which was mostly due to to a one-time inspection fee that we had received. We weren't really seeing any increases that were generated from more services being rendered. However, this year tells a different story. The revenues from Pat's ridership fees are up by $56,000. Recreation and arts fees show an increase of $26,000, and landfill host fees are up by $19,000.
What
So-
was that figure,
Which figure?
the landfill?
I'm not sure what the total is, but I just know it's up $19,000 compared to December the year before. So although the
Probably using
increase,
that for land cover.
although the increase is smaller, we can still credit the increase with more service growth-related reasons than we could the year before. These increases in the first three categories are helping to cover the delays we are experiencing this year in our state and federal revenues, this next category. After discussion with DSS staff, this almost $300,000 reduction between the 2 years is primarily due to a later submittal of expenditures for reimbursement by the state. DSS revenues are lagging by about $238,000, but this is just a timing issue. This is not, we're still expecting to get the revenue, we're just getting it later than we did the year before.
We have to use fund balance to cover float the difference.
Fund balance basically covers it, or these additional revenues that we're getting in these other categories help to cover that shortage for that time period. But then they catch up.
But you
at the end.
remember, that's why we appropriate fund balance in DSS and health both, because the revenues do often lag,
That's right.
so we put that there as placeholder.
The other driver in the decrease for the state and federal funding category is the reduction in lottery drawdowns for school projects by $162,000. At this time last year, we had done some earlier drawdowns from the lottery fund than what we have done in this year. Again, same thing as with DSS, it's just a reimbursement timing issue. In fact, if you factor out these reductions that are due to timing issues, we would actually see an increase in state and federal revenues due to the revenues that are coming in higher, such as the state reimbursement for inmates. That's coming in by $44,000 more than it did the year before. Pat's revenues by $67,000. So I'm not at all concerned about the reduction showing in the state and federal funds area.
The inmate, is that due to the measures that Wallace put in place with the having the additional employee? Does it have anything to do with that? I know he came and spoke to us and said that his numbers were a lot better because they were processing things through a lot faster or something, but
I can't speak to that. I don't know how much of the revenue is tied to that result, or if it's a possibility that, and I don't think Sheriff's in here, but that the inmate population is up, the state inmates. And so that could certainly generate a higher revenue stream coming in for state inmates.
The sheriff's joining us at 2:15, so we'll try to remember to ask him. I think he
there's
has a different story for why it's up.
Okay. The decrease in this last category for other revenues, which includes donations and other types of contributions, can be solely attributed to the absence of payments from PCC that were received in 2014 for the Kirby Rebirth Project. That project was mostly completed in fiscal year 15. Therefore, we don't have any associated contribution coming in from PCC to show in the current year. So that's the difference in why you're seeing actually a reduction from the year before. So in the mid-year comparison for revenues, we compute a small decrease of less than $18,000 for the same 6 months in 2014. Since we're experiencing some actual revenue growth, I'm confident that the reimbursement timing issue is really the primary factor for why we are seeing a reduction versus a surplus in revenues between the 2 years. This leaves us hopeful that this year will be a year where growth is evident. Any questions about this slide before I move to the mid-year comparison for expenditures? All right. Okay, let's take a similar mid-year look at expenditures. The 5 major categories presented include personnel, operating, capital, debt service, and transfers to other funds. Personnel, of course, includes salary and benefit costs for all county employees. We anticipated an increase in this cost compared to 2014 due to another increase we experienced in group health insurance, as well as other elevated costs related to higher service demands such as in part-time, overtime, and on-call pay. Part-time is actually showing the highest of these increases by $75,000 over the previous year, particularly in EMS due to various staff transitions and retirements that they have recently experienced. Some reductions that are helping to offset some of these increased costs are found in unemployment, retirement contributions due to the state's decrease in employers' rates this year, and cell phone expenses are down. So those are helping to keep this from being a much larger increase, but I'd say the majority is due to the part-time and the increase we had in health insurance that we're setting aside. The next category for operating expenditures increased by almost $477,000, mostly due to the costs associated with increases to schools and PCC, the volunteer fire departments, expenditures for medical supplies, utilities seem to be higher, and property insurance. Expenditures decrease offsets include the absence of costs for the Kirby rebirth, reductions in expenditures for contracted services, fuel, definitely down, equipment maintenance and repair, and special appropriations funding went down this year. Factoring out the non-recurring increase from the school's laptop initiative, which was almost $835,000, we would actually show an overall decrease in operating expenditures between the 2 years of $358,000, or a reduction of over 3%. So this increase is heavily affected by this one-time program initiative to the schools and doesn't really reflect a legitimate strain in our recurring operating costs. The next smaller category for regular capital is down by almost $184,000 due to the reduction in the Kirby rebirth expenditures that were mostly evident in fiscal year 15. Other capital reductions show up in the slowdown of federal seizure purchases, but other than that, I wasn't able to tie any other reasons for this reduction in regular capital. Our largest change occurs in the next category for debt service by more than $1 million reduction that is solely due to the drop-off of debt of the 2008 refinancing. This reduction is helping to minimize the overall increase to expenditures that we see in these other categories. The last item is transfers to other funds, which reports an increase of more than $370,000 that is a result of a higher level of funding support for the Economic Catalyst Fund by $220,000 that I think you all put in this year, and Person Industries and Recycling Center by $166,000 due to an increase in rates by their temporary agency contract. There's also a larger transfer to the Person County Tourism Development Authority due to the larger amount of occupancy tax coming in that we're having to transfer back out to them by the $25,000. And the only transfer that's actually posting a reduction compared to the prior year is the amount appropriated to the CIP fund by $91,000, since the majority of major projects were financed in this year. So we didn't have to do a pay-as-you-go, so we were able to reduce our CIP transfer. Overall expenditures are down at mid-year by almost $168,000, a decrease of about 0.6%, primarily because of the large reduction in debt. Revenues minus expenditures for the 6 months through December 2015 is around $10.2 million that you see there, an increase of almost $150,000 compared to the year before. But this surplus is basically the result of a larger decrease in expenditures than in revenues. So we had a reduction in revenues, but it was small. The decrease in expenditures is much larger, therefore we're actually showing this surplus here. Any questions so far on the mid-year comparison?
You had an increase on Pat's of 67,000. What was the increase in expenses?
It's the amount of riders and the amount we get reimbursed through the different programs through Medicaid, Medicare, and
Right.
Veterans.
Exactly. Exactly.
You're asking about the expenditures then?
The expenditures, I'm not showing a big variance in expenditures, just the highlight was for revenues from fees that were coming in for the ridership. Those are up, so there's a service, definitely an increased service level for Pat's ridership than there was the year before, for the 6 months we're looking at. Any other questions? All right. Sales and use tax. This next slide gives you the 10-year trend for sales and use tax. The trend line, as you can see there, continues to climb for the 4th year in a row since the economy bottomed out in 2011. I estimate that this is going to continue with another positive result at the end of this fiscal year for $6.91 million. Sales tax is currently up by $178,000 or 8.11% for the 4 months compared to last year. As I mentioned earlier, sales tax is basically an economic indicator of consumer confidence. As the economy improves, the consumer tends to spend more, thereby generating more sales tax revenue for local governments. So, although we don't anticipate getting back to levels that we saw in 2008, this continual growth is a positive indicator that the economy is gradually improving.
That include the $500,000 you expect to get?
No, that additional revenue actually won't come in until, I think it's June, isn't it, Laura? I believe it's June that we'll start, well, we won't actually see those collections come in until about July or August. But I think it's May or June that those actually start being applied.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, in spring they'll start being applied, but we won't see the influence of that until later.
In your prior, I apologize for asking you to go back, but
That's okay.
debt that we have, do we typically look at refinancing a debt when interest rates are favorable, or are we pretty much set with whatever debt we pull in?
That refinancing debt, that large debt that came off was actually debt that we had refinanced back in 2008 when rates had come way down, yeah. And so we actually had some debt that we benefited from by refinancing it. Since then, our rates have been so low that it really wouldn't be any advantage to us.
By the time you paid the fees, it wouldn't.
Exactly, the financing fees that you would pay would more than offset any savings that we would generate. We continue to look at that because rates continue to seem so low.
Would it be
but-
beneficial to, I know it's not a good thing about taking on debt, but wouldn't it be beneficial for us as a group to go out and borrow more money now since rates are favorable and roll all of that debt into the new amount that we get for future use?
Yes, and I'm gonna talk a little bit about that on a later slide when I get to the debt service slide, but yes, if you've got a lot of pay-as-you-go projects right now, rates continue to be very favorable. With the drop-off of this huge debt that we just had, you're talking about, we went from about an 8%, almost an 8% debt ratio, which is your percentage of debt to your total expenditures. We went from 8% with this drop-off to 4%. The cap on your debt ratio is typically around 15%. You don't want to be above that. We've not gotten close to that. Even with this large debt, when we had it, we only stayed around 8%. So
Because they're gonna start creeping up.
yes, it is. We are hearing rates eventually are going to come back up, but what we're hearing is when they do come back up, it will be very incremental. It will not be something that's going to be life-changing.
You're only looking at the Fed raising their basis points a 0.25% incrementally. I'd be surprised to see the Fed raise the rate for the rest of the year from their last rate change.
I agree with that.
0.25%.
That's what I'm hearing too.
You're probably looking at, basically what they did this past time was go and see, and let's look, I know from the bank standpoint, the margin that they're getting it's not gonna be it's not making much of a difference on the rates at all,
No.
especially in the public sector. So you probably, maybe, if everything goes all well, but with the economic downturn that you're seeing right now, it's a possibility they reverse course too. Doubtful that it'd be done this year, but it's a possibility. But I don't think you have to run to the nearest, run and get your nearest rate shopping right now, just because of what the Fed's done. So,
Because it takes us a couple of 3 months to get it all together.
Typically, it takes an average of 3 months to do a financing, depending on the project.
Well, now, the last time the Fed raised rates, mortgage rates went down because people started buying treasuries. And that's what the rates were tied to.
So we don't really anticipate any big rate adjustments. If you have some pay-as-you-go projects, as we will be presenting to you, for the ones that you want to consider doing, we may bring you some options for financing them just because we would like to take advantage of the rates right now that are available. But, that's for future discussion. Gary, you can go to the next one. I included this next slide to show you the trend of our previous unassigned fund balance levels that Jim shared with us earlier, in a very tentative projection of the level by current fiscal year end. As you'll see, Person County recognized a healthy increase in unassigned fund balance to 25.2% at fiscal year end 15, which was an increase of about 6.8%. This is well above the 18% minimum fund balance target established in the Capital Reserve Resolution. The deferral of pay-as-you-go capital and increase in debt investment in the current year caused a much-needed boost to fund balance, which was right around the minimum target in fiscal year 14. Speaking to what you were talking about. A reduction in unfinished contracts to carry forward into the current year was also a contributing factor to this increase, which was the result of an earlier scheduled cutoff for contractual obligations and purchase order commitments. And this touches on what Heidi had mentioned earlier. This carry forward amount affects unassigned fund balance levels at year end since they become dedicated for other purposes, which reduces the amount that we can show as unassigned. So implementing an earlier cutoff for these contractual obligations also allowed for better planning as we attempted to tighten controls on spending and strengthen our management of fund balance levels. This graph also provides for a cautious projection of unassigned fund balance for the current year's end to increase to 26.4%. This is very conservative. Higher property tax and sales tax collections and the recognition of additional fee revenues in various departments lead us to project a slightly higher fund balance level at June 30th, 2016. There are many other factors that could greatly impact this projection. I always say that because I want to put that caveat out there. But as of now, I'm forecasting that unassigned fund balance will move in a positive direction by the end of this fiscal year. It is still very early in the year, so a projection of fund balance is more uncertain than if we had a few more months of actual activity to include in our projection, but this is what it looks like so far with the data that we have. Any questions on
You said
fund
that
balance?
our debt expenses went from 8 to 4.
I'm guessing, I'm just doing some rough calculation, but yes, I think it's going to go
Does that
down
include the
quite a
1.8
bit.
million we just borrowed? Does that include the 2.9 or 3 million we're gonna borrow for? That's gonna
That-
drive it back up, isn't it?
No, not, because you're only talking about a debt payment of about $150,000 versus the $1 million debt payment that we were experiencing.
Okay.
Actually, I think it was
So
over
what
2
you're
million.
comparing there is not balances, but payments.
Right, not the debt itself.
Correct,
So that's a cash flow statement.
yes. Any other questions? All right. The next 4 slides include a list of capital improvement projects that were submitted by various county departments, the schools, and PCC. We have 2 very significant projects that have further developed since our discussion at the retreat last year, but they're still in the planning stages. I'm going to skip these 2 for now because I'm going to talk more about these on some future slides. We still have various buildings that require re-roofing, but the majority of the large roofing projects were addressed in the current year's proposed financing. Additional maintenance projects for county buildings include new floor and air conditioning units for the animal services shelter. I believe that these are requested to meet required animal care standards and codes. The tax office is requesting new software for $750,000 with half to be expensed next year. Their current vendor has announced his retirement and will be dissolving his company due to the absence of anyone to take over his business. So therefore, the tax office has no choice but to begin search for a new software provider. The next slide includes several projects from economic development that involve new construction of a shell building to house potential industries, a 30-square-foot pad that would be constructed around the airport, and the construction of a new industrial park, all combined costing $1.32 million in fiscal year 17. EMS has requested a satellite facility to be located on the northern side of Person County for $335,000. Renovation projects include the Person Industries and Recycling Center merger and a Helena satellite facility for the library, which is a new requested project. Parks and Arts Department has submitted 4 project requests, including some light replacements at Bushy Fork, seating upgrades at the Kirby, the construction of a restroom facility at Olive Hill Park, and ADA upgrades to all parks for a combined request of over $263,000. You can go next. The next page includes projects submitted by the schools for a total of almost $1.85 million. Some of these are new, but many of these I think you've seen on our current CIP plan. I'm not going to read through all these, but they basically encompass repaving, installation and upgrades to equipment, ADA upgrades, window replacements, and re-roofing of school buildings. The more complex request comes on the next slide from PCC. I don't know if you can see, but I've got these in a different color down here at the bottom in red. We divided their request into 2 categories. The group at the top are projects that they will be requesting only local dollars for, or from the county, for a total of $1.58 million in fiscal year 17. It is anticipated that the group of projects in red on the bottom half of the page for over $2 million will be 100% covered by state bond proceeds. This is contingent upon a vote from citizens in favor of the state's proposal to borrow $2 billion for repairs and expansions across a large majority of educational facilities. PCC's allotment for the campus in Person County would be $3,395,605. The sum of the projects in red would be the ones they would request funding for in fiscal year 17 for just over $2 million, with the remaining balance of the state bonds to cover projects in fiscal year 18. However, these will be requests to the county if the referendum fails. So this is debt that basically the state is entering into to help cover a lot of these renovations, and it's debt that they are entering into, not the county and not PCC.
If it gets passed.
If it gets passed.
And no match from the county.
And no match from the county. These are the projects that PCC has stated that they would cover the bond that they would cover with the bond proceeds, and then there's a couple of other projects in the next year to make up the difference for the allotment that they are getting.
That Allied building that they want $1 million a year for 10 years.
No, the Allied Health Building request is basically, I think if I looked at that, it's $10 million over time from the county. Was it 10?
It's 18 million,
It's 18 million, but they were only requesting.
Yeah, they're requesting, let's see, they're gonna raise in their capital campaign 5 million. They're asking for 1.5 million to come from sales tax, and then the remaining 11.5 million to come from us. But the sales tax is, that's our money as well.
Right.
So
This million is, it's my understanding that that is architectural fees, architect and engineering
yeah,
fees.
the first, yeah.
And
That's
some,
something they've already committed to do,
and some space study.
or is that a wish list?
I think that's something that they're planning on coming to talk to you more about, because we've not gotten a lot of information from them as far as the actual.
And the purpose of this building is what?
It's my understanding that is to house their nursing program. Their nursing seems to be their largest program in demand at PCC, so they're gonna put all their nursing classes in there, as well as, I think, this early
The early college,
college.
they say is the.
They're gonna use a
bottom
floor in this building for the early college program.
They also have included here that they're gonna include new science labs and provide space to house 4-year and graduate level courses and programs.
It's their eggs, they put them all in that basket.
Hmm?
It's all the eggs they put in that Allied Health basket.
I'm sure they probably mentioned that they were gonna partner with us, as general statutes say, to help train our EMS people and keep their certifications upgraded.
Well, if I tell you the stories that the volunteer fire departments are having over there since, their instructor left, which they didn't like the instructor anyway, but they have not been very happy with the services, fire service training and stuff that they've been getting at PCC, so I think
Oh,
they're
really?
doing a lot of online, I forget what they call it, but a lot of online courses,
Continuing ed.
in another county at a community college.
The same thing is happening with our EMS as well as our sheriff's staff.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Get any kind of update on the workforce development? Aren't you on that board with the car?
Yeah, but I don't have any update.
You might need to go, because there's been some kind of rub there between workforce development and car and PCC. I'm not on that now.
Any other discussion on this line?
Anything you wanna chime in with, Sheriff? You might wanna mention his
Hey
PCC.
Tracy, you wanna borrow
Struggle.
16.2 million? You wanna borrow the whole 16 million? Okay, I'm just checking on you.
What do they call it, a Con Ed or something, what, the type of training they get?
Yeah, our mandated in-service training, we have been going through PCC. We did have issues last year. They are not resolved as of right now. So right now, we will actually be going with Richland Community College for this year's in-service training, but we do hope to eventually come back to PCC.
It's one county, I can't remember if it's not Lincoln County, but it starts with L, I believe, that all the fire departments told them they were going through some stuff, so.
They've had a lot of turnover in this field, and one of my staff members actually helped run it for a couple of years, and it was just, that's a second job. It's not a part-time job to do that.
And Dewey, isn't it part of the general statutes that if you establish a community college system, they're supposed to assist in the training and development and continuing education of the EMS and fire public?
I can't really answer that.
I'm not sure, but
I
I'll
think
look it
there
up.
is.
I'll look it up.
Sheriff, while you're here, there was a question about the state inmate reimbursement. We have seen an uptick in the amount of revenues we've been getting for that, and I think the question was, Chairman, was any of that tied to the position that
DA's office.
the DA's office has put into place? And do you know?
Yes, I do know.
Okay.
Yes, a little bit of it is, but we have had quite a few increases this year. DWI, we used to not get paid for that. That has come on board. Reimbursement for DWI holdings, that has come within the last 6 months. Our numbers have increased on how many we can house, and we can control that by our population. The DA does help in getting some of these to this point. This is a year that's gonna look great for his position, but as a totality, it's more things than just that one position. Like I say, taking on DWIs. If you notice, we didn't do the big roundup at the end of last year like we normally do. We actually got our inmate count down. That is fixing to increase again. That too allowed us to take in more than we normally could, but we was almost at capacity. So it's a whole bunch of stuff that's actually helping to increase this revenue.
If you want, but the seat is free next to Brenda if you wanna join us.
All right, Gary, you can go to the next slide.
Next.
All right. This is is basically a summary of the CIP funding request we just went over. The county projects requested total 10.71 million, school projects for 1.84 million, and PCC for 3.67 million, total being 16.22 million. PCC projects for 3.67 million includes both categories of projects that we just discussed, the ones that would be covered by the county and the ones that could potentially be covered by the state bond. In comparison, the requested projects for fiscal year 17 exceed what was approved for the current year by 10.7 million. The primary drivers of this increase being the additional projects submitted by county departments and PCC. So before I go over the two potential financing projects, are there any questions on the list that we just talked about with CIP projects? I'll answer them if I can. We'll be bringing you more information, obviously, regarding all of these projects and some strategies for funding them. Okay, next slide. This one brings us up to speed of where we are with the senior center project, one of the two potential projects that we'll likely finance within the next year. A lot has happened with this project since our discussion of this at last year's retreat. The latest decision on this facility is that the existing senior center building be demolished to prepare for a 12,000 square foot facility and development of a community park on the adjacent lot. At this time, the estimated cost for this project is $2.87 million. A contract was approved to engage an architect and engineering firm to begin the planning specifications for the project. They have scheduled a community meeting on February the 8th for public input on the design. It is anticipated that we'll pay for this project using the general obligation bonds that we have in place from the 2008 referendum. The county applied for a 3-year extension, which the local government commission granted until November 2018 to issue these bonds at probably around a 20 or 25-year term.
Kind of rate they gonna, you don't know till you issue them, do you?
Don't know till we issue, but typically they are lower than, and what we just, the one that we just had for Roxflex was 2.22%. So we anticipate that it's gonna be lower than that.
All right, well, that referendum, allowed you to go up to 6 million, didn't it?
Yes, but at this time, we're only estimating to tap into 2.87 million of
All
that.
right, so if you tried to use those funds for anything but the senior erection, it wouldn't be allowed, right?
That's
That's right.
correct. It would have to be something associated with the
Wanna make it
senior
bigger?
center or something with a recreation center.
You can add a rec component. No, you can't. It's good.
Well,
You can.
So this should
Take it
garner
right.
favorable interest
Spend,
rate
it's
for
time
this
to do
loan.
that.
Yeah. Time to do it, Neil.
I'm trying to pressure you.
Get it built, ain't a problem.
We got a good interest rate.
Yeah, but that don't
Yeah,
cover the $1
that's-
million a year funding,
that's right.
operating expense.
It does once we get all this efficiency under
Oh,
the,
no. You can't get enough on the sport flex to cover that. You'll be all right.
We should get a favorable interest rate for this because it is a GO bond, but like you say, it remains to be seen until we actually go into it to see. Funds have been advanced to this project to cover the engineering firm's contract that was approved for $315,200. To date, we have spent $10,600 so far for a structural assessment. There's currently about $317,000 left in this project fund to cover initial costs. Once we obtain loan proceeds, we'll reimburse the general fund for the expenditures that have been advanced to this project up to that point. Any questions or discussion regarding this project? All right, we'll go to the next one, which is the next slide is the Public Safety Communication System Upgrade and Broadband Project. I laugh a little to the side because I want to call this, which is much easier to say, cell tower and broadband project, but the Assistant County Manager persists that I need to call it the Public Safety Communication System Upgrade and Broadband Project, so that's what we shall call it. The next large potential CIP project is this one, and there have been many developments with this project since the last retreat. The state has offered to construct another tower, leaving the county to fund 2 towers out of the 4 that are to be built on each corner of the county. Implementation of the Viper system with VHF backup is also a new development with this project since our prior year's discussion. The cost of the Viper system's implementation is uncertain at this time, but it seems to be the desired communication system by the majority of public safety agencies, The latest estimate is still around $4 million, but this is greatly dependent upon the results from the updated feasibility study. We'll wait to get a clearer picture of project costs before presenting any funding options to the board. The current timeline for construction commencement is fiscal year 17. However, this schedule may be revised by the consultant in the updated study, so it may be a little delayed further beyond that, depending on what we hear. So this project is still somewhat in flux until we receive more information. This is a large and complex project that is unique to Person County, in that we haven't done anything similar on this scale with regards to communication equipment, and it affects all public safety agencies countywide. So, although it seems like this project is creeping along, the careful analysis and evaluation of these sites is necessary to be sure that we comply with the state regulations and to ensure that we use the correct specifications for providing the most beneficial communication system possible.
When are the environmental studies supposed to be completed?
They were just missing one little piece to that, and they were scheduled to be completed in December, but we've had to push that back because we're waiting for one little piece to be done.
Now, it's my understanding that the state is going to be using our environmental studies for the sites that they're, for the
Yes,
towers that they're building.
that is correct.
Have all the studies been complete, almost completed, or,
Bethel Hill is the one that we're waiting on, just one little piece.
okay, after that point, so you got the environmental study, which we were told that would be the longest wait time prospect, so once you got the environmental studies, and what's the next go-to?
Well, we need to give the information to the state in terms of the equipment that we need to go on the Mount Terza project, and then they'll begin construction on that tower. In terms of what we're gonna do, before I speak to that, I would like to get some information from the consultant with an update on the timeline, because that's gonna better answer your question. Right now, we're still getting input from our public safety folks to make sure that there's consensus on using Viper as the primary communication system and VHF as the backup. So, as soon as I get that information, I'll let you know.
Okay, so you're looking at the state has to approve what they're going, you've got to submit the documentation to the state on
For Mount Terza.
the spec plans and the studies for Mount Terza and for Woodland.
Woodland, that's correct.
Okay, so, basically, see 2017, it just seems like we've been doing, it's been a long process.
I say, it seems like it's
It
It seems
has.
like we are truly creeping along here, and
Yes.
so I guess my thing is I want to make sure that we're doing our part to keep this
Yes.
speeding along at as fast as possibly we can, and whether it's us, talk about the Viper system. I've heard, since I've been a commissioner, people didn't like the Viper system because
Yes,
but now it's becoming a
right.
more viable option because of the 3 tower locations in the
Right.
county. So, at what point are you gonna, come to us to go with the, for us to give you a go, no-go for the Viper?
As soon as I get an updated feasibility study, and he's working on that right now, so I anticipate that in the next month or two. It'll definitely be part of our discussion with the CIP, so you'll get that information hopefully before we bring the CIP to you for approval, which is usually in April.
Okay, and then you'll get back that information from the consultant, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And the switch to Viper or the discussion about switching to Viper is a new occurrence, because the state just offered to take over that Mount Terza site for us, and that really made it possible. That made the coverage in the county much more acceptable to our public safety folks. And the sheriff has been out doing testing, and he can speak to how that's been going, but that changes, the way the project is gonna unfold.
So Dewey, is the Viper, I'll tell you, like I tell them in the volunteer, if, we were talking about a Wilson or a CB, about Hunt, I would know a little bit about it, but as far as the Viper, is it a channel that y'all only gonna use when you need to cross-reference, or, or is it literally gonna be like a backup channel when, if they're out there in Mariah or some areas that you all have experience where you don't have the best radio coverage?
What we're talking about right now is going to it as a primary and upgrading what we got now as a backup, which is a great sell point to me. I would tell you, I'm not one of the ones in favor of Viper in the beginning. The testing that we've done, and I've actually reached out to all 100 sheriffs in the state, the people that have, and a lot of those problems that have been out there have been minimized greatly. And we actually have plans to go meet with some other agencies that have been through the pain that we're fixing to go through that can help guide us to avoid spending unuseful money and what did work and what didn't work. So, but no, it would be multi-channel. We would eliminate the problem of being able to talk to multi-jurisdictions, because just about everybody statewide, they already own Viper. So anytime we get SBI or ALE or any of those in, we have issues with
That was my question, if it was going to be, if you could use it like as a primary channel, but then I didn't know if you, because I was thinking if you use it as a primary channel, then Granville and Cows or everybody else who has it be listening to you guys, or if Fire,
No,
Fire channel.
we would be designated a channel, but we'd also be able to go to talk groups.
I got you.
So we could have our own, but then when we
So
get on
it's
the major,
okay.
you can share.
I got you.
I will tell you this.
So you can create a county fire Viper channel.
Yes.
That's why we're looking at buying.
And going to the other system the way we first started off with, would have ended up costing us a lot more money than initially first thought to get the coverage that we actually wanted to stay away from Viper. So I think the direction we're headed now, that upgrading what we have currently that is working, as piecemeal as it is working, to have that upgraded as a backup in case it does fail. Like I say, I am behind it now, where in the beginning I was not.
So the sheriff is included in this $4 million estimate. So with the volunteer fire departments, I think before Michael left, he had ordered some Viper radios, but didn't distribute them. And then I think Wes finally got them distributed. And I don't think that was like maybe 1 or 2 radios per department or something. But this would like upgrade their trucks and everything. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay.
That is correct, and actually we do have Martin Ramos, the fire chief from Harder Mills, has actually been a part of the group, has made contact with each of them to make sure that they're all on board before we even consider moving forward. And then the end product, from, of course, we don't know the final figures, but we're almost $1 million less than we initially were to make the other way we was going, so.
You got anything else, Amy?
I do, sorry. I've got 2 more slides and then I'm done. This was the debt service slide that I wanted to show. This is really a summary of our debt service costs going into fiscal year 17. I presented this same slide last year, but it included a much larger debt reduction going into the current year for about $1.9 million, which included the new debt, that also included the new debt for the recycling and various roofing debt. But the debt reduction as we begin fiscal year 17 is much smaller at $295,000. We already have a firm figure for the debt we're going to close on next week for the Roxplex and various improvement projects, which is $143,471. Adding this to the reduced amount nets a smaller reduction in debt costs for $151,529. So it brought down our reduction a little bit. It's likely that this reduction will be offset with new potential debt payments for the 2 projects just discussed, and will experience an increase in our debt cost from fiscal year 16 to 17, just when you're looking at the difference between the 2 years. However, loan rates are still extremely favorable, and our debt service ratio, according to the latest annual report, is still below 8%. So financing options for CIP projects are still a viable option. In fact, with the large drop-off of debt, we anticipate our debt service ratio to probably drop around 4% which is well below the maximum target of 15%. The more we can relieve the budget next year will place us in a better position to accommodate more pay-as-you-go capital that is obviously in place for your consideration next year. So any questions about the debt? All right, you'll be happy to know I'm going to the last slide. This last slide includes some highlights of what I've covered so far and an outlook going forward. Revenue growth is evident, this particularly with tax collection, sales tax, excise, and occupancy tax. Certain fees are also showing a higher use in services such as in PATs and recreation fees. I anticipate that this will continue, particularly as we enter into the spring months and weather conditions improve. The overall reduction in expenditures is primarily due to the significant drop-off of our debt compared to fiscal year 15. The absent expenditures associated with the Kirby rebirth also has its impact on expenditures, and the large reduction in fuel cost, the fact that we had no election in November of the current year as we did in fiscal year 15, reductions in positions that were implemented for the current year, a higher vacancy rate, and a decrease in retirement contribution rates by the state. Although I didn't include any specific projections for expenditures, we are hearing that the retirement rates may go back up after another evaluation by the state retirement system. So even though we have benefited from the reduction we were able to make this year for retirement rates, we anticipate that this is going to be short-lived and they're going to go back up. So we'll see an increase here likely for next year. A short-term analysis of revenues and expenditures tentatively indicate a conservative increase in unassigned fund balance. I believe this will go up due to the revenue growth that we're experiencing. Over $16.2 million in CIP requests have been received for consideration, including the 2 large projects that are still in development. These 2 financing projects will continue to show up on the CIP until a capital project ordinance is approved, affirming the board's intent to move forward with the project and having received a firm estimate of revenues and expenditures for proceeding as necessary. Usually the ordinance is approved and the project is established after construction bids have been obtained and the project is close to breaking ground. So that at that point it comes off of the CIP and becomes a legitimate project that we're going to move forward with. And finally, we anticipate an increase in the county's debt costs subject to approval of new projects that the board may want to finance due to their large expenses. We hope that with some direction from the board, we'll be able to develop some strategies that will address next year's challenges while attempting to maintain the board's funding vision for next year. Now I'm done. Any questions?
What do we fund the museum? I know we got broken up stuff in there,
yeah,
like,
the museum's-
we do the yard and stuff like
Right,
that.
We
too,
don't do any direct funding for the museum, but we cover
maintenance costs through the general services budget.
What is the process for decreasing occupancy tax?
I think the board has to, they have to have a formal resolution to
I think
reduce
that's all it takes
tax
is the
revenue.
adoption
Go to
of
the
a
General Assembly.
resolution. It doesn't have to go back, no. You have the local authority on that quarter cents, was that right, quarter cent that
Yes.
you enacted a couple of years ago? You have the authority to adjust that as you'd like.
Well, my understanding from 2 museum people is that they were told from the tourism director they will not receive any funds next year from them. And so I thought I'd make you all aware of that because it's our property. And if they're not gonna get the funding to operate, either we're gonna shut them down or we're gonna be funding them, if that is in fact the case. And I think if it is the case, then we should just think about lowering the occupancy tax to what it was before if it's not gonna be used for its intent. So I thought I'd just let you all know that today.
Who said?
My understanding from 2 museum board members that they were told by the director, Mark McMahon, that they would not be funding them anything next year.
I'll pull some numbers in terms of what the county has spent at the museum. We can get that at a raised budget.
I don't, but I mean, if it is the case, then literally it's our property, it's our, I mean, it's gonna fall on us.
I hadn't heard that at all. Margaret doesn't have the authority to make that decision.
All right.
To take away.
You want to we're scheduled to have a break. If you wanna take a break, we're about 15 minutes behind, but we can catch up really easily.
Y'all want a break, you wanna keep going?
Need
You
a
got
break?
one more item, right?
One more item, budget priorities, and that's also sort of a catch-all where we're gonna hear from the sheriff, talk about
Let's go,
volunteers.
let's go.
All right,
Okay.
Dewey?
I wanted to shorter this year, we getting it short.
That's right. So you had asked, Commissioner Jeffers had asked the sheriff to come back to us after Captain Crabtree had presented the grant request, specifically on the body cameras and in-car cameras. And Commissioner Jeffers, feel free to chime in.
Yeah, my main thing was that, obviously, it's something you all are thinking about if you're applying for a grant. It's something I think that not only, protects the officers, it protects everybody. And so, if we weren't able to, get what you needed through the grant, I wanna know what it would cost to get it. I mean, that's just as simple as it is.
Well, I will give you an update on one of the grants we actually asked for the in-car cameras. And we have got a quote, we can buy 5 of those, and they're $25,000, so they're about $5,000 a piece. Of course, the more we buy, a little bit less. That one grant that we were gonna do a 50-50 match on, the requirements for us to meet was almost unattainable. So we are not pursuing that particular one right now for the in-car cameras. We still do have some asset forfeiture money. We plan on using some, and the rest of it's frozen on that. We currently are down to about 8 in-car cameras in our cars. We've got quite a few that have been, some of them been online for 15 years, and they're just obsolete, and we're having to replace them. But the other grant that we did would actually put a camera on everybody, well, 25, not everybody, but the ones that's gonna be the most out in, with the public. And, that breakdown, I can give you the full breakdown on what that actually is, and this is coming straight from the grant. Because we're actually looking at doing when they can drive into the parking lot, they will actually download from the camera in the car to the hard drive there, in a lot of different ways for evidence, custody, and it saves, if we didn't do it that way, it would take a full-time position just downloading all the information. But 25 body-worn cameras, they're $1,100 a piece, so that's $27,500 to get that. All right, and then it'll take, and some think we're underestimating this, but what people are doing it said that, with the amount of cameras, this is enough. We're doing with a 4 terabyte hard drive in the beginning, and then we're gonna have to develop a schedule on what we keep and what we can discard after a certain amount of time. We'll have to draw all of that into, to the plans when we do it. Some stuff we have to maintain forever, some we can actually burn to a hard drive and actually have it available if ever requested. Take an 8-bay transfer station, to accommodate all of this. We have to do the in-car wireless kits. It's not about $1,500, and then the mount and the server and the antenna is about $7,715. The Wi-Fi access point is only about $285, and we actually was able to include in this training for them to come to train us how to make all of this operate is already set in the figures that the amount that we actually come to you for. So, I'll say outside of this, we're already in a position that we're going forward with the 5 without going through the other grant process. We're just gonna have to do so many check-in stations and guarantee so many DWIs, so many seatbelt. We would not be able to do our day-to-day functions without scheduling. Not to say that it's not needed a lot of times, but it's just the manpower we have is not resources. We don't have the resources feasible to accommodate that grant at this time. So now that, there was a question in the beginning when we was asking for this grant, all of this would be out of this year's budget, and none would go past July. The other one was the one after July.
So you should know about the grant on the body cameras before.
We could know that within the next week to 2 weeks. Actually, this one would be, we would know it, and all monies would need to be spent by July 1st.
Okay.
I did hear from the police chief, who actually just went to the police chief's conference. Legislation is now determined. I actually got emails this morning from the Sheriff's Association as well. This may become mandated in the very near future. They're going to determine that to see if it's going to be on this year's legislation, whether they're going to consider that or not, or whether they will put it out. I would have to develop, right now as it stands, I would have to develop procedures on when and where, because there's no way we can record 24/7. I don't even know if this building, IT folks could take that, but it'll take a lot of storage for that to happen. Nobody is actually doing that. I think we'd be ahead of the game if they do come up and mandate it. But then we may have to readjust a little bit on our policy procedure. But,
So what your grant is asking for, it won't right now cover all your patrol officers and your civil, which is who you pretty much want to cover, right?
25 will do that. It'll do
Okay.
patrol and civil and the school resource officers.
Okay.
All but one that's in the schools, and that one would be the one that's the elementary that's doing the drug program in the elementary schools. That's the only one in the schools that's not, but it would get our civil and all our patrol.
Okay. So I guess just the only thing, that's all I wanted to know, then, if what doesn't happen with the grant, or we hope we get it, but if not, I would like to see it requested for us to be looking at it in the budget.
I view it the same way that you do. We are very fortunate, and cameras have saved us 100 to 1 over hurting anybody. With today's way things going, it's going to be on camera, whether it's our point of view or the public's point of view. And I'm erring on the side of the safety of the officer. I'd rather for it to be our point of view. 'Cause that's a whole lot of times stuff can be shown after the fact, but you don't ever know what led up to it.
Well, you see it on Facebook, they're filming from across the street and narrating it for you.
And they've been doing this for 10 or 15
I mean,
years,
you know.
but this is just getting worse now.
Yeah. Well, everybody's got one of these now.
That's right. It used to be see them standing on the corner with the big one, but now, we ride down the road, we're being videoed, we know that.
I mean, it's in everything. It's from us refereeing basketball.
Since
You let somebody fall, you better call a foul, because if somebody in the stands, did you cause that child to miss his knee up?
Since day one of becoming sheriff, one thing I've been trying to push out to all of the folks that work for me, like it was told to us in training, and just like for all of us right here, your mic is always on, and somebody's always watching. So you do the right thing, you don't have nothing to worry about.
The right thing is a relevant term now.
Yeah, that's right.
All right,
Anything else for the sheriff while he's here? Did you want to talk about volunteer fire department funding? That was the other thing when I spoke with you all about outstanding issues that you might want to mention today.
I personally would like to see us, I think it's gonna be mandatory, we increase the money we send to them. What we send them and how we send it, I guess, is up for discussion, but, I think I've stated before that it's gonna be our problem before it's all over with, so, how we want to address that, I guess, is the more planning we do, the least expensive it's gonna be. So, I would be somewhat in favor of probably doubling what we put out for the fire departments at the present time. I think it would be best served if we would, give them part of it as operating expense and then the rest of it in a revolving credit pool that we
Capital
contribute
program
to,
we started.
but make it an annual line item that we actually contribute to. If it creates a surplus going, nobody uses it, fine, it's there when we need it. But, you know, they're no stronger than the last volunteer. After the volunteers quit coming, it's our brad wagon. So the better prepared we are when that day comes, the better off we're gonna be. Well, that's
You're
my,
right.
that's kind of why I'm getting at, you know, government has a way of putting a lot of things out of business.
Yes, you're right.
And so, anybody got anything, anybody got any problem with proceeding on that?
The only issue I'd bring up is that we are already looking at the budget, increasing the amount of money that we're gonna spend to get
The Viper system that they seem to be, in favor of, I don't disagree with you that if we don't fund them a little bit now, we're gonna be funding the whole thing later on. I guess it's the scenario that you'd be looking at. I'm also, interested in seeing how the reporting finally pans out once we work with them again on another year of, doing their
Our audits.
audits. So those three things, I think, are foremost in my mind. The audits, seeing how they pan out, the money that we've already agreed to, or somewhat agreed to spend on the Viper system, and looking at moving forward. If the volunteer dries up, how are we gonna fund the whole thing? So, I think those three are the viable issues that we need to look at.
Well, I think for the money that we spend, that's probably the best, the most we get for our money than anything else in the budget. I mean, you basically got 250 to 300 people working for free. And, they're just like a lawyer. You don't think much of them till you need one. And you wanna know why he didn't get there 5 minutes sooner when he did, albeit it's a volunteer, but nobody's looking at that at the time. I just think we need to, same thing with employees, you know, we're talking about keeping salaries up to date. I think we need to pay a little bit closer attention to keeping them up to date. I hope the new coordinator can at least get everybody using the same air pack, so when they have 2 or 3 trucks come there, they can at least interchange them. So, you know, certainly there's some improvements we can do without spending a whole lot of money, but unfortunately, anytime you put fire in front of it, you triple the cost. So I'd like to see us proceed with that.
They want to let you know that the estimated cost for the Viper equipment is around $500,000.
Just for the volunteer fire department?
Just for the VFDs, yes.
Okay.
Well, we'll certainly have to take that into consideration, but that, well, you know, we could just make that part of the, annual set-aside. However you wanna do it, I mean.
Yeah, that would
I
be
don't-
a one-time capital expenditure for the Viper equipment, for the radios. And then we also have the capital fund that we set up, which is about 90,000. So we would need a new appropriation, because remember, we tapped your small business loan program for that. So we would need, you know, if we wanted to keep that the same, we would need new $90,000. Or you could wipe out the small business loan program.
Total operating is what?
We're spending about 550,000 on operating costs for the volunteer fire department, so we'd take that up to, you know, if you're gonna double it, you're talking $1 million right there. Plus the capital, plus, you know, another $500,000 for the radios.
Well, I'm not gonna, you know, tell you they can't use more, but, I would like us just to, if, whatever we do, kinda be above what we're doing now. I don't wanna, you know, this, if we change completely, this would be like the 3rd year in a row we've changed how they're getting it. I mean, one time we were look at kind of call volume and like a little formula type thing. Then we decided to do what we're doing now, which is, you know, give them the increase the odd year that the city gets it, you know, so the city gets it this year, they will see their 2% next year.
Right.
So if we do something this year, I'll just, you know, let it be on top of what we already doing. I don't wanna keep changing their process to.
I wasn't looking to reduce
Right.
anything.
Okay. Yeah, that way they at least can kind of know what they, you know, what they're getting, how to plan, you know, so to speak.
All right.
All right, Anybody got anything else? What, Heidi? You still-
Yeah, so this was just sort of the last session to go back, look at our action plan, see if there are any adjustments that you'd like to make in priorities based on what you've heard today. We wanted you to have a chance to hear the revenue side, fiscal year comparison, to see if there's any change in direction or priority from the board as we prepare your fiscal year 17 budget. Any surprises that y'all heard, anything that you'd like to discuss sort of here related to priorities was what we left this session
The
for.
only thing I'll mention, I tried pulling up, I thought I had the site bookmark, but I pretty much went on the state's economic development page, and you just type in Person County, and it kind of pulls up a one-pager of, number of high school graduates in the area, number of this, different statistics. And when I looked at it last year, it had some buildings on there that, it looked like it hadn't been updated.
That's
It had
right.
buildings that shouldn't have been on there, and
Yep.
maybe didn't have buildings that needed to be on there. And so, if we're in a situation where we don't have anything to market, I think that needs to be, because every election, the first thing we're all gonna say is economic development, jobs. And if we don't have anything actively to market, I think that needs to be at the forefront.
Well, that was something that's what I had in mind when I suggested that we start looking at, taking the money we got off of this last sale and have another piece of property to offer. And, I think that will happen. At least we'll be pursuing whether or not we actually buy something this year, I guess would be yet to be seen, but, it will be investigated.
Sybil, anything to add? Any adjustments that you made as the conversation progressed?
Yep, so, I did add, the pain classification study, the gain sharing program, and, wellness incentives to the action plan under the government efficiency section. We don't obviously have a estimated cost yet for the gain sharing, or the wellness, so we'll be bringing that back to you for further discussion. You had also asked, I believe, about the Parks and Rec ADA project, so we'll share more information with you on that one as well.
I was looking on our EDC site, still has Randy Reynolds as the
Yeah.
president.
Stuart is working on the website
That's been-
and
Yeah, but this has been,
I know,
Randy's been gone for over 6 months.
I know.
One thing for Amy real quick, what's our earnings credit rate, rate with our undeposited bank accounts that we have?
I don't know. I have to go look at that. I have to pull that up for you. I really don't know right now off the top of my head what that is.
Okay. Have we
Can I
looked?
get that for you?
Well, the only reason I brought it up, we talk about shopping around, and I'm not doing it for, I'm just doing it for asking us for the benefit of the county, is, I don't know if we're receiving any fees we are receiving fees. I would look at, shopping around and getting the biggest bang for your buck for your business and earnings credit rate to try to get that, down, because that's something that can be eliminated.
We can, I've actually, wasn't that recently, but, I did look at that at one time and did some
I know
comparisons.
it's a headache.
Well,
a headache.
it's a headache to change it over, of
Yeah.
course, with all the paperwork involved, but the last time that I looked at it, there was not a good variance between banks at that time to warrant making that transition. But I'll be glad to look at that again and see
On
where
that,
we are with that.
what's our average fees that we get?
I don't know. I'd
Okay.
have to look at that, but it's, sometimes we get more fees in the month than we gain in interest. And so we
Oh,
end
you're
up.
not gonna gain hardly anything in
Right,
interest.
right, so, it offsets and we end up having, more fees than we do interest, so it's not a pretty picture right now as far as interest earned on the accounts, but, but I'll be glad to do some analysis and bring that back to you.
I'm looking at that sheet now, and sources where it says it gets its data from. I mean, it doesn't say Person County, it's got census, it's got ESRI, but this is called Access North Carolina, it's off the Commerce website. And right now for Person County, as of December 2015, it says available industrial buildings 11. So I don't, you know.
I'm not sure how up to date that
Commerce don't
is.
have anybody working over there anymore, hardly so.
I'll make a note though for us to.
That'd be pretty accurate. Kind of what
I
Danny.
mean, I don't know what they mean as industrial, I mean, you know.
Yeah,
Well, if you're talking about Winston's warehouses and Tony
Right.
Wagstaff's, I
right.
don't know if they got my building included in it or not, but, that would be fairly close, but I know I've heard Stewart mention several times that, whoever was looking for something needed a 30-foot ceiling. And, I don't know how many people, I wouldn't say everybody needed one, but, depends on what you're gonna do with it.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody got anything else? Well, are you done?
I'm pretty much done. We do have evaluation form, to pass out to y'all so that we can make
That
next year's retreat even better. You'll see that we took your recommendations this time around and made some changes, so it is helpful to us.
It's front and back, so make sure to flip it over.
That's the problem.
Too long?
Evaluation too long. You know
I'll
what
take back
mine's gonna be.
Yeah, but you didn't have to listen to the economist this time, right?
He didn't tell us anything worth listening to last
You
time.
didn't.
Hmm? No.
We're gonna have David get up there next time and give his economic outlook.